Just tap on it, they're gonna open it. Just keep one open. That one is working now. The one you're dropping is working. Someone is operating there, so that's why it delays. Just try it again. That's it. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Chair and the members of the Portfolio Committee. And greetings to all the officials and everyone else that is here. And thank you for the opportunity. My name is Alderman Nkosindipile Xhakaza, Dr. Xhakaza. I am the Executive Mayor for the city of Ekurhuleni. With me, it's a team which includes the CFO or the Group CFO.
Good morning. We just want each one to introduce themselves, then we'll come back to you, Mayor, to take up the issue again.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, MEC, MMCs. Good morning, Executive Mayor, members of the committee. My name is Pagamile Bengashe. I'm the Head of Department for Communications in the city of Ekurhuleni.
Morning, Chair, and morning, committee members. My name is Karisol Rudla. I'm the Group Chief Financial Officer and also the Acting City Manager. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Zingisani Ngamana. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Ekurhuleni Housing Company. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Philip Rakwale. I'm the Chief Audit Executive. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Gratichit Rampaka. I'm the Acting MD for Ekurhuleni Water Care Company and the CFO.
Sorry, you are the CFO?
And today, acting MD for the company.
We didn't hear that.
I'm the CFO of Ekurhuleni Water Care Company, but today also representing our Managing Director.
So CFO of the water?
Ekurhuleni Water Care Company.
Okay. And then you've got a group CFO. Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. Let's get back to the Mayor. Thank you. Mayor, you can introduce your submission.
Thank you, Chair. We actually prepared a full presentation, and we are guided that we must just focus on the audit outcomes. For the period 2023-2024.
Sorry, when you say you've got a full presentation, you mean that's the one you submitted to us?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So that's fine. Then all we need is just a 5-minute summary. Then assume that we've got that.
Okay, no, thank you. I must maybe indicate that I am now as a mayor a year and 4 months in office. I take pride of the leadership that we've exercised over the city's administration and service delivery. We do think that we've been able to accelerate service delivery in the main issues of governance and the entire financial management. We've launched or announced a program of action which includes the 6 key pillar program of action, which identifies the strategic issues that we need to perform on, that we need to ensure that the provision of services is of quality and is sustainable, that we improve on the revenues of the city in order to fund the service delivery, that we need to conduct the repairs and maintenance, that where we do not have money, we must, in conjunction with the private sector, ensure that we bring private sector along to work with us, that the economic development, because we're in a municipality in Gauteng, should also become our the area of focus with the Retropolis and the programs to revitalize the manufacturing. And the last one is compliance and clean audit. And we've launched a service delivery war room and also activated the Mera Zimbizo just to ensure that we build trust between ourselves and the communities. Turning to the issue of the audit outcome, we must indicate that the city has maintained an unqualified audit opinion, and that the three critical areas that the AG normally look at, which includes the quality of the financial statements, were clean. In the performance reporting, it means the service delivery that we report on all the KPIs was also clean. The only area which has been a bit of an area of regress has been the non-compliance material finding in the area of supply chain. And then this is about 2 contracts that are standing on our way between the unqualified and the clean audit. And we do believe that we're well on our way in terms of achieving the clean audit. We have introduced few measures in the area of supply chain, the training of our officials, but also some consequence management in order to actually ensure that this area we perfect it. We work well with MEC. MEC has been seized with work to actually ensure that we are accountable on all areas of findings. And Chair, we are sitting with a balance of just over $1 billion, the overall balance, and we're working very hard to turn around that opening balance. And this is made up of an unauthorized expenditure, which is a new finding, an unauthorized, for the longest time we did not have an unauthorized expenditure, but this relates to the excess consumption by indigent. We've of course engaged with AG in terms of that finding, because it's out of a policy choice, and when indigents, you give them the 6 kiloliters of water, you give them the 50 kilowatts of electricity, but they consume more, and you can sometimes switch them off. I mean, our indigents in informal settlements and all that, you can't switch them off. But we've reviewed the policy, and we've actually been guided in this financial year in terms of how we must treat that excess consumption by indigent. It's a huge exposure for us, a risk profile, and we do think it's an area that we are engaging with AG in terms of their guidance. But we think in this financial year, the results that are going to come, because we've now disclosed it and also written it off, and how do we treat it in our financials, it will actually assist us. The other areas of fruitless, irregular expenditure, that is where there's actually R1 billion, an area that there's a lot of historic, amounts. And then on the fruitless expenditure, we're sitting at about 68 million. We do think, Chair, comparable to all other 8 metros, we've been one of the metro that is sitting on the top, and we think if we can work well to enhance all the efforts, we should be well on our way in terms of achieving the clean audit. 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Or I can ask even the CFO to chair, if you allow.
I'm very kind, so I will give you more time.
Okay.
You've got another 3 minutes, don't worry.
I just wanted to add the entities. We've got 2 entities that are owned by the city. The Ekurhuleni Housing Company, which looks at our social housing, our low-cost rental stock, It has achieved a clean audit, and also ERVAT, which does our wastewater treatment works. It has also achieved a clean audit, and we think all those we will retain. We have released now our financials on time to AG and also to National Treasury and also to all the oversights. Chair, CFO.
Thank you, Chair, and again, morning, members. Chair, just to go brief on the details, Chair, if you look from the AG report that has been presented in Parliament, you will see that as a city, amongst the 8 metros, we are the only city that were given good on the financial statement and performance information. The only challenge that we had was on the supply chain management and the intervention that we have done. There was one finding in terms of the evaluation, of which they identified around 15 companies, which resulted in an irregular expenditure in total of 32 million. What we have done immediately after AG has tabled the report, we have cancelled all those tenders and communicated with the affected service providers. Out of the 15 service providers, there were 6 of those that submitted fraudulent documentation, of which we have opened criminal cases against them, and we have further referred the matter to National Treasury for blacklisting. And we have further took all of those findings to internal audit for further investigation so that other consequences management can follow. Then we also did, Chair, we also did a robust diagnosis in terms of the root causes, and we did a training that was in-house from our governance structure. We also did a review of all supply chain committee members, looked at their non-performance, looked at the capacity challenges, and we have augmented those issues. And we believe, Chair, we have adequately addressed those issues, and we remain confident that when AG comes, they will be able with the issues of the consequence management and how we have dealt with the irregular expenditure. On the unauthorized issues, Chair, it was for the first time in the history of the institution. I mean, for the last 10 years, we never had unauthorized expenditure. It relates to the access consumption. We did work with AG. They have advised in terms of what we must do. We revised the policy immediately after they tabled the report in January. In council, we went ourselves in council to revise the indigent policy to ensure that it's aligned with the guidance we've received from AG, and we don't project or foresee any unauthorized expenditure in that direction, Chair. And as far as it relates to fruitless expenditure, we are sitting at the balance of 68 million. It's historic. For the last 5 years as a city, we have never had any fruitless in that direction, Chair. Then we have one material irregularity, Chair, as reported in the audit report by the AG. It relates to our distribution center in the fresh produce market, where we did build a fresh produce market with an intention to lease. And when we were supposed to lease, then the business sector, they came and they raised an issue that the lease term of 10 years is not practical for them as far as it relates to the infrastructure that they must put. They wanted a longer term lease, and our policy was not permitting. We want to cancel for that policy to be revised. It went to public participation, and we should be in the process, Chair, to advertise that particular tender. Thank you.
Okay. Between yourself and the mic, there's one of you is soft, so we're going to be hearing from you a lot. I just want them to adjust the mic properly so we can always hear. Just test this mic again. Some of the... Let's try.
Chair,
Yes.
is it fine now?
That's better.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we must stick to that one.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Switch the other one off. I think it's a much better mic. All right, thank you very much. You have here members of the portfolio committees of COPTA, National Assembly. You got members of the SCOPA from National Assembly. You got members of the Standing Committee on the Auditor General. So we are here on an oversight visit, joint oversight visit of these 3 committees. We're basically looking at two issues. The functionality and service delivery issues in the municipality. On the one side, we also look at the audit outcomes. So our conversation will be quite wide-ranging, with a strong emphasis on the Auditor General's report, and then we'll be talking about everything else in the municipality. You've given us your outline, you submitted some of the information. The members have got specific areas that they need clarification on, and that's the nature of the engagement. So if we ask questions, we will direct to you, you will decide who should answer, but we'll try and keep it flowing so that we request you to do very direct responses. We'll get questions, one or two will be asked to you, and then you'll respond, and then you go back. We won't give you like 15 people at the same time. We'll give you 1 or 2, 3, whatever, then you will respond. What we want to request you is try and be very brief, concise, and straight to the point. If we think you're wandering away, we'll stop you. So just please understand that we're not looking for a general address and broad policies. We just want facts on a specific matter that is being raised. That's really the approach for today. And all the members here have got specific issues that they need clarification. Sometimes they might indicate whether they are satisfied with the answer or not. And if they are not, we'll have to ask you to redo that again. But let's try and focus who has the best information to focus on it. We have the MEC here. The idea is that we have a joint accountability platform which we are putting for national, provincial, and of course yourself as local. So we'll emerge with a common set of issues of interest, things you will do that the MEC will monitor and we will receive reports about. And at the end, we hope that we'll be able to get regular interaction. We don't have good attendance from the provincial leadership. I still don't quite know why, but what we will be hoping for is that some of the things that we're discussing here will be taken forward by the provincial legislature. Of course, we'll be working together with the MEC all the way. So, honorable members, there is Ekurhuleni. May we then start? Let's look at hands of interest. All right. This time we're going to start here, go that way, and then come back, start here, go that way. I've noted the hands. Thank you. So, Honorable Direko.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the colleagues from Parliament and municipalities. My name is Dikeledi Direko and I'm a member of COCTA committee. I have one question, in fact, 2 questions, Chair. The municipality has been associated with billing challenges for many years, and in one media article it was indicated that the executive mayor has indicated to media that they have resolved the matter. Can the executive mayor please take us along on the implications of this billing crisis to both the municipalities and the communities? And how is the Metro addressing the loss? And secondly, how is the Metro addressing the loss on material loss on electricity as indicated by the AG? And also, when we are looking at the comment of the AG, she raised something about the procurement and contract management, whereby she was also raising a concern about the scoring that the Metro has used that is not the same as the one that was on a bidding document. Can you please also take us along on that matter? Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and the team. At least there's one woman, there's hope. in the team, Mayor. At least it's no longer Women's Month. Thanks, Chair. Mayor, thanks for the presentation. You also, with your team, referred on the AG's report. But if I take you to page 109 of the AG's report, there's the most disturbing pictures of bad roads. It says that it's poorly maintained in Ekurhuleni. If you go to that AG's report, they also cite the issue of sewage that is flowing into the roads. Please comment on that one. The AG further said in page 129 of the report, there is an ineffective councils and councils committee who do not adequately oversee the budget prepared by municipal managers and approve unfunded budgets. Can you also take us through that? I know you spoke about the water loss, which is standing at 1.30 billion, and electricity is standing at 2.7 billion, but you are saying you are doing something. Can you just go into details? Because this is not a good picture. On fruitless and wasteful expenditure, is growing. It was sitting in 41 million, now it's sitting in 81.45 million. The last one, Chair, is the high resolved murder cases, Ekurhuleni. Can you also take us into confidence on how far is the case of the latest of Mpho Mafole, who was the head for Cooperative and Forensic Audit? And please take us through, because the news said that one of the reasons is allegation, until it's proven, that he was investigating into 2 billion electricity scandal of Ekurhuleni. So now the question is, the new head of forensic audit, is he safe or is she safe? Because it seems as if it's true what is reported on the media about the reason of his killing. So what do you do now, Mayor, to protect that unity within the municipality? Because one of the challenges in all municipalities, even yesterday we engaged with the Premier and the MEC to say one of the most problem in the municipality is the issue of corruption. That's why we have this crisis, no service delivery, people are suffering. There is money, we are collecting revenue, but corruption. So what do you do in the municipality to curb corruption? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. As you start your response on these issues, can you just give us quickly your annual budget and your collection rate, and then deal with all these issues together? It's going to be up to yourselves how you deal with them. Yes. So please proceed.
No, thank you, Chair. Our annual budget, the current budget is 68 billion rands. The target collection rate is 90%. Which, you know, from time to time we sit at about 92% of collection. But of course, given the economic challenges recently, it has been a bit of a challenge. We have to ensure that there's a robust credit control in place. And of course, we also have the social packages to caution the poor. You'd know the makeup of Ekurhuleni. 78% or 80% of it is made up of historically disadvantaged areas, our townships, our informal settlements, and hostels. But the billing challenges in the city, and I must indicate that certain changes that were introduced in the billing, revenue management, metering specifically, around 2022, 2023, introduce some of the challenges in our billing. While we appreciated some of the recent innovation, introducing, digitizing or enhance digitizing, but when it leads to material losses, 2 billion, it's something that can't be accepted. It's something that the impact are severe in the service delivery. It impacts on the speed within which you attend to potholes, you cut the grass, and all that, because you have to pay the bulk purchases to ESCOM. You must still pay the engineers that must maintain the provision of the service. But if you are equally not collecting, in particular from large power users, it means it's companies, it's industries, and that will have been the case. And I must indicate that the consequences that we've introduced in relation to the matter, I might not make a lot of comment around them because the DC is ongoing. But what is important is that what is the program that we had to put in place to turn around the situation, where to restore the service, where to ensure that we put proper systems in place. We are happy that where we're sitting, we have now reduced, or we have now improved the billing accuracy from the 84% to 97%. I'm saying we've improved the billing accuracy from 84% to 97%. And I must say that for a city as big as us, a percentage that is not billed or not read contributes significantly, to our revenue. We can approximately about 200 million, if we just want to quantify the size. So if anything 84%, once you go below a particular area, depending on the size and the impact is quite significant. But we're happy that we've turned around that, and we're now doing the back billing. It means we're doing the recovery. If you've benefited from not being read at a particular time, you know that you've not been billed. We then put up a mechanism according to the policy of the city. We must now give you, or rather monitor your current consumption, give it 3 months so that we can then come to you and say, in this particular period, you benefited, you are not billed, and the policy is known. We are now recovering that money. We've recovered 365 already that has been paid to our coffers. 1.4 of that we've successfully billed. We are now launching a robust collection. So all what we're saying is that we've robustly attended to the issue, and it should be an issue of the past. What we now must just project is how long it will take us to collect the cash in the bank, because to read is one thing, to bill is another, but to actually get the money into the bank, it's one area that we're looking at, so that we can quickly ensure that all our systems are up and running. The material losses on electricity, I'm sure that the CFO can talk to that, including the areas of procurement. But some of the losses on electricity, we can indicate the technical and non-technical losses. Technical losses are those that are due to, the system itself. But the non-technical losses are those that are due to a third-party interference. It could be illegal connections on the system. It could be, inefficiencies for us to collect. And one of the areas that we that we're battling with is the third-party interference with our system, and that beyond the theft of our cables, of our transformers, and all that. Beyond the illegal connections by informal settlements in the CBDs, the bad buildings programs they illegally collect, and the various measures that we do. But the other ones, it's where we then monitor who is, tampering. And I'm not talking about now the 2 billion, I'm talking about the normal operations, because we must separate that one, because it was a change of a system, what we call automated meter reading for large power users. But we're talking now ordinarily, in the ordinary course of our work, we have to do the various audit. We have to audit the consumption of one customer to actually see if there is a change in the behavioral patterns, in the manner in which you consume, so that you can actually pick up if there's tampering and you are able to deal with that tampering. So those are some of the measures that we're talking about in those areas in terms of material losses, both for electricity and for water, and is an area that we're looking at because it's got a huge impact on the revenues. And I know this CFO maybe will also update on the revenue enhancement program to actually look at what is available in the market that can actually assist to deal with the billing challenges. The issue of service delivery, Chair, bad roads, we've been battling a bit, in particular in the rainy season. With potholes and all that. And I must indicate that Ekurhuleni is a 97% tarred. If you go to across, it's fully tarred, but some of the townships in the east where we're still battling. So we focus there on the east in terms of building the tar roads. But when it's a rainy season, we've been struggling a bit to actually ensure that we patch and then we rehabilitate those roads. One of the things that has contributed in the past is because we also rely on the external services, to get a tender to actually assist us. So that appointment was a bit delayed, but we're happy now that the tender is in place. We've actually been able to recover on that program. And I've indicated, Chair, that the service delivery outreach and the service delivery Fridays is one way that we use to actually ensure that that which is reported, we go there as the mayor. Even now, when I come out of here, we're going to Jimiston. It's a service delivery outreach. We go to those projects and actually ensure that where it is reported, because we've got a dashboard, where it is reported that service delivery, interruption in this area, we actually attend to it. And this also goes to the water challenges. Various MMCs, they've launched various outreach program, from the Sivalama pothole to the Kanyisa Mhlali program to the Siyaklina Siyakhuculula program, Siyakhuculula Namhlanje project. So those are some various interventions that takes the leadership of the mayoral committee with the senior managers to various areas to ensure that these service delivery challenges are actually attended to. So we have, Chair, effective council. We've got a robust council. it's stable, including all the oversight committees. We've got separation of powers. The executive, we've got about 18, there's a number that is reported in a page, 1679 committees, but also standing committees, which includes MPEC, quite effective, and that is why we've been able to reduce, opening balance in terms of irregular and fruitless expenditures, and ensure that there's consequences. Including, Chair, our budget has always been unfunded. We've got letters to confirm this. The current budget, we go to National Treasury, there's confirmation that our budgets are funded. We've always presented credible and funded budget. The only risk is our ability to get the money on time. Let me make one example, Chair. We pay to ESCOM today. We must pay the current account to ESCOM. But for us to recover that money from our communities take us so many days. We could 30 days in areas, they go 60 days, they go 90 days, which really impact on our cash flow. And it's one area that we've been a bit battling with ESCOM, because sometimes they want their money in 15 days. They say, no, 15 days, pay us. But we say, even if you you pay to PEP stores, you pay, and our communities, they would not be able to pay us in anything. So I'm saying those are some of the challenges that we have to deal with, because there's so much pressure that we pay ESCOM, there's so much pressure that we pay, rent, water, and we do pay and pay on time. But sometimes we feel that they've been made a special case, and yet how they provide a service and they respond, in giving us a service, it's something that has not been looked at. In particular, us as metros, we must pay and pay on time. But our communities, they don't pay us on time. I think that is a big area that, but the other issue, Chair, and I think the issues of violence, and we've reported it to the police. We are interacting with the police, and they've responded on the matters, and I'm sure once these matters are concluded, we will then get the necessary update. It's not just this audit, Mpo Mafule who has been killed. We've got another adjudicator, Semnikiwe, who was also killed. The CFO who is sitting here next to us survived a hail of bullets. All our officials, the senior officials now, almost all of them, once you are in the employ, then you must then get the capacity in terms of security and all that. We do risk assessment on the environment. We do a risk assessment on the leadership, on the senior management, and then subs. Then they are able to advise in terms of areas where we must intervene. We must indicate that the head of audit, he's here with us. He also deals with issues of forensic and all those investigation, and they are then afforded the protection. Our EMPD, they actually add that capacity to ensure that they are protected. But what we what gives us courage is that all of them, they are determined to do their work, they are determined not to be influenced by wrong things. And I think largely it is bad influence, from different groupings, forums, and all that want to influence how we must do things in the city. But from our sitting, we were determined that everything must be done according to what is in the is in the legislation. If there's empowerment programs, those empowerment programs are open so that communities, they can be empowered to participate in opportunities that comes in the city. But I must indicate, Chair, that it's an area that we're looking at. Maybe, Chair, we can also brief you outside of, in terms of some of the sensitivities. Chair, CFO, if you can.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Chair. Chair, in terms of the losses, as a city, we have adopted a strategy both on the water losses and on the electricity losses. If you look on the water losses, the target from the norm in terms of the Treasury is 30%. In the 2023-2024, we're at 27%. And currently, as part of the reports that we submitted to AG of our financial statement, we are sitting at 25%. So our strategy is yielding positive result. Then on the energy side, the target is 12 in terms of the norm. When we closed the then reported by AG in Parliament, we were at 16.25. And in terms of the financial statement that we just recently submitted to AG, we are sitting in 15.5. So there are different mechanisms that we are using to deal with these issues of the losses. Then when it comes to the revenue collection, we are collecting above 90%. And the challenge remains in the ESCOM supplied areas. Because you all know, members and the chair, that the strength of our collection is on the disconnection of electricity. And in the ESCOM supplied area, then we don't have that. But what we have done as council, as administration, we took a report to council that deals with water management pressures. That those residents that are in ESCOM supplied areas and that are not paying, then will not completely shut them off, but will manage their water consumption. Then when it comes to the issues of revenue, we have taken upon ourselves that the traditional revenue are no longer assisting the institution. We need to look at innovation in terms of how we expand the revenue base of the city. And we took a strategy to cancel last year in November. They
2.4 billion rand is revenues at risk. I just missed what is the cause of the risk.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So Chair, what we did, we did take a strategy to council to identify innovation and additional revenue outside the traditional revenue, of which traditionally you'll know is the property raise supply. So we projected 2.4 billion in the current year. What do we mean when we said at risk, is that we are appointing service providers. So it means if you don't generate any revenue to the institution, you don't get paid anything. So we pay based on your strength of what you generate to the city, based on the profit sharing that you will have put on your proposal. For example, in your proposal, you will say, I will bring 500 million to the institution, and on the 500 million that I'm bringing, I want 30% or I want 20%. That is how it works. So if you don't bring 500, you bring 0. You don't get paid. So that's why I'm saying it's at risk. So we have transferred the entire risk to the service providers, that because they demonstrated, they said they have capacity, then they must generate those revenue. That is what I mean when I said at risk, Chair. So that 2.4 billion, the city has not budgeted any related expenditure for it, because we will only pay based on what they generate to the institution, Chair. I can proceed, Chair.
Proceed, yes.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Then in terms of the issues of the repairs and maintenance, the EMF spoken about the programs that from the political leadership they are dealing with to address the repairs and maintenance. And from administration, what we have done from the previous financial year, the budget was, which is the financial year that we have submitted to the AG, end of August, it was 3.1 billion. We have increased that amount to 3.5 billion. So this is to deal with the entire service delivery challenges in the city. It includes the roads, it includes the electricity and others, Chair. And Chair, as far as it relates to that, the comment maybe from the AG, it might have sufficed from the access consumption that resulted in the city having unauthorized expenditure. But if you recall, remember yesterday from the MEC level, it did indicate as far as it relates to the metros or municipalities that had their budget funded, Ekurhuleni was part of those that they indicated that our budget are funded. I think, Chair, we did our best to respond to the question. Thank you.
So that 2 billion rand you're talking about, 2.4, were you answering the question?
No, I think, Chair, we were just expanding in terms of revenue management, that the over and above the 68 billion, because you did ask what is the size of our organization in terms of revenue. So we did indicate that 68 billion, but I then requested the CFO to expand in terms of what are other initiatives that we have, because the traditional revenue streams are under pressure, electricity, where we used to get a bit of extra money. NERSA approves what they approve and increases to ESCOM, and what we can get from communities continues to shrink. We've got other unfunded mandates that we used to carry or pressures from communities. So just to demonstrate, Chair, that we are working, even looking at extra sources to raise our revenue, Chair. If you allow, if Paki can come in just to give a report in terms of our spending on the repairs and maintenance and also CAPEX.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Thank you, Executive Mayor. Just a brief report that we can report that in the previous financial year, 99% of the CAPEX was spent, and furthermore, 100% of OPEX was spent, ensuring that we are able to deliver services effectively. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to check with Kalipi. The questions that you have raised, what are the issue on the 2 billion rand?
Okay, Chair, it was under the electricity loss. There is sitting at 2.7 billion in water loss. I think they tried to answer it, but what I didn't hear is fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which is going from 41 million to 8.4 million. Maybe if you can also expand on that one, Chair. Chair, can I just add the question that I forgot about? Thanks, Chair. And I'm happy I heard there is a person who is representing the social housing aspect in the team. So now there is a case that has been reported to me a long time ago, is from Realticon, submission, Mayor, in 2023, to have the windmill park development included in restructuring zone. So now the matter is yet to be tabled in the council. My question is, why is taking too long? 23, 24 is towards 25 now for the item to be presented in the council. I don't know if you are aware about it. I can share the details later.
Please proceed.
Thanks. Good morning to my colleagues, the city of Ekurhuleni. Good morning to my colleagues, the city of Ekurhuleni. See Usapumele. No, I also have just few short questions, Doctor. I think one would want to check. I see that AG highlights that you take about 125 days to pay your creditors. And I just want to check, why is this? Because the norm would usually be 30 days, or what is required by MFMA. That's one. Two, I just want to check around the issue of your indigent register. Do you have it electronically? What are your processes of updating it annually, every financial year? That's two. Three, you used around about 13.6 on consultant in preparing your financial statements. I just want to check, and you still got unqualified with findings, of which you did not get clean audit. 2021, 2022, 2020, 2021, and the previous financial year, you had clean audits. And the past two financial, which is 23 that we are dealing with, and the 22, 23, you get unqualified with findings. I want to check historically, has you always been using consultant to prepare your financial statements? And the reason thereof for you to not reach a clean audit for the past 2 years. Lastly, AG as well highlights that you, at some point, as at 30 June last year, you had frozen some of the posts that you viewed as non-critical, of which obviously contributed, the anti-desired output of that would always be the contribution in the increase of overall vacancy rate, which was at 26%, with 40% in senior management. And 29% in the finance unit. I just want to check the status in relation to that now. I think also, especially with finance unit, would it not be better if you employ your own professionals than using consultant? Would it not be cheaper? Have you done some cost analysis in relation to that? And lastly, I just want to highlight that as much as I note that, AG notes that in your, as you spend about 5.4% of the total value of your PPE on maintenance compared to the 8% norm by Treasury. However, as much as I think the water losses are within norm, because the norm is 15 to 30%. However, I'm a bit worried about the electricity losses, because there you were at 275 billion, which is equivalent to about 16%, and that is above norm, which is between 7 and 10%. Now my worry is that also you are not spending much in the 8% norm in the maintenance. Now my question would have been that in the split of that 3.3 billion, how much are you spending maintaining electricity infrastructure? And particularly because it is the one that is above norm. And lastly, I want to check, because if I look at your this is my last question, Chair. I look at your debt, your debt. The AG tells us that 70% of your municipal debt is unlikely to be recovered. I think the mayor would have mentioned that you have about, your collection rate is about 90%. I want to check, is this the 2 billion that we are speaking about, that you will be using a service provider to try and recover, and how do you reach that? And I see your impairments are quite high. That's why I was asking about the indigent register. Thank you.
Thank you. Note the questions. Let's get the next one.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to everyone. Tombovio Mende, member of SCOPA. Chair, I want to just add also on the questions that my colleague have touched on, in particular in the loss of electricity. You are explaining the reasons, but here where I get a problem is when we do not get an expanded list of who exactly we're talking about, because the loss of electricity is mostly attributed to household, which is a very skewed narrative, because big businesses are taking electricity illegally. They are not paying, you don't shut them down. Can we get a list of who exactly is consuming this electricity in Ekurhuleni, and what are we doing to make sure that they are all paying? Because households are not even 30% of what we're losing. It's the big businesses that are hiding somewhere. And what are the monitoring tools or mechanisms that you have in place in order to make sure that who's consuming where? The next one also that I need more expansion on is on consequences. You are explaining in terms of your fruitless, wasteful, and the unauthorized that the AG has picked up, in particular on the tenders that you have cancelled and all of that. But I'm not hearing what happened to the enablers. Yes, I hear you on blacklisting of companies and everyone, but those companies' documents, they didn't just fly into your office. They didn't get into your system on their own. Someone enabled the environment. And what I'm hearing from you is, no, we are providing training for people to understand the system. No. We can't be providing training to people that have a capacity to capture wrong information into the system that can cost us millions, and if AG doesn't pick it up, it slides. What happened to the enablers? We need the enablers' names and consequences. That must be clear. Again, on the 125 days that the AG spoke about, just recently we saw at Davidton Nase Etwato protest, which was not the first protest. There's been protest in terms of collection of waste in communities. This is a result of non-payments of invoices of service providers. But there's another aspect within the service providers. There's big service providers, then there's subcontractors, there's 30% there, then the main contractor didn't pay this one. But in the main, if I render a service for government in South Africa, I must be paid. Whether I'm a 30%, whether I'm a main contractor, within 30 days I must be paid. Let's get an explanation as to why are we having waste department not being attended to in terms of payments of invoices for the service providers that must collect waste. That's a basic service delivery. I don't want a pile of a dead bin in front of my house, none of us. We cannot then do it to our people in the communities because we fail to pay the service providers, and the service providers can't run trucks without maintaining them diesel and all of that and paying workers. But if the city is not paying, then that service is not going to be rendered. Let's get an explanation as to why is that and what are we doing in order to make sure that everyone gets paid within 30 days. Then the issue of the water infrastructure again. The water infrastructure that must be, that is always refurbished, maintained and all of that. But in many times, it's left unsecured, which then becomes a vulnerability in the system because we have a lot of people that a crime in South Africa is a problem, and our infrastructure becomes vulnerable, and we need to secure them. What are we doing as a municipality to make sure that the infrastructure, not only at water, is secured, and to eliminate any criminal activities that will then damage the infrastructure? Then the clinics, the maintenance within the clinics, the health department does not have budget to maintain clinics. Real estate is. However, I received a list of Eden Park, Ramaphosa Clinic, Muleleke, Barcelona Extension 8 clinics. The department can't do anything, can't maintain, can't buy even the smallest things, because it must go via the other department. What is the integration in that area to make sure that there is timeless maintenance of buying everything, generators and everything, because we know we have a problem of electricity in South Africa. Yet, we do not have simple things as generators and clinics, so that there is no disruption in the service in the clinics. Same applies to the pumping of water. When there is no electricity, then there is no water. Then there must be generators. Who is responsible for making sure that the generators are bought, and those generators are assisting our people to get water timelessly? And is that being done?
Let's round up.
The last one is the mayor is indicating pressures on from communities, and which leads to unfunded mandates. What are those? Because we know the aspects that are attributed to indigent policies, but what are these new things that shock us? What are the pressures? What are we talking about exactly? Because we can't come out of here and say, no, we have dealt with why there are unfunded mandates. Let's get it clear as to what is it exactly? What are the items that lead to unfunded mandates? And these are the pressures from our communities, which leads to the municipality having to adopt a resolution on unfunded mandates. Thank you, Chair.
Let's have the responses.
Yeah, okay, Chair. Thanks, Chair, for the questions. Chair, maybe we just need to clarify a few things, Chair. As far as it relates to the preparations of the financial statement and the performance information, we do it in-house. For the past 6 years, when I was there, I've been the CFO there for 6 years, we have never used any consultant to prepare financial statement. However, you will have to understand that other components in the financial statement requires expertise. That, for example, we can't appoint them permanently. If you look at the employee cost, there is a portion of retirement obligation, which is an actuarial valuation. You can't appoint an actuary for 12 months or permanently when you know you only want a calculation once in the financial year. So there is a portion that will relate to us paying the actuarial there. Then there is also experts. If you look at the value of our asset, it's more than 40 billion. There are assets that are heritage in nature, and those expertise we don't have. Those are people that, as part of dealing with the financials, they assist us on the asset register. Also in terms of the PPE, infrastructure, it's complex in nature. Those is where consultants are used. But as part of the financial statement, everything that relates to the financial statement, we do it in-house, Chair. We are not assisted by anyone. We go to audit committee to present it ourselves, Chair, and AG can affirm. And for 6 years, Chair, we have not received any material findings on our financial statement and performance information. The reason why we have not received clean audit is one paragraph on the supply chain, Chair. That is one issue, Chair, I think we should clarify. Obviously, Chair and members of portfolio of committee, you will understand that local government, one of the issues we must deal with is the funding of the local government. Because our budget is not appropriated like province. Our budget is based on the strength of our collection. So as and when you implement the budget, there are certain governance issues that you have to analyze and assess. For example, you might have a structure approved to employ many people, but by then your collection is not at the desired level. You can't go and balloon your employee cost when you know that you don't have that funds in the bank. So those are some of the prudent accounting that we do, that at a certain point in time, we make those determinations. Yes, the vacancy rates in finance are 29%. Did they affect us? No, they have not affected us as far as it relates to the preparation of the financial statement, Chair. Then the other issue that, Chair, and we, even the MECs yesterday, they did speak about is the issues that relates to IGR processes, Chair. You all know that clinics are unfunded mandate. As a city currently, we are carrying 1.6 billion that we from our own monies that we collect, that we are paying staff that are actively involved there, and it's a matter that is sitting before province to assist us, either with funding or with taking that function to the province. And the issues, Chair, of why certain budgets are put in certain departments. Budget follows technical expertise. Health by professions are not people that deal with maintenance of clinic. They are not people that deals with issues of generators and all. Hence, you will see that the budget sometimes will sit in the EPMO because the technical people that understand the work, they're sitting there. And sometimes it will sit in the real estate because the technical people are sitting there. So budget follows the expertise. It will be difficult to put nurses and professionals to say, go and manage a maintenance. Equally so even in finance. I'm a chartered accountant. I can't be responsible to be fixing blockages of sewer and all. It's not my expertise. It resides in the space of energies and of water. So hence we always make sure that budget must follow expertise so that you don't have these particular challenges. Then, Chair, when you look at the energy, we did talk about the losses on the water, the strategy, and I think even in the province they did adopt it because it's yielding fruits in terms of dealing with the losses. And equally so, when you go to the energy, I've also provided the trend that when AG presented, they were 16, and it's the figure you have referred to of 16.25. In terms of the financial statement that we have submitted to AG, we are sitting at 15.5. So the strategy is yielding, and it's also backed in terms of the finances. You asked the question, what are, in terms of the 3.5 billion that we have put as a repair maintenance, what is the biggest portion? The biggest portion is on the electricity. It's 1.4 billion that we put there. And we are putting it there because electricity in our space contributes the biggest stream of revenue. And for us from finances, that for us to be able to generate revenue, we want reliable distribution of electricity. Any disruption in that, it affects the finances of the city. Hence, the budget will always follow the department that generate the revenue. Then the issues of meter management. And how do we deal with this to ensure that the big role players, we can provide the entire list of our clients, but we have around 14,000 meters that contribute 65% of our revenue in the institution. And to an extent, even though there are DC issues, like the EMF indicated, that we don't want to go into detail about the 2 billion, because we still have a responsibility to protect the relationship between the employer and the employee that are subjected in the DC. But that is an automated system that deals with the 14,000 issues, to make sure that on a daily basis, the energy people as expect in that field, they must assess and ensure that there isn't any tampering on that, whether those functions are working. So those are some of the issues, Chair, that we are dealing with. Then when it comes to to the calculations of payment ratio and revenue ratio, you will all agree, colleagues, you have looked at the AG report as tabled. We don't have a finding in terms of non-payment of invoices within 30 days. The section 65 finding we don't have. And our target as far as relating to the payment, it remains 80% of all invoices must be paid within 30 days. The responsibility of finance is to ensure that we pay valid invoices as much as we are time bound. But if there are issues that we are not comfortable, we send them back to the department for them to correct. Because when AG comes, as a CFO, I take full responsibility of all the figures that are sitting there. So there will be those challenges that are coming as far as it relates to review of the documentation. But the other issue that colleagues who must also indicate is that hence we came with the strategy of dealing with the additional revenue stream, is that payments is also subjected to the liquidity positions of the municipalities. So when people are not paying, it has a potential to affect ourselves as far as it relates. Hence, we've prioritized the issues of credit control. We have prioritized the issues of also asking the leadership office to assist us in terms of the awareness and all of that. Then when it comes to the issues of consequence management, and I think if you look at the report that the AG have presented in Parliament, when it comes to consequence management and how speed the Metro is to deal with the issues of AG, they all agree that when they raise the findings, we move with speed. You will know that they tabled in January, and from January to date is around 8 months. So we have already dealt with the issues of termination of the tenders, which is we have already reported to Treasury. We have done training, we have done everything. But when it comes to the consequence management, as far as it relates either to the bid evaluation committee members or the individual, those issues as part of us going to the MPEC, because the law required us that the report must be subjected to the MPEC. The MPEC instructed the head of internal audit to go and do the forensic. So we are awaiting all of those forensic reports so that we can, as part of us going on the DC, to be able, because fortunately our own internal audit, they are able to sit in the DC as I expect, to defend those findings. So the consequence management definitely will follow based on the reports there. I think I've tried to cover certain issues. Just one clarification, member, on the fruitless expenditure, we are sitting at 68 million, and it's a cumulative amount that comes from 5 years back. For the last 5 years, we have not had any fruitless. Then on the irregular expenditure, so the regular expenditure, colleagues, there will be 2 figures reported in 2 financial years, and I will explain it in this way. You know, AG tables in Jan. So when they table, we are already 6 months in the new financial year. So if they identify a finding, for example, if they come in this year, they identify finding of which it will be relating to the 2025. The consequences is that there is a potential that maybe already in the last 6 months, you will have made some payments. So that is the quantification you do. But in terms of reporting, because this spending relates to different financial years, then you will have to split those issues, but they relate to the same issues. So we have not increased as far as it relates to the number of instances of irregular expenditure. Is one thing, it's just that they were reported in the different financial years. When we gave the presentation format, you will see the split. It's the same issue, but we have closed as far as termination in that.
As you round up, MM. However, before the executive mayor can respond, I need to indicate something. When you were responding to one of our questions, you said we must understand the nature of local government and the challenges associated with collection. And our answer is no, we are not going to understand that. When you look at, when some of us who are here, we've been in council, we've been accounting officers in local government. So the reason why I'm saying no, we're not going to understand is that when the council adopted the organogram of the institution, they adopt it with expectations that they are going to employ team of expertise who are going to turn around that institution. And that team of expertise is expected to turn around the condition of that institution, irrespective of the challenges that are there. That is why we're emphasizing on the importance of revenue enhancement strategy. Looking at the population of South Africa, we have SARS. SARS is able to collect with that number of people. And then you have your municipality who says, no, we can't collect because of our economy. You must make a plan. When you place a fish in a water, you are expecting that fish to swim. You can't be told about how big the ocean is. You can't be told how cold or hot the water is. You have to swim. So we are not going to take that. You are going to make sure that you enhance your revenue so that it can meet your expectations as the local government. I will now allow the executive mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I think that is why we have a robust credit control. When you must collect, streets get closed. When you switch off, people they took to the streets. But we remain firm because we must collect that which is due. Maybe let me start with the unfunded mandates. And indeed it's a pressure point because the legislation provides what municipalities must, what services do we provide to communities. We provide electricity, water, sanitation, waste. So there's a bit of a package of a list. But the expectation from our communities is that we provide. And often enough we're at loggerheads with the provincial government, including the national government to some extent. Just clinics, health is not a competence of municipal thing. But we pay about 1.6 billion rands to run clinics and there's no income for them. And with the reforms now, the National Treasury reforms, that says that which you get from electricity, ring fence it for electricity so that you reinvest it in the capacity to provide that service, including the sustainability. It means in the future we might not have an additional a bit of a surplus that we can use in other areas. In water, we're already struggling. That which we get from rainwater, we transport it to our communities. The cost is so much vis-a-vis that which we recover. And the waste, because those are the major areas where we get demand. Of course, rent, the rates are, I mean, we 68 billion budget, 9 billion come from the rates. Residents are already complaining. If we say they want to pay, everyone wants the value of the property to be higher so that when they sell, in their balance sheet, they are happy when the value is higher. But when we come with municipal charges on the basis of your property, people, they dispute, they fight. It's expensive to live in Ekurhuleni, it's expensive to do business and all that. But we must carry, I'm just relating some of the challenges, the pressure point, to say, even if you look at the reforms, which we've embraced, we're already running with the reforms in terms of what needs to happen. However, it must be understood that in as much as we go with these reforms, the challenge is that we would not be able to carry some of this cost into the future. That's why we can now employ new nurses. There's about 97 clinics, and I think a small portion is taken over by the province already. Bigger numbers are still sitting with us. Now, to put medicine to actually and so forth, and I'm mentioning one, there's a problem of human settlements and hostels. And we are engaging with the province to say, we are expected to run, including national, we are expected to run with some of these services.
Can
And I was
please
just expanding on
interject,
sorry.
Are you saying the clinics falls under the metro?
We built the clinics over the years, state of the art. Of course, there's a SLA that was entered into. Please, for whatever that you do, you'd be able to recover. But what we recover after 1.6 billion, and I'm sure MEC in our local government turnaround, we've had this conversation, it's only less than 200 million. And we've got 1.4 billion that we must cover. So we are talking about unfunded mandates that we still carry in the area of human settlements, in the area of sports and recreation across. Youth, they expect us to come on board. And the pressures is that we can't be charging for some of this, but where do we get our money as a local government? We get our money from that which our communities pay. National government, provincial government, they don't have to struggle with 5 people that they must pay. You go to those who work, you collect, whom our communities are already contributing. But I'm sure it's a debate for another day, but we must register it when we say our communities, when you go to them, already they've been taxed. We must also collect what we must collect, but we're expected to offer across. As a mayor, communities, they want everything from you. And of course, there's DDM and all those platforms where we're expected to provide security, EMPD, the expanded of the metropolis is beyond just enforcing traffic enforcement, of which the money, it is still contested that we collect there. Yet we run state-of-the-art licenses and all that. And what does National do? They bring only the paper, the face value, but we bring the people, we do the entire service. And but the money is contested, is taken away and all that.
Okay.
So I was just expanding on the funded mandate because it's an area that we're passionate about. There's just 2 areas.
Sorry to interject on you as you wrap up on the responses. And there's also a question about the windmill park, which is also not answered.
Yeah, there's a number of them. I've noted them. I'm just going to try and run them quickly. The issues of repairs and maintenance, and I know the emphasis was on water. We are a champion in Gauteng because we've been able to run a very robust water demand management and water conservation programs. We've reduced the water losses. We're now targeting to sit at below 25%. We're utilized by the minister. Our MEC leads that area quite well. But what does it mean? We still have challenges with water leaks, sewer blockages, which our communities, they expect us to attend to them. And we must indicate that the money that we spend now on repairs and maintenance, we're sitting at 6% now, 6.5%. So the target, National Treasury set it at 8%, but we've been able to increase it now with another 400 million, including the electricity issues. 12% is the target, but because of some of these challenges, it has taken up to about 15%. But I must indicate why we're saying it has been resolved now, because we've been able to reduce the losses from 29%, if you look year on year. That financial year, when we started to uncover this problem, and in this financial year, the results that we just released were sitting at 15%. So we're well on our way. With the Q1, Q2 results, we're certain that would have turned around the corner in that area. The issue of vacancies, we've got competent HODs. The media that says we do not have capacity and all that, competent, qualified, and the CFO is a chartered accountant across all our, what you call, in the Department of Finance. I'm sure we've got over 4 or 5 a chartered accountant directing different functions. the engineers, competent engineers. I mean, some of the media just recently, when we employ Dr. Stephen Gobeni as a head of human settlements, quite competent, but someone writes that we are not employing competent people. And the city manager that is outgone, a doctor for quite some time, we're out in the market now. We're finalizing the process to acquire a new city manager. The institutional review, COCTA says to us, there is an institutional review, which is a directive, which we've done so well. So it meant that at a particular time, we must observe the process to finalize the institutional review. We've been able to reduce our departments from 23 to about 13. Now, you can't then, at that period, when we are busy with that institutional review, still be expected to fill up that post. For instance, roads and transport, we had to put them together, match them, and create one department. And it's an instruction from COCTA. It's a directive that we think we've done it so well. But of course, it meant that there will be a delay, because you must wait for this one's contract and that one's contract, because we've been running on contract regime for quite some time. It comes also this thing of saying permanence, where we are expected to permanent the HODs. But how do you permanent them while you are not observing this transition? That you must finalize the institutional review, but we must also look at what is it that we cannot permanent a person today. Tomorrow you are expected to actually save in terms of having the many departments. Now I'm just raising it. If you look at community services, in a metro, we usually have a head of health, we have a social development, we have a head of sports, arts and recreation, we have all these heads. Now we're putting them together, we're creating what we call a community service. Now it's a new thing in a metro because it's quite a complex municipality. In a smaller municipality, it's easy to put this expertise and that expertise and produce one function. Now, what is community services in our? We try and package and say, but what type of a senior official are we going to get from the market? What is it that is closer? So it's actually a process, but we think it's a process that we've done well, and there should be no reason that this, say 40% of senior management in Ekurhuleni is vacant. It has never been. Including now, we've got about 3 head of departments that we're finalizing. The other one, waste, which has been affected by the metro trading reforms. We had to repurpose it, or do some changes there. The reason for non-achievement of clean audit in 2023-2024, I think I have been now at the helm of this function. I know that we are well on our way to the clean audit. I know that the various measures that we've introduced are taking us there. I can go back and talk about my predecessor or my other one and ask them, Mayor Ngotwan, what happened? Mayor Campbell, because before then, I was a finance MMC, just before 2011, we had the clean audit. And that is why I was saying some of the systems that we had in place, we know them, but we are now restoring them to actually get the city to function again. The last part I've been trying to check, because I know something that has been raised with me as an inquiry about Windmill Park. So I've been trying to check, Chair. I know about it, so most probably I'll just need to check, because the Ekurhuleni Housing Company, they are responsible for certain function, but they take certain things to our own human settlements department to lead them, because the component that they perform is only social housing, but it's part of the broader human settlements package. So I'll have to go there, Chair, and just make a specific follow-up on that. But it is something that has actually been raised before us. We're mindful of processes to approve developments, whether it's for social housing or for economic development, and there's an area that we're looking at to actually unlock. We've put up a measure now, an oversight called on DFC. DFC is the Development Facilitation Committee. We've now set up a mayoral oversight committee over those developments to ensure that developments, if an investor goes to city planning to put up an application for development, it does not sit there for a longest time. And this includes all the relevant approvals, and I'm sure this is one of those cases that we have to look at so that all these issues are approved and are approved on time. I'm not sure if we've answered all the questions. If there's any.
Yeah. Okay, you want to finish off? Yes, yes.
No, thank you, Chair. No, Chair, I'm troubled by some of the responses. One, the response that says clinics are not within the full control or mandate of the municipality. Yet they have built the clinics and they even hire staff. Now I'm asking myself, if then maintenance doesn't become part and parcel of that clinic, what happens to a woman who needs to give birth and there's no water? And then you are told no, because these are nurses and doctors, or the only thing they know is a pill and writing a script. They have nothing to do with a tap. Yes, they will not have anything to do with a tap, but a maintenance guy comes with a clinic, is part and parcel of the structure of a clinic. A watchman is part and parcel of the structure of a clinic. So what then becomes a remedy of those situations? Because if a door is broken, that means that medicine is going to be left there with a door that cannot lock. If there is no water, it means the patients cannot be treated. What becomes an immediate? I'm not talking about the skills and the expertise of the people that are in a clinic. I'm asking about the maintenance of the clinics that should be offered, and they are not there. And the clinics cannot therefore function and give the services to the people. The second part again is on the unpaid invoices. Yes, the invoices, they may not be meeting the criteria to be captured or whatsoever and be returned. But here is a protest of people who do not have their dustbins collected.
Okay.
Because that's not paid. And can we get a clear answer as to then what do we do?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to the next question.
Shortly. Oh, no, it's coming. Just shortly.
Yeah, this is hijacking, right?
No, shortly, Chair, through you. I think firstly the issue, well, I'm answered most of my questions, just one or two things, shortly. Shortly, the issue of 40% of vacancies in senior management, the AG highlights it in your MFMA report. Secondly, on the issue of asset management, CFO, I think my answer worries me, your answer worries me a bit, through you, Chair. Because AG as well highlights that you have problem with asset management. I do understand that, especially with accruals, usually municipalities would not afford to have that skill in the house. But in terms of asset management, I believe that you can do better. Given that besides you would be having biological assets, of which I doubt you have. And the issue of indigent register, I just did not capture your answer on that. Thank you.
All right, let's deal with the others.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the delegation. Kwenza Madlala from SCOPA. I want to first make a follow-up on the issue of the city manager.
When is the appointment expected to be made? My understanding is that she was going on retirement in August. So it's not an unplanned exit. We could have advertised in April or, before time. I just want to know where exactly, at what stage are we at? I know that we're told that it is in process. But also I just need clarity, or maybe to be educated on the special leave, because I understand that she was placed on special leave. On what legislation did council rely on in imposing a special leave? And I've found that in most instances, authorities avoid placing people on suspension and give them special leave. Whereas my comprehension is that it is employee initiated, a special leave, and at the discretion of those in power, then they may grant or they may not grant. However, if there are allegations involved, there must be prima facie cause for a case, or whatever the case, a preliminary investigation, and it is suspension. So I just want to understand what regulation was relied upon in deciding on a special leave as opposed to a suspension prior to the retirement period arriving at. The other issue I want to check is in relation to the allegation that there are some other officials that are facing criminal charges. What is happening in terms of internal processes about that? If that allegation is even correct within the municipality. I also want to understand the issue of restructuring, which then creates a challenge in terms of filling certain posts. The AG says due to insufficient funds, the municipality placed a hiring freeze on non-critical posts. So that reason is insufficient fund, not the restructuring, which the AG places. If the AG is accurate, I want to understand on the determining factor of these non-critical posts. Because some of the posts that are not that remain vacant are in the finance unit. But also, in terms of now the labor relations provisions, what happens to the duties of those people that are placed, whose posts are freezed? Are they then given to other employees at an additional review of their JDs or at some compensation? Or and what if we can live without them? Why are we freezing them and not just cancelling them altogether? If it is the case that we believe that we can survive without them and the employees can still perform and get compensated accordingly, and all functions in the municipality runs
Let's round up
in a manner that is expected. The last question relates to allegations of corruption and political interference on the Lupot housing project. I think you'll forgive me if I get the spelling or pronunciation wrong. I just want the take of the municipality or the explanation of the municipality around those allegations of corruption and political interference in that housing project. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next question.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning to the Ekurhuleni leadership of that municipality. My name is Nombiselo Sompamasiu, Honorable Sompamasiu from Cocta. My question will go to the MM and the mayor. In my disposal, there is a letter from the Minister of Cocta where there were issues involving the appointment or the process of appointing the CEO, the CFO, Mr. Leruka. There were councillors who were sitting there, more than 3 councillors. So can you take us, I think you know the content of the letter, so may you please tell this committee, why did you ignore even the regulations that guided you on how that process should unfold? The second issue is allegations that 2021, 2022 bonuses were not paid, but 2024, 2025, 16.9 million was paid. Can you maybe elaborate to us, tell us what happened? And then to the Speaker of the municipality, just wanted to check if with her or with him, the stability of the council, are they sitting, and is there oversight of the chairpersons of portfolios? And also to the Mayor, I'm worried about the issues of the service delivery. Maybe the MM can also explain to this committee how many employees do you have in the Ekurhuleni municipality? Do you have a challenge of ghost workers in that municipality? And lastly, as this committee, we have encountered a lot of, when we've been doing oversight, that most of the budget goes to the security companies. Is it in your municipality, do you have that story also? Maybe you can tell us, if you have a security, how much are you paying per month? Because we have encountered that most of the budget that came in the municipality in terms of the revenue income goes to paying the security. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please respond to that.
Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks, members, for the questions. As far as it relates to the number of staff we have in terms of the approved structure, we roughly have around 20,000, and out of the 20,000, those that are appointed is 15. Vacancies are 15,000. Vacancies are sitting roughly around 5,000, which gives us a vacancy rate of 26%. And in terms of the rent values, as far as it relates to the employee cost, is sitting at around 13 billion, which represent 20% of the total operating budget, which is within 30% of the national treasury. So, and as far as it relates to the issues of security, one of the issues that we have taken, because one of the risks we have identified as a municipality as part of our strategic session, was the issue that we have actually, in most cases, outsourced the state capacity to contractors. And then we took resolutions that we need to capacitate the state by insourcing certain issues that relates to tenders. One of the issues is the one on the security, where we have passed, even in the budget, we moved funds that were sitting under contracted services to the employee cost so that we are able to appoint, start insourcing the security. It also goes with the issues of the cleaners to deal with the insourcing. It also goes even on the waste, because we have realized that when we have a dispute or a challenge in terms of the waste, the service providers tends to stop working, and it affects our relationship with our residents. We also took certain funds in terms of buying waste compactors. In the previous financial year, we bought 10. In the current financial year, we are projecting to buy 20. And over the MTREF, we need to have a brand new compactors that will amount to 80, because we need 80 compactors to be able to deal with the waste issues. So those risks we have identified, and from the budget we are dealing with. Then, as far as it relates to the issues of the invoices, we take the concerns as raised, and as we have indicated that as a CFO, I have a target of paying at least 80% of our invoices within 30 days. Is part of the KPIs of the institution, and we have achieved that. And even in the AG report, we don't have. Obviously, there will be those challenges that we deal with. Then, as far as it relates to the asset register, an asset register of a metro is a bit complex. You will see that even in terms of let's just take the road network. How complex is it to deal with the issues of useful life, impairment, and all of that? You require technical people to ensure that your asset register has integrity. And I can tell you, for the last 5 years, I've been there in the institution for 6 years. We have not had any finding as far as it relates to the asset. Our assets have passed the test. You can see even in the AG report, there is only one finding that prevented the city to achieve clean audit, which is on the supply chain. Then, in terms of the issues of the indigent register, we have two. We have the approved indigent process, and we have the one on the deemed. The one on the deemed is based on the property value. Those ones, they don't need to apply. as we do the property valuation, then they qualify automatically. It's around 600,000 value, and the others then they will apply based on the strength of what we have provided in the policy. And we know in the province they want it to be reviewed annually, that every year they must come for reapplication. In our policy, we left it for 3 years. We believe that the 1 year is bit administrative work. We are still engaging with them in the process of IGR. Obviously, we work with AG. AG have other tools where they identify what a person that we don't have. Hence, we always maintain the good relationship. As and when they identify issues, we deal with them. Then, as far as it relates to the issues of the bonuses, I think to date we paid the bonuses that relates to, if my memory serves me well, but I will look at the financials. I think we paid the bonuses that relates to 2021, 2022, if I'm not mistaken. I think we are left with 2 years. Bonuses in the financial statement, we are accruing them in line with the contract. But the payment, then it comes with the liquidity position, because these are only bonuses for senior management. So if we see that we have collected and the strength of our financial health are solid, then we can release it. But we put it as a provision in the financial statement. And the other issues, EM, I think they are for you. Thanks.
Just before you pass, just quickly so I can follow. How bonuses are being paid for senior management. That's what you're saying?
Chair, I'm saying, maybe let me just explain it, Chair, so that we follow each other. In terms of the section 56 employees, which are HUDs, they sign a performance agreement, and at the end of every year, they get assessed whether they've met the KPIs in terms of what they've achieved.
Fine. I'm asking a simple question.
Yeah.
We're paying bonuses to senior management.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then the next question is your vacancies. You said your establishment is 20,000.
Yeah. Yes.
When your vacancies?
Vacancies 5,000, roughly around 5,000.
5,000.
Yeah.
And how many of those are in the senior management?
Currently, in terms of the HOD, we have 3 vacancies, if I'm not mistaken. It's the COO, it's the head of business unit waste, and it's the community services. So those are the 3, and the 4th one is the recent vacancy of the city manager. So those are the 4 vacancies.
4 out of how many?
Out of 13.
13.
13.
Okay. And then the other
if you count the city manager, it becomes, if you count the city manager and the COO, it becomes 15.
15? Yeah,
the total top structure.
So the last question is about the indigent register. How many families are there?
In terms of the current figures we are having, they are sitting just above 200,000. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Then in terms of the deemed, then the one that are approved are around just below 50,000. When we combine them, they are less than 300,000, because we have a deemed, which is based on the property value. If your property value is below 600,000, we deem you as an indigent. You don't need to do any application. Then there are those that their properties might be more than 600,000, of which they qualify on the strength of the requirement of the. Those are the ones that they must come physically to submit applications. So I think we're around there. We are sitting at around 50,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. Let's proceed with the responses.
Yeah. And the issue of the indigent, just a method to qualify who is poor is always a complex one that we continue to review in terms of what are the different thresholds, the salary, but also the value of the property. There are areas that we think we do need the portfolio committee to assist us with in relation to the Justice Department. For instance, for you to go to access the master of courts, because in our townships or majority of our population, they don't do wills. And this is a very big problem for us as a municipality, because our relationship that we have a relationship with the household. And the household owner is the one who's got the title deed. Now, and that's how we recognize you, that you are a household owner. You come, you register, I'm now the owner of this property, and so forth. We then contract with you. But because in the old townships, the parents, they are late, some they've moved back to Emakaya and all that. They leave people who must actually now are those, they become family houses. Then there's no structure of engagement, because for you to access anything with the municipality, it must be on the basis of a household owner. And this is legally, because if you don't approach it in that way, you enter into family squabbles and issues and. Okay. So why am I raising it is because it then becomes a problem for people to access, to be legally recognized as an indigent if you are not a household owner. But there's another mechanism that we then create, that go to the master of court and then get a letter of authority that authorizes you. But the threshold in terms of legal services there is set by justice. For if your property house is under 150 or the threshold or 200, you can access that service for free. But if your property house is higher, you need to get a lawyer. Okay. Now, many of our communities, they don't have what do you call it, and the properties are way above. I mean, an RDP house today is above 260, depending where you are. In Tembisa, could sit at 350, in Tsakane could be lesser and all that. So I'm just raising it because it's a serious issue, and I think if you can assist us that it gets looked at, it will go a long way. Now, okay,
let's finish the rest of the question.
Yeah, the issue of when we've now advertised, the advert has closed. It closed on the 28th for the city manager. It closed on the 28th of August. We are now left with the other processes to shortlist, to vet, and then to finalize the appointment. We do think if everything goes well, we should have finalized in the next 2-3 months. In fact,
did we respond to the ghost workers?
Yeah, I think you did, but we can.
Okay, no, proceed. Then there's the issue of the letter from Minister about the CFO.
Yeah, we're going there. I'm still.
Yeah, let's try and focus. We're trying to.
Chair, I noted the sets of questions that were raised, but the advert is on. So the other one is that due to we create an organogram. Chair, we function on the basis of the institutional established structure. But the structure is not something that you do every day. The structure for 20,000, 24,000 employees was done between period 2016, 2017, 18. But the conditions today, in terms of filling up one funded vacancy, it might be different, to when the structure was actually approved. So we just wanted to answer, because there was a strong feeling to say you've got an established structure, so by all means. So the structures are a living, tool that guides us. that actually must also be responsive to the conditions on the ground in terms of what then becomes critical, which is on top of your priority, and what then becomes the less critical. And that is because of budget consideration, because that which we plan as a 68 billion is not money that is there. It's subject to us to collect it from the ratepayers. So there's always that one reality. So the letter from the minister on the strength of, on the CFO, we have written back to the minister. And I must indicate that the CFO is a qualified chartered accountant. He has been the CFO for 6 years. But even before that, he has been from AG, he has been with us now for 14 years on various roles, for almost 10 years on various roles. So we did write to the minister, and it was agreed that an IGR process is the best process, and an IGR meeting was actually set up. We're expecting that IGR to actually provide a leadership as opposed to a legal route.
The minister is following the route in terms of government policy. So what is your letter to him? What are you asking him?
We acknowledge the letter. We then...
what do you say in the letter?
We were asked to explain. We did explain. And then that process was then subjected to, for instance, one of the arguments is that the position of the CFO must be permanent. And when we write back, we then indicate that we are busy with the institutional review in terms of the permanency regime. We are directed by COCTA to reduce our position, our departments from 23 to, in fact, the directive was straight in terms of the prototype. Let me just quote what comes from the staff establishment that comes from COCTA. It says, the prototype, we expect 10 people that must report directly to the city manager. And we then explained that our own institutional review was only adopted and finalized in December. So anything before that, we could not have introduced and did it on a permanency regime, because it would not have been possible, because once you permanent a person, tomorrow we are saying we are reviewing you, it will mean there's cost associated with that. So we explain all those aspects in the letter. So the IGR process was what was advised as the best platform to actually resolve the issue.
Okay,
and that IGR said...
Who advised? Are you saying you were advised? I'm asking who advised?
I'm saying we wrote to the minister.
Yes, I've heard that. I'm saying you wrote to the minister, then you have now been advised. I'm just asking who gave the advice?
Yeah, but in our interaction with the minister, including the MEC and the minister, because we do interact, it was then because we were then required, please write back and explain yourself. We don't write to the MEC, and from the MEC it was then returned to the minister. And of course the meeting was convened.
Now I'm asking who advised?
We agreed, let me say it like that, we agreed that an IGR process is the best process.
Who agreed with? You, Mayor, agreed with who that the IGR process?
Say it like that. We agreed that an IGR process is the best process.
Who agreed with? You, Mayor, agreed with who that the IGR process?
Minister agreed on that approach.
The three of you?
We advise one another, yes.
Okay. All right. There's an inaccurate statement. That's a problem in this thing. When you say the IGR is the best way, better than the legal route. Now, it creates an impression that there is a law and there is something else. So that is not a correct way of putting it, because
Maybe let me rephrase
Can I
it,
finish? Can I finish? Because the impression that you are giving here is that there might be something wrong, but don't take it through the legal route. And I'm just saying that the way you are putting it, that's why I'm asking who was advising. So if you are, what you are telling us, there was a letter from the minister, you have engaged the minister, you are going to take the matter on in an intergovernmental process. If you say so, don't create an impression that the legal route has got a different outcome to this route, because everything here is supposed to be legal. That's the point I'm trying to make to you. That's why I'm asking who's advising you, because you mustn't live here with different impression. It was a simple issue we're asking. How far is that process? If you say you have written to the minister and you have agreed with the minister on a process, intergovernmental relations process, we leave it to that. The MEC is going to come back and give us a report. That's fine. We can move to our next question.
No, thank you. Exactly that, Chair, that the meeting did sit, and then it is going to be reconvened again to look into the into all our matters. And I must indicate, Chair, we are getting advice from COCTA on the many aspects, including our processes of finalizing the appointments of the outstanding HODs, which were now advertised on permanency and all that, because the other processes have actually been done. Including the issue of the city manager.
Just as a matter of noting, if you have got a letter from the minister as it stands, for us, that's where the issue is until the letter is revoked. If it's not revoked, everything else it means you have still not acted on the letter. That's how the thing works. So when we're trying to get those details, it's because when we meet with the minister, we'll raise this issue with him. What have you done now that there's been no response to your letter? And the minister must have revoked that letter. Here's the last letter. If he hasn't revoked it, the municipality is in default. That's how we look at it from our side.
We note that, that is why we're now emphasizing that even the other functions that we've advertised, they are now in permanency, the issues of the panels, they are as per the guidance from COPTA. The last issue, Chair, that was raised is a report corruption. And I must indicate that Newport is part of the mega cities, the mega human settlements that we have in Ekurhuleni. It's amongst the 16 mega human settlements, and then it's various stages and allocation of houses in the other units they've actually started. It is not is meant to accommodate the communities of Reiche Park because of proximity and other communities. But there are other communities who are in Gauteng who are also expected to benefit from that development. And I would not be sure about the corruption, but when the ward council of that ward when they are not happy about the allocation and beneficiary administration, they want all the communities to come from Reiche Park. And the process of integrating that, you actually respond to human settlements across, it's what they're not appreciating from where I'm sitting. less than specific issues, but it has been largely on the basis of political party affiliation and makes it a political issue than being an issue of housing allocation and how beneficiary administration is being managed. Chair, thanks.
I still miss the response on the coast workers. I don't need whoever, it doesn't have to be mayor. Someone who's in the administration.
I did not get a question very well, Chair. From where was
I thought you said you noted the questions.
Yeah, no, not very. I'm just asking because we do not have ghost workers, and there's various audit that I know HR they've actually been doing, as if there's a program to do audit in all our departments and various depots to actually ensure that the people who are on the payroll are people who are physically in the various departments and various depots and physically there and doing the work. But in terms of the technicalities, you can come in the.
No, if that's your answer, you don't know if ghost workers have done audits, we leave it at that. We'll pick it up from a point of if there's additional information from members. That's the question that we're asking. Let's take the follow-up question.
Thank you, Chair. I think the question of the city manager, if I had the response was that it's on advert. I'm not sure if I got the response proper. All right, I want to check when it was advertised because like I'd indicated, it was a normal retirement. So I would have anticipated that we would have advertised around May or because we knew that end of August, we were going to have a vacancy guaranteed. So I just want to understand that process. And I think advert lasts for 2 weeks. So probably it was advertised in August at the, when we know the employee is leaving. That's the first part. The second part related to the relied upon regulation to take a decision to place the city manager on special leave. I needed to understand that and be educated around it because it's a concept that I don't understand. Also, my question on the freezed post, I did not get just a short response of whether we believe that we still need them going forward. If we can freeze them and leave without them, why do we not rather include them in the restructuring and eliminate them? Otherwise, sitting at 40%, at about 5,000 vacant posts is quite a huge number. Thank you.
All right.
Oh, thanks, Chair. I think my honorable have covered me in terms of the 5,000 posts. And just to make a comment to this team, Chair, please don't run around the bushes when we're asking you questions. Just go straight to the point and tell us the answers that we are expecting from you. Because what we are doing is wrong. Really. Mayor, what we are doing is wrong. Just go straight to the question, answer us, is this happen, yes or no, and elaborate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just a follow-up question in terms of the position of the CFO. I understood the mayor saying they've advertised the post, or they're currently filling the post on permanent basis as advised. Can I confirm whether that also involve the position of the CFO or not? That's question number one. Question number two, in your input, Mayor, you've raised the issue of council reviewing the indigent policy. And you've also said that you wanted to put or to add more public participation. Does it mean that actually before, so there was no public or there was a lack in terms of public participation? And then you've also raised the issue of 365 million, some of the losses on electricity as a result of technical and non-technical. Can you also clarify that? The last question, no, you responded on the issue of companies, 15 companies and 6 companies that actually were blacklisted and reported to the Treasury. No, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable members, we're not taking a tea break. And members who wish to have some tea, please go over to the restaurant and you'll pick up tea and you can come back with it in your refreshments. Let's take Nkosi. Are you? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Morning to the MEC, morning to the Mayor and the team, and the colleagues this side of the House. I found a very interesting description by the Mayor of unfunded budget as being credible. I thought the two were mutually exclusive. Just a comment, I think it's been covered quite a bit, but that was not my understanding of unfunded mandate. But the question maybe I would like to ask, Chair, is how much does the staff owe you and how much do councillors owe in terms of the number? Secondly, I think that on this matter of killings, which unfortunately we're talking about 2 people already, whistleblowers, in your experience, Mayor and the team there, we know that that could have a very negative impact on whistleblowers. I just want to understand how robust your policy of protecting whistleblowers is. Actually, what is your experience since these killings happened? Because you know, with whistleblowing, there's always 2 parties, almost always. One internally or a couple internally and one outside, because the person outside could have never been involved in any monkey business without involvement from inside. So just how robust is your, and how do you think that this might have muzzled any effect of muzzling whistleblowers? Especially considering that Ekurhuleni, I mean, like many other municipalities we have established, is quite impacted by corruption over time. And then also the question which we came up yesterday as well, which has come up briefly here now, is really the degree or the level of politicization of in doing your job. I think it's very high at Ekurhuleni over time. Can you please just give an indication of the politicization? I mean, how much is it impacting or curbing you in doing your jobs? Because it has been very rampant there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We're going to ask you to take those questions. Once you deal with this issue of the whistleblowers, we had an earlier question about your manager's late Mafole, and you indicated something to the effect that there were more. So could you give us, that you can recall just now, or that have been attacked or assassinated? But we just want to know, do you know what the assassination was linked to? What work were they doing that was linked to the problem? You can respond.
No, thanks, Chairperson, and again, thanks, members for the questions. In terms of the indigent policy, it went for public participation. Is indigent policy forms part of the budget policies. So normally, we'll in March by law will table the draft budget, subject it for public participation, and it will include the indigent policy. And in May, then those policies with the comments from the public will come back, and council will make a decision. So the approved indigent policy was subjected to public participation. Then, in terms of the positions that have been approved in the structure, there are those that are critical, that at this point in time we are in the process of dealing with them. And those are positions that are central to the service delivery, especially on the service delivery department, on their energy and water. So those are the positions that we are filling, but also those that are responsible for the governance structure, either in legal or internal audit. Those are the positions that we are prioritizing. Obviously, we are prioritizing them on the strength, even though our revenue collection is 90%, but we are prioritizing it based on the liquidity position of the institution, because at the current moment, our cash balance is sitting at 1.2 billion. We don't have adequate reserves to go on a full-blown employment of all the people in the approved structure. I think the mayor has also indicated that the structure was approved in long time ago, before the COVID, that had an impact in terms of the reserves of municipalities. Also the challenges of the ESCOM in terms of the load shedding, they did have an impact in terms of our reserves. Prior to COVID, we had the strong reserves. We're sitting at above 6 billion. In terms of the bank, but through those challenges, those reserves get depleted, and even the liquidity as far as it relates to the collection rate. Then when it comes to
So how much are your reserves?
We have the cash balance of, like I've indicated, of 1.2 billion. Then we have investment of around in sinking fund of around 50 million, if I'm not mistaken.
650.
Yeah, I think it's around that figure. Those are investment in sinking funds.
Investment 650
million.
Yeah.
Cash on hand is around 1.2.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, proceed. Try and make your answers short and be direct.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Then in terms of the councillors that are owing the city, it's around 6 councillors, as disclosed in the financial statement submitted to the AG. And they make 119,000. That's the money that in total combined they are owing the city. Then in terms of the employees, I'm just getting the details, Chair. As they are asking other questions, I'll give you the exact amount in terms of the figures that our own employees are owing. I'm just waiting for the team to respond. And in terms of the losses on the electricity, we are sitting at 16.2. This is what the AG has reported, and out of the 16.2, 4.35% is a non-technical loss, which is inherent as you do distribution of electricity. It's inherent that you lose that, and it is making up of around, in terms of rent value, is around 858 million. And in terms of the non-technical losses, which is where our focus in terms of the strategy to deal with this thing, where there are areas that are metered, we go and we meter them. If there are leakages in terms of the billing, we go there, and if also it includes the illegal removal of the illegal collection. In terms of the rent figure, is 2.2 billion, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Chair, and I think the issue of, I did not quite get the the input on the unfunded mandate and unfunded budgets. So I was saying unfunded, our budget in the city has always been funded. We present them as credible. National Treasury confirm that, because every year after we've done the processes, we do subject them to that oversight from National Treasury, and to that effect we do get a letter. When we're talking about unfunded mandate, we're saying there is a certain work that we do that we do not get a revenue, a source of revenue. We don't get a grant. We're expected not to charge. For instance, the clinic services, we don't charge our communities when they come. Is part of the health program which sits in the province and national. While we've got an SLA that we must carry through, but what we get in relation to that, there's a huge gap. And I was expanding on that.
Wait a bit, Mayor. You're talking about unfunded mandate. The member commented about unfunded budget.
Yeah, I think that's why I was saying, because he made reference to mandate and then he made reference to budget. I thought I must answer both.
No, I think he made a comment. He didn't ask a question, but if you were to do it, we just do it briefly. The member says credible unfunded budget. That's what he heard, and he says those are contradictions. Now, you can just say, if you said it, yes, if you didn't say it, or you clarify, but let's not go to unfunded mandate, that's a different topic.
Okay, no, but we've confirmed that all our budget are funded. So how much does staff owe in terms of the whistleblowers and the policy protecting them, how robust it is? The head of the chief audit executive can speak to that. I know some of the aspects are covered in our risk management, which our chief audit risk would have been able to elaborate in terms of how do we manage those aspects. I'll go to the one that says politicization of our functions. And I must say that the mayor is appointed by council, but in executing my work, I must service the people of Ekurhuleni. We've appointed a mayoral committee that is composed of different parties, what we call a collaborative government. And as such, we always emphasize the non-partisan ship in us as a members of the mayoral committee in exercising our duties. I carry a responsibility to take the team along, and it requires a bit of coaching, it requires a bit of various engagement. But I must say that, Chair, we've matured in council, I could say, because in the advent of coalition, we've matured in terms of how do we manage, the coalition in council. The governance structure that we've adopted include us having a committee of what we call a joint political management committee for the parties that are in the collaborative arrangement. You can say coalition, but we refer to it as a collaborative arrangement because I am from the ANC caucus, but we can't govern on our own. We've got the EFF, which is in the collaborative arrangement. We also have the smaller parties, about 6 of the smaller parties. But what is important is that we must then have a common program that prioritizes our people, that is non-partisan. We must also make sure that the budget is funded, that as we do our outreach when we go out to service our communities, we do that in a non-partisan. When we say it's a service delivery Friday, like today, I am here, they are there, must go and join them. We expect all of them to be there while they run specific programs that are unique in water, they do, in electricity, they do, and so forth. But as they arrive in communities, we expect them to work with ward councillors, non-partisan, and service our communities in a non-partisan way. I think
that should suffice. Let's deal with the others.
Yeah, no, we did indicate the last one. I then made a reference that it is not only the auditor that has been, killed. There is a young man who worked in the supply chain, in the adjudication, was also killed. That is maybe 6 months before my term, my leadership. That there is the CFO who is sitting next to me, was also shot in the hail of the bullets and survived. So that package of a report is a report that we forwarded to the police, and the police, they are indeed looking at it, and there has been a leadership from the national police, including the premier, in terms of what needs to happen. So we are receiving the necessary support. I might not be sure about other officials who are facing who have done wrong things across. All the officials are subjected to, where there is an issue, we actually ensure that consequences, and we do follow up. And then the other issue was the issue of the advert was done. We could have done it earlier, but I'm not sure whether it's really beneficial for us to go back to say what has been happening. But I must say that the person...
Say what, sorry?
I'm not sure whether it's going to be beneficial to go back. I'm just sensitive.
No, to go back to what?
To what was happening in the environment. Because we are now forward-looking, we've advertised.
Which environment?
With the city manager, there was a specific question that was raised.
No, you don't charge, we charge.
Yeah, I'm just sensitive, Chair, about issues that could trigger and end up in the legal space. But let me go as far as I can. I will be careful.
No. We will ask the question. If we think that you shouldn't answer it, we will indicate. If we think you should answer it, you can stand there and say you're refusing to answer. That's different. But if we ask the question, if we think that question shouldn't be asked, we will answer, we will say so. So up until then, you answer.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. The member asked why you did not advertise much earlier. And I did indicate that I rely on administration to advertise. If the administration believes that there's no vacancy in the city manager post, and who's that administration? It is the city manager who is expected to advertise. And you understand the complexity.
There's nothing you have said so far. You have not said anything so far.
No.
The question is why did you... let's not play it like that. Just maybe straightforward. Why, these are the reasons why we didn't advertise.
Yeah, we could not advertise because the issue of whether there's a vacancy or no vacancy was not clarified.
By? Well, it was not clarified by who?
The mayor had clarity that there's a vacancy. There's a retirement, there's a vacancy. But the sitting city manager believed that he's got a contract that goes beyond, and therefore there's no vacancy. So we could not advertise.
So how did the city manager, when you said there was a vacancy, it was based on what?
Based on the Section 41 of the Municipal Systems Act.
Don't worry about the act. I want the action. The action. What was the event? What was the action that had happened that made the mayor believe that there's a vacancy? Something would have happened. It may have happened according to a particular section, but just that specifically.
The retirement of 65. The legislation is clear. When you reach 65, the first day of the month following the month you reach 65,
okay,
then there is a retirement, then it activates a vacancy. The member asked why we did not advertise much earlier.
No, we understand. I just want us to walk along together. The question was, why didn't you advertise much earlier? You say it was not clarified whether there was a vacancy or not, and I said, by who? Then you say, well, the mayor understood that there was a vacancy. So I say, when you believe there was a vacancy, it was based on what? Now, you are saying it was based on the fact that in terms of the law, at age 65, someone who's in underemployment has to retire. I follow that. Now, then what stopped the retirement at that age?
No, the retirement has happened, but we could only advertise once the retirement has taken place.
Mayor, what are you saying?
I'm saying we could only advertise. We could only advertise on the 1st of August once the retirement of the retired city manager has taken place. It means the city manager is no longer in the post, and with the new acting city manager, we could then advertise.
Okay, let's take it one step further, Mayor. Right now, who is in the post of MM?
There is no city manager at the moment.
There's no acting, there's no permanent?
There's acting roles.
Sorry?
There's acting city manager, yes.
And where is the one who was in the post?
She has retired.
She is retired?
Yes.
When did she retire?
1st of August.
So, how did she retire 1st of August? How did that happen? That there's all documentation done and then signed off and out of work?
Yeah, she has now signed all the documentation. And, yeah, she's...
So that issue of retirement is closed?
Yes, the issue of retirement.
And it's based on the 65 years?
Yes.
Okay. You see, when it becomes a bit of a problem for us is when you answer the way you're answering, and yet this date was known to be the date when the member was going to turn 65. So your human resource department would have then engaged the person and said, in August you shall retire. The advert will come up 3 months, 4 months before your retirement, or 4 or 5 months before, because we know you'll be retiring. You'll do the processes, interview, get a successful candidate, take it to council, everybody satisfied themselves that everything has been done properly, and then this gets done, say in June or July, everybody knows there is no vacancy until August. Now, in August, you've now, Mr. X, you've been shortlisted and you've been approved by council. You will be our next municipal manager. And on starting date on something, August or September, once the incumbent is retired. That's normal administration. The question the member was asking was, why did that not happen? That's the question we're asking. Leave the whole rest of the issues. That's what we're trying to get, because that's how we understand administration to work.
That is why, Chair, I said, because at the time, there was difference of opinion between myself us as a political leadership who believed that the law says you are retiring when you are 65, and the administrative leadership, and I don't want to make this to be about myself and the CM because it has been much publicized, but the administrative leadership believed that they are not on retirement because they've got a contract that was signed which takes them beyond the age 65. And they've also written to the minister to ask for a waiver and all that. So there's been those issues which then...
so when were those resolved? Because now she's gone.
Well, we have... They are now resolved. I mean, what is good is that they are now resolved. We had to firm up so that we make sure that we keep the city going and that there's continuity, there's no ambiguity. And there's been various engagement between the mayor and the city manager to manage that aspect. We can ventilate in greater detail, but I'm sure what is of good now is that there is clarity. We've advertised. We are now looking forward to secure the much needed skill to actually ensure that there is no vacuum in Ekurhuleni. And we've received the necessary signatures, so there is no longer a contention. Thank you.
Look, let me just leave it. Maybe the members will reflect over that. Let's deal with the freezing of posts.
Sorry, Chairperson, I did respond, Chair.
Yeah, okay, I missed it. Just do it straight, 1, 2.
Yeah, I've indicated, Chair, that we had 5,000.
No, that's not the question. I asked you the question of vacancies. You gave me 5,000. We passed. The member is asking, oh, okay, there were posts that you say some are frozen. Is asking the question, if they are frozen, why don't you just abolish them? Why do you think you need them? You have frozen them. Why don't you think you need them? Why do you think you need them, and why don't you abolish them? That's more the question now, beyond the 5,000.
Okay, no, thanks, Chair. Like we indicated, Chair, that the strength of our recruitment is based on the financial health of the institution. At this point in time, we can't go on a massive recruitment to appoint all of the 5,000. So we ask all the HODs to do a recruitment plan, prioritizing critical skills that will be necessary for service delivery, and secondly, to deal with the issues of governance. So those are the issues, Chair, at the moment we are dealing with. And the others, Chair, as the financial health of the institution improves, then we'll look on those issues, Chair. That's how we have approached these issues, Chair. So of interest, they will prioritize water, because it's central even from revenue and service delivery. Energy is also part of those that we are prioritizing. Waste as a business unit, we are prioritizing. And the others then that will be on the governance, will be on the risk, legal and internal audit. That those are the issues we are prioritizing at this point in time.
Okay, let's leave it. Let's just do one quick thing, Mayor. The advertised posts, is the CFO advertised there? You remember you said your matters with the minister. Is the CFO post advertised, or is the CFO post put on the permanent post? What was the status?
Chair, we've got a number of posts.
Don't do that.
No,
One, what it, just to, I want a straight 1-2 answer, that's all.
No, it is not.
That's it. We'll come back then. That's fine.
Yeah, maybe we can close it, Chair.
Okay.
We've got a number of posts which were employed before the finalization of the institutional review. And all those number of posts are posts that when they finish their term, which is what do you call it, active term, and then we'll then move them into the permanency regime. And as I've indicated, that the institutional review has been one of the massive exercises that we've been doing in terms of the organogram. So I was just trying to say is that it's not just the CFO, but a number of other functions that there's post the approval of the institutional review and the prior approval. And the post approval now, everything else now we do it because we know which post is permanent, which post required us to actually merger with another post, which department requires us to abolish.
Yeah, let's leave because you are explaining that. That's fine. I was just wanting a specific thing about the CFO because there's a matter around the CFO. The rest of the other posts, that deals with the question of freezing. Let's move to the next one. Which one are you dealing with?
No, thank you, Chair. I'm dealing with the one on the whistleblower, whether they are protected and what is our policy.
Sure, proceed.
Yes. No, we've got approved frameworks to deal with that, but to deal with the practicalities, we've got a service provider who hosts whistleblowing, and the reports comes directly to me in terms of dealing with the investigations going forward. So that's how we deal with it, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. The members can take that forward. Can we visit?
Thank you, Chair. I think maybe just for sake of clarity, I think I went a bit further to say, to what extent is this muzzling in terms of looking at how robust your policy is on whistleblowers? How far is it muzzling, potential whistleblowers in that environment of Ekurhuleni? And also I mentioned the element, Chair, of that has there never been a link, because I will doubt very much that to be the case, of someone inside, because that can only happen when there's someone inside collaborating with someone outside. Just comfort on that. Thank you, Chair.
Through Chair, we haven't seen a direct link. And with the things that has happened, we have left that to the police. So, but there hasn't been a link of a whistleblower that came to us and there was some kind of killing or something. We haven't seen that. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, in relation to the issue of the unfunded budget, I'd just like the member to just read the Auditor General's statement.
Thank you, Chair. It says the AGSA 23-24 MFMA report noted that the Council did not adequately oversee the budget prepared by the municipal manager and approved an unfunded budget, placing additional pressure on the municipality's financial position.
Sorry? That's page 129 of the AG's report. Okay?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Earlier, I think we tried our best to answer that question because it was raised much earlier. And I did indicate, Chair, that as far as it relates to our own understanding of that, Chair, is that we had an authorized expenditure that we indicated of 387 in terms of the access consumption. And that was our understanding of that, Chair. And I also did make reference, Chair, that when the MEC Maile yesterday was making a submission in terms of the municipalities that had budget that were funded, Ekurhuleni was part of it. But our understanding, Chair, because we looked at the unauthorized expenditure and maybe we thought it comes from that direction, Chair, that there's this excess consumption that the council did not budget for it. That was precisely in relation to that issue, Chair. But as far as it relates from provincial government, they've indicated that the budget is funded, Chair. Thank you.
Do we have the AG's office here? Oh, please come to the fore. We'll come back to the issue. Let's get the next comment. Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. My first question is on the ESCOM areas and the collection rate there. Will you be, sir, through you, Chair, can we ask the municipality to give us, within 3 months' time, a report on the water pressure project that you said you're going to implement there, to see what the effect would be on the collection rate there? Thank you. Then apparently there was a historical case of documents that disappeared before in the unauthorized fruitless wasteful expenditure before 2016, and the AG ordered the municipality or the MM to find those documents. Can we give us some information on that process? And it's also clear that most of the unauthorized and irregular expenditure is due to the supply chain management. Does the municipality ever consider tender meetings to be open to the public? Then there was also some corruption cases discovered. I don't know, was it by yourself or the AG, due to the electricity billing? And can you confirm that there is a possibility that if this process, all the investigations been done and the referrals be done, and you do due diligent consequence management, that there is a possibility that you can recover 22 billion rand or million rand? Can you just confirm whether that is true or not? Then also, I would like to know at this moment, is your internal controls, like the internal audit committee, your impact committee, your disciplinary board, in such a functional condition that you are able to pick up on yourself and identify corrupt or possible fraudulent actions and or unauthorized and irregular and fruitless expenditure? And then what is the timeline and the expected completion of the lifestyle audits that you requested on your senior managers and public representatives? And then I'm glad that you say you're focusing on water, because this one is coming from some of the residents. Central Bedford Bio has been without water for 3 weeks due to a program, the Signal Hill Reservoir. The reservoir hasn't been working since last year, November. Then after 10 months, it was finally reopened, but it immediately started leaking. The repair project clearly was not done correctly, and now we're told they need to do a whole new procurement process to get another contractor to fix the reservoir. It can't be that local government pay for major projects, and when they aren't done right, they have to pay all over again. This isn't fair to residents without water, and it's contributing to financial problems at these municipalities, which I agree with. My question to you is, what kind of processes do you have that make sure that the quality of the service providers is of such a standard that you don't have to pay again for the work that's been done. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Can we get the next, please?
Thank you. Thank you again, Chairperson, for the opportunity. I was hoping that we would have got the input from the AG, because I was going to raise a similar issue, but nevertheless, let's just go with the flow. Lots has thus far been asked and said. I wanted to elaborate on perhaps 3 points, colleagues. That is, regarding the supply chain and the evaluation of tenders, okay? So I wanted to understand, the bid committee. Do you have a transparent, open bid evaluation committee that handles and the opening of the tenders in public, or is it a closed process? Just wanted to get a straightforward answer on that, okay? And I wanted to understand the implementation, of course, of the specific HR policies and systems. I think the matter was discussed, but my question is again a very straightforward one. Why has the HR policies, why has this not been implemented or approved as yet, based on what I have read in the report? Okay? The performance management system, I think that came up, so I will not be repetitive on that. Again, I read and checked the sanitation, your sanitation rollout within the municipality is pretty problematical, and I think you must be aware of that, because currently your provision level, according to the report which I have checked, is only running at some 42%. Okay? And that's there. You can check it. Your smart meter system, I haven't heard much about the implementation of your smart meter system. The irregular expenditure, that was covered, Chairperson, so I'm skipping, I'm going fast as I can. I wanted to find out to what level and extent now in 2025 has your digitalization, your digital systems rather, progress, and at what level are you now with that, and where do you budget for that, where's that money coming from? And then finally, Chairperson, based on the little discussion that took place a few minutes ago, I get the impression, and I say this with due respect, Chair, that the CFO seems to be right now, in the absence of a city manager, seems to be the referee and the player. Who approves, who signs off, who does the buck stop with? Or is it always going to be a political decision in terms of what you sign off on and what you're not allowed to sign off on? Because I don't know, I just find it difficult to comprehend that the city of Ekurhuleni does not have a city manager in place, but the CFO takes responsibility for that. Then who takes responsibility for the CFO? I mean, how can you be the player and the referee? I don't grasp it. In terms of the MFMA, it's in total contradiction to the PFMA for the little understanding that I might have. So perhaps just a straightforward, honest, transparent answer from you, Mr. Mayor, and the CFO would do society as a whole some good. Chairperson, yeah,
okay.
I'll hold there. Thank you.
Thank you. May I just request the team from Cooperative, nationally, Provincial Treasury, to come to the fore. And we will then get to the responses, please. You've got the questions. If you can start the responses. Cooperative and Provincial Treasury.
Chair, no, thanks, Chair. The The bid evaluation committee is not open for public. Is closed at the moment. It's not open. We wanted a straightforward answer.
Sorry, CFO, when you first spoke, I had an issue with you and the mic. It's coming back again.
Is it audible, Chair?
Keep it like that, never drop it.
Okay.
It's good.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm saying in terms of the bid evaluation committee, at the moment is closed, it's not open for the public. We did, Chair, back then prior COVID, we did have the open bid adjudication committee. It was open, but during COVID and all, we never went back to that process. Actually, the issues of having committees being open as adopted by provinces, it was started by ourselves in Gauteng. But currently, they are not open, Chair. Then in terms of the provision on the sanitation, when you look at electricity and water, you're going to have lots of provision on water. And it's because in the ESCOM supplied area, for the longest time, we didn't have a measure to do credit control because the infrastructure of this connection sits with ESCOM. And they are focused on their own revenue. They don't care about the water supply, the sanitation, and the property rates. And to deal with that issue is what we have indicated earlier, that the water department have approved a water management pressure. I think one of the members here has raised that we need to provide monthly progress in the next 3 months, just for them to see whether is it assisting us to deal with those issues. And I will leave the other questions to your good self, Ian.
Yeah, I think there's a number of questions. The central Bedford view, we did indicate that the mayoral outreach team is out in Germiston, visiting various hotspots, service delivery hotspots, from the issues of cable theft in Wadeville, going up Primrose Hill. There's a lot of illegal tampering by households. There's a lot of overload, people who build backyard dwellers without necessary approval, without necessarily ensuring that there's proper capacity added. So all those things, they lead to the trips and all that, and results in the constant outages. We do think that some of the third-party interference with the electrical infrastructure, because it's so frequent it doesn't matter what type of deployment, we deploy IT to look into those, technology to look into that. We are now currently out to enhance the technology, but also the security, but it now costs us a bit of money to replace, but also to provide additional guards for that. So we're looking at that. We're also looking at the sewer infrastructure. And one of my plans was that we must conclude the day by going to the Signal Hill. And that is a project as part of the 1.2 billion investment that the city had done to build the security of water through building the reservoirs and the towers, about over 39 or so reservoirs that has actually been done, commissioned, and the majority of them are fully functional. In the area of the Signal Hill has been one of them where we then required a strict connection to supply the Bedford View community from rainwater, and then they were able to give us that straight connection. But sometimes when the straight connection is the one that passes, it goes to Joburg. When there's excess consumption in the low-lying areas, it then affects that area as well. So it's an area that we must go to and actually look at it The project is almost completion in terms of some of the remedial works because there was a leak. The leak that by now it's supposed to be, completed, and those are issues that we're supposed to oversight today, so that we can then give update to the communities of Bedfordview. The last area, well, we have not pronounced on lifestyle, audit. We're busy fixing, the basics, getting them to move, sorting out our finances, ensuring that we get all the systems to run. And I'm sure these are some of the additional issues that we must look into once we've cleared the issues before us. And I must say it again, the issue of the electricity billing, it is now resolved. We've went out, we've reported to council, we've reported to our communities that if you look at the financial year, the last financial year, which is the one that is under review here, 2023-2024, the variance on the electricity was sitting at 29%, which now has we've taken it down to 15.5, if you round it off to 16%. And historically, we've always, before the takeover of the ICT some of this function from energy to ICT, this function has always been sitting at about 12%. And historically, we've always ensured that we don't go. So it is a regress that we've now fixed. And we do believe that we'll continue to monitor this quarter to actually see how does it comes out the next quarter. So, but we're confident that at 97% of the reading accuracy, we now have all the systems under control. And of course, where there's issues of consequences, they will continue. Council, they said they want a full forensic over the systems and all that, and that work is ongoing. We will be then getting those reports. So that if there were issues of mismanagement, inefficiencies and all that, which are issues of performance, it's one thing. But if there's issues of deliberate, underhand, trying to defraud and so forth the system, then that will then, on the basis of the forensic, it will tell, and then the appropriate measures will be meted. But where we're sitting now, we are comfortable that this is a thing of the past, and when we start this financial year, we're starting on a healthy foot. I think. There was something about 2016 and so forth. We might not have a data going that far, sitting here.
In terms of the regular expenditure, the members have raised questions, and if you look at our balance on the fruitless expenditure, we're sitting at around 68, and that amount is historic. For the last 5 years, I've indicated we have not, and in the irregular expenditure, we're sitting around 1 billion. Out of that 1 billion, majority of it relates to transactions of around 2010, 2014. And those are the issues that are before MPEC to try to resolve. Majority of the people that were in the institution are no longer there. Those are the challenges we are faced, even retrieving of those reports that actually indicated those figures. So those are the issues that we are dealing with. But relatively, our figures as far as it relates to fruitless, wasteful and irregular expenditure is sitting at a reasonable amount. But our target is 0. And we have maintained that we want 0 irregular, 0 fruitless, 0 unauthorized expenditure. Then when it comes to, there was issues in terms of the governance structures. We have a full functioning MPEC. And I think even in the AG reports, if you look across all the metros in Gauteng, relatively by size and all, you'll see in Joburg, they're sitting above 20 billion. Swane, they're sitting at above 20 billion. We're sitting at 10% of their reported figures. Ours is around just below 2 billion. So that shows how effective MPEG is working. It's also showing how effective internal audit, the head of internal audit is here. We have a full functioning in audit committee. Majority of the reports that are approved by audit committee have been with no issues. Our financial statement before we submit to AG are approved by audit committee. They've never came with material issues, even performance information. So we believe that the committees, that there is a disciplinary board in place to deal with any financial misconduct. Then when it comes to one question was raised by the chair earlier, and I said I'll respond to it as far as how much is owed by our own employee. The total number of our employee that owes us are 1.1 thousand, and the total rent figure is 52 million, of which out of the 52, 10 million is current and 42 million chair is in areas. That is the figures that you asked earlier, and I said I'll get the responses. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe just two issues that we might have on the HR issues, the CFO, the referee, and the player. I must say that the council has delegated the mayor to deal with the issues of acting while he was still sourcing the municipal manager. But very clear framework that has been given is that those who act must be those who qualify, who meets the criteria, who could be, within. It means if an HOD or a divisional head can't act because they are at a lower level, and we've got. Of course, a number of other HODs in different departments whom we can, at any time give them a responsibility as and when, a need for a change arise. One of the need for a change could be a rotation. One of the needs for a change could be what is currently on the table. If it's a financial year end that we must close and all that, so it is a function that at this stage it's a temporary function, and that we should be able to resolve the permanent placement of the city manager. The last.
Sorry, who did you say is acting?
Yes.
Who is acting?
The
acting MM.
Currently, Kahiso, the group CFO.
Yes, the issue that the member is raising is not whether your policy for choosing the acting is a problem and whether there should be someone who's going to act for a short time. The issue is raising is a principle of what happens when somebody must oversee the CFO and the CFO is in charge. And therefore that means what should have been submitted for the MM to finalize will start from the CFO's office. He signs it, he goes to the next office, he receives it and signs it again. That's the question. So let's not go to why people act, what criteria we use for people to act, that this is within policy. Let's not go there. This is the issue the member is raising. You can just comment on that and then, just focus on that.
Thank you. I think we do take note. What I was trying to raise, Chair, is that across the environment, all the heads of department that are currently in place, they've got delegated authority to sign certain things. So it is not unique to the CFO, the head of water, for instance.
Can I stop you a bit, Mayor? You see, we are explaining your approach and we are saying we're not asking that. We're just simply saying you have one man who has an operational and a supervisory role at the same time, both combined in one person for purposes of oversight and transparency. What is your view on that? Now, don't explain about the others. Just comment on that and let's leave it. Now, so far your comment is simple. You said you note it. You see, that's all the comment you have made. If you say you note it, then don't explain the things we are not asking you.
No, I was just expanding, Chair.
No, don't expand. No, may I wait?
I take your guidance.
May I wait. You see, you have been called several times to say, just focus and deal with the issue. All right? Now, me and you are politicians. Part of what we have to do here is to express views and explain things and say what we want to say, not what you want to hear. This is different. Here you're going to answer what we are asking you, not what you want to tell us, what we need to know. So simplify it. If you got another comment beyond noting, then let's hear that comment. Don't say to me, no, actually I'm explaining to you this because we don't want to, we're asking for the third time. Don't go there. Just explain. Do you understand the concern of the member? If you do have a comment, you say you're noting it, close it. Don't go back because I'm going to stop you again.
No, Chair, I think I note the comment of the member. I was just elaborating, Chair, on the basis of...
That's enough. You've noted it, that's it.
Noted,
okay.
Chair.
Thank you. Can we move back?
Chair, the last issue was on the... How far are we to digitalize the city?
I'll give you 30 seconds for that one.
Yeah, no, we have adopted the approach to invest in the systems. One of the areas where we've put up a huge investment is on the service delivery dashboard, which monitors, the service delivery interruption, which tracks them, and we use that as a scientific data to tell you how many energy issues have been reported and how far have we gone to actually resolve those issues. It is now automated even on the phone. There is an app that backs it up. You can now open the app. If there's a pothole, you take the photo with GIS coordinates, it upload it, and then it send it to the call center, and then it gets routed to the depot, and an engineer is dispatched to the reference number. And once they've done the work, they then close that call. What we need to master now is when people close a call when they've not done the work or the quality of the work. And I think that's one of the areas where we get complaints from our communities to say, please perfect it.
Yeah, let's leave it at that. Can I just ask you a different question based on that? Have you had a complaint of tampering with information in relation to debts owed by particular citizens or institutions, which is done by members within your department, within your municipality, and what has been the situation with that, and how far has been that investigation?
No, thank you. That is part of the 2 billion losses. A component of the 2 billion, I'm sure about 273 million rands is out of tempering, rates clearance, accounts deletion, accounts manipulation. So it's part of the forensic, it's part of the actions that we've actually taken. Chair, thanks.
Thank you. Can we take the last questions? I thought we were covered.
Never, Chair. I'm going to try and compete with Honourable Menta and see if I can do 15 minutes. Yeah. Okay. All right. The first question is with regard to water and water pipes. I see that you've got over R1 billion worth of water losses in the municipalities. The questions I want to ask you, and you did mention the fact that your spending on capital spending, I think, was at about 98%, and your everyday spending was pretty much close to maximum as well. But I want to ask you two questions about water. What are the total amount of water pipes, the total length of water pipes in Ekurhuleni? How many 1,000 kilometers worth of water pipes do you have? And how many have you replaced in the last 2 years per year? Okay, so how many lengths of water pipes have you replaced? So I get the fact that you're spending a lot of money on capital, but what are you doing that's really useful? And I'm talking about really useful is actually renewing your pipes to get rid of those leaks as well. So I'd like it expressed in the kilometers of water pipes that have been replaced in the last 2 years. Okay. And then the second question related to a comment in the introduction, I think, by the mayor when he was responding to the chairperson. And the chairperson asked what the collection level was, and he said the aim is 90%, okay, which is very nice, but what is the actual? Okay, so over the last 2 years, what has been your actual collection percentage? And then the other issue as well, I just noticed that your audit outcomes obviously have slipped from being in the green now to, well, basically, I think with, you've got an unqualified but with findings. What has caused that, and what are you doing to get yourself back to an unqualified or a clean audit, so as to speak? And then just a final comment. You expressed happiness with the fact that you've got a coalition grouping, and that when you go out now and go and see your communities, that it's all very non-political. I mean, that's really what I would have expected you to be doing. That's actually what municipal government should be doing. You fight general elections, and then for the next 5 years, you actually deliver to everybody on a non-partisan basis. So well done, but it's almost like congratulating a fish for swimming. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and good day to everyone. My first question is with regards to the 2.4 billion that you said you are going to identify a private partner who's going to generate it. So my question is, what will be the focus area or focus areas of that private partner in sourcing that particular revenue? Because I think you emphasize that you want to get extra revenue outside the traditional municipal revenue. So I'm interested to know what would be the focus area that that private partner is going to focus on in order to generate this 2.4 billion rands. Secondly, according to the AG, on average, it takes you 62 days to collect revenue from your debtors. And it takes you, on average, 125 days to pay your creditors. And I think earlier, the executive mayor, I think, canvassed the point about the difficulties that you are facing with regards to the collection of revenue. And I think the CFO also, I think, raised a point with regards to the delay as one of the reasons for the delay in the payment of creditors, that you want to make sure about the correctness and the authenticity of invoices that are submitted in order to avoid audit query from the AG office in future. But I just want to check the correlation between the 62 days on average on the collection of revenue and the 125 days on the payment of your debtors. Because as much as there's a delay in the collection of revenue, that CFO, you indicated that you want to double check the documents, the invoices and everything, and the mayor spoke about the difficulties. But now 62 days versus 125 days. It means the delay, as much as there's a delay in collecting the revenue, but that delay is about 2 months. But the delay in paying your creditors is about 4 months. It means if a person submit an invoice today, which is the 5th of September, that person is likely to be paid on the 5th of January in 2026. So I'm checking the correlation between the two. See?
But now, let's close it.
Okay, the last point, Chair. The issue of the acting, of the CFO being the acting city manager. I think the mayor has indicated that the council has resolved that the mayor should appoint the person who's acting as long as that person qualifies. Just want to find out, Executive Mayor, on which legislative framework was the council relying on? Because according to our knowledge, it is the council that must appoint an acting city manager. You see, the council can't give the executive mayor a blank check to say appoint any person and then you can rotate them. Because the problem with that is that if tomorrow there will be differences between the executive mayor and the CFO, it means tomorrow the executive mayor is going to appoint somebody else, one of the HOD who qualifies, and next week if there are differences, the executive may change. So that's my problem with that. But secondly is that
you are now debating the matter. We have had the point. You have asked the question is in place. It was your last.
Okay, no,
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you. You covered, madam, for sure. Thank you. No, the gentleman. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. You know, sometimes you ask yourself, why are you here? You know, when I look at the MEC, that matter of the unlawful, which was declared unlawful, the matter between yourself and the seat of Ekurhuleni, now I understand why. Now I'm aware of that. It can't be that it can't be right that the accounting officer is a CFO. Let's be clear on that. It can't be right. You don't have to have a PhD to understand that. You are highly qualified. You are highly qualified enough to understand that. Even in the so-called Inenduna area where I used to preside, we are much better than that. Dokotela, I was somewhere as a Ekosini. We operate much better than this. It's disappointing, I must say. And for the CFO or acting municipal city manager, that is a legacy problem that there is 1 billion rand irregular expenditure. For me, it doesn't hold water. Because I was looking at all the municipality, particularly your municipality. Can you currently tell us exactly, in the last financial year, what is the figure, not the legacy one, and the fruitless and wasteful expenditure? Because these things are being done by our own people, chartered accountants, people who are holding master's degree. It's like when, I don't understand, how does this thing go up to that stage of being irregular? Perhaps for our people, not for us sitting here. I was in Jimiston, executive mayor.
It's 1 minute, 2 minutes.
I'm contemporizing it, Chair. I was in Jimiston. The foreign national have taken over that. What is your plan on that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one. You covered? Upumile? Oh, okay. No, that's fine, no problem. Can we deal with the responses? May I invite Treasury and AG to come over back again? I don't see them now. Please proceed.
Okay, no thanks, Chair and members for the questions. Chair, on the fruitless expenditure for the year AG audited, we had 0. And in terms of the irregular expenditure in the year in question, the total irregular expenditure was 32 million. That is the total figure that prevented the city to get a clean audit. But just for the committee to understand, if you look, for example, say, on the 1 billion, we break it down in years. Out of the 1 billion, 600 million, it relates to transactions that happened more than 10 years ago. That is what we are indicating. Then between 5 and to 10 years is around 233 million. In the last 5 years, the irregular expenditure that the city has incurred in the last 5 years is around 200 million. That is what the city has incurred. When you break down that's why in our issue we're indicating that issue. Then on the fruitless expenditure, out of the 68 million, 65 million, it relates to fruitless that happened 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago. And then 2.8 is what has happened between 5 years to 10 years. In the last 5 years, the city did not have any fruitless expenditure. Then, as far as it relates to the collection, our collection are averaging slightly just above 90% for the past 2 financial years. That is our collection. The other question, Chairperson, will request that we provide a written response. The one that it requires the total pipes network. It's highly for the last 2 financial years. It's highly technical at this point in time. We don't want to mislead the committee. Well, I appreciate the guidance of the chair to allow us to engage the engineers and provide a written response in that direction. And as far as it relates to the 2.4 billion, in terms of the revenues that are from the revenue enhancement strategy, one is the outdoor advertisement. If you look at the Joburg, their projected revenue around that is around 500 million. In our space, we are sitting at 100 million. So one of the strategies to leverage the airport and all of that, to expand on that. And the other issues are on the strategic land parcels. The government as a whole has lots of assets, including infrastructure that we are not using. There are private sector people that they want to take it and generate revenue. So those are some of the issues we are looking at. And in terms of the issues of the aging of the revenue and the aging of the expenditure, we are looking closely on those issues to speedily deal with these issues. Hence, we adopted the revenue turnaround strategy to come with this additional 2 billion that is outside the traditional revenue base, so that we are able to deal with the liquidity position of the institution.
Thank you. Just to close is that there's various initiatives that are outside of what is traditional, but we also invite the innovation across. As long as you are innovative, you are able to say, look, I can throw in this money at my own cost, and then we'll be able to generate so much revenue. Some that we're trying to perfect, whether it's issues of the billboards, whether it's issues of how do you fast track the approval, to unlock, developments and all that. So there's various initiatives that are coming up, and we are actually conservative when we project 2.4 billion. It's over 5 billion, but we said, because we can't now take this to the books until the probabilities we actually measure to say, we can, focus on the 2 billion and 2.4 billion in this financial year, and gradually as we recover, as those projects get to be implemented, we then expand on it. So council have delegated. I might have to just look at what is the legislation. Powers are for council, but council delegates certain functions that the mayor could be able to handle. And I must say, I've taken note of some of the comments that the committee they've actually mentioned. But a legacy of 1 billion in our environment, a 68 billion organization, where we deal with so many transactions and comparable to other metros of a similar size. Look at the Johannesburg, as don't want to refer to my colleague. I thought he's the mayor of Tshwane. You can look next door and look at what are the balances in terms of fruitless, unauthorized, irregular expenditures, and look what is the contribution that the city is making. And we're not saying the billion rand is small, because our effort is that we must take it below the billion. At some point, we had efforts to take it below the billion.
So why do you compare with them?
No, I was
we didn't bring them here because we didn't want the comparison. Why do you want us to bring them here?
No, but the member was saying the legacy, and I was just trying to say, but we've been making efforts, and I'm not saying we need to be praised for a billion. We must work harder to actually, if you look at the movements year on year, there has been quite extensive efforts to actually not incur new transgression.
No.
And I don't want to defend this
No.
CFO.
You mustn't argue with us like that, because there's not 1 cent that as National Assembly, we're a National Assembly, there's not 1 cent that we are empowered to agree that it should not be investigated. If the others have not, leave us to deal with them. We're asking about your billion. So don't bring the others in. Because if you do that, you're creating a sense to us that you're actually just disregarding because we think the others are worse. And that's the problem, because that attitude, it cannot be accepted. So address the issue, but don't make us feel like you actually don't care about this billion that we're asking you because your neighbors are worse. That's the problem. Okay, let's finish.
Yeah, I take note, Chair, and I take the input. We are really appreciative of the professionals that we have, in particular in the finance environment, that we've been able to recruit right. We went to AG, a senior manager, and recruit 10 years ago. And he went through our governance structures, he went through our supply chain, he got promoted to CFO.
So who is this? Who are you talking about?
The CFO. It's our pride.
What's the point of praising him?
We're praising because...
no, we don't require you to do that. You have appointed the guy. We haven't questioned why he was appointed. We simply wanted to know what was the issue with the minister.
I take note.
Now, once you do this, I'm going to ask you to stop the answering. Let's go back to a question that I asked. Okay, the issue that was asked by Nkosi says, you have made a statement of a credible unfunded budget, and that's a contradiction in terms. I then asked you to explain it. You then said you do not have an unfunded budget. You then moved on to explain unfunded mandate. And I said, don't explain unfunded mandate because we're not discussing that. We're discussing unfunded budget. Then you said, no, you don't have an unfunded budget. And I asked the CFO got in and said, we do not have an unfunded budget. Then I said, let's leave the issue there because that's your answer until we've got a different information, we'll come back. The reason why here we've been entertaining the issue of an unfunded budget is because on our records, that's what you have. So I asked the gentleman there to read the AG's report. And he read it duly, and you heard him say unfunded budget. Then the CFO said, no, we do not have an unfunded budget now. Then I called, I said, AG, please come over. So I have here Auditor General's office, the National Department of COCTA, represented by Mr. Kevin Chain, who is a manager in the DG's office, referred to me by the DG to represent the DG and explain everything that I need from the DG. Then I've got on the side the lady from National Treasury. So I've been asking them all to tell us, does Ekurhuleni have an unfunded budget? Did Ekurhuleni adopt an unfunded budget? So I'm going to start asking one by one to respond. Please take the mic and give us a sentence or two. Please introduce yourself. Leo mic. Please sort out the mic. Just introduce yourself, your position, and then just give us your brief description of what you're dealing with and explain, just answer the question.
Thank you very much. My name is Majaji Mashweshwe from the National Treasury. I'm the director from the unit called Local Government Budget Analysis. We are responsible for Gauteng Provincial Treasury and its municipalities. So we've had assessed the budget for 2023-24. So the tabled budget was found to be unfunded. Then the adopted budget was funded. But come the adjustment budget, the budget was assessed to be unfunded. So in 2024-25 financial year, the tabled budget was funded. The adopted budget was also funded. But the final budget, which is the adjustment budget for 24-25 financial year, was unfunded. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Chair, I've got nothing to add. I think my colleagues addressed everything. I think if you want to speak about the current financial year, for the current financial year, which is started 2 months ago, they tabled an unfunded budget, but they adopted a funded budget. And just to close that loop. Thanks.
You are not talking about the same financial year now. You are talking about future. Which year? Which year is this?
25-26.
25-26.
Yeah.
Let's get your comment.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to you and the members and to the city. My name is Msizi Mavundla. I'm the Deputy Business Unit Leader in the Gauteng Business Unit. Chair, it is correct that the tabled budget for 24-25, it was funded. Then the adjustment budget for 24-25 is unfunded. It is the same for 23-24, where the adjustment budget was also not unfunded.
Was also?
23-24, the adjustment budget was also unfunded.
Okay. Let's get your comments, CFO.
Thanks, Chairperson and members. Chair, yeah, I did, Chair, when you raised the question, I did also ask the audit manager because we work to get clarity in terms of where the issues is. So for 2023-2024, Chair, the budget that was approved by Council in May was funded. 2023-2024. The budget that was approved in the May Council of 2024 was funded, and I think both of ourselves were agreeing with them. And the issues that they are brought to my attention, based on what I've received from the audit manager, they are referring to the adjustment budget of 2024-2025, which is the adjustment budget in the current year where they are going to audit. We have never had an opportunity, Chair, to engage with AG or to clarify that position, Chair. In the screenshot that they've sent is 2024-2025. It's not part of the report that was tabled by the AG, because the report that was tabled by the AG in Parliament, it relates to 2023-2024 financial year. And the budget that was before council, May 2024, was funded, Chair. Thank you.
Let's go back. 23-24, the AG is talking about that budget, and they're saying what was the situation with that budget?
Funded, Chair. The question that they've given, the evidence that they've given me when you ask the question, because...
No, don't go there. I'm just asking. 23-24, you are saying what was the status of the budget?
Funded.
Adjusted?
The adjusted of 2023-24, funded.
And then 23-24? 24-25?
The budget of 2024-2025, funded, Chair.
Okay, I think it's important to note that the final budget in any financial year is the one that is final, and that is the one that is adjusted. So the adjusted budget is the final budget, because you table and you adopt in May, and then you adjust in February, January, whatever the case may be. That budget that you adopt in February, January of the financial year is the final budget. And in this case, both from National Treasury together with the COCTA analysis, and there's a letter that was in fact sent to the city manager for 23-24, the adjusted budget was unfunded.
Okay.
So the AG is correct.
Now, you see, CFO, we begin to get a problem in an issue we had not really been focusing on. The issue of the status of the budget cannot be misunderstood between you and Treasury and COCTA and Auditor General. And when we have a report here that said your budget was unfunded, you insist it was, unless you intend to just mislead this committee. Now we have to now deal with the misleading of the committee. That's not what we're discussing. We're just trying to understand what is it that you have. Now, all our reports are saying that that budget you're talking about was unfunded. The issues that are raised by the members, they are not agreeing with what you are saying. So we now have a problem if the CFO is the one who seems to be misunderstanding what is it that we are talking about. If this is what you explained to us, we wouldn't be here. You didn't explain that. Now, would I believe that you didn't understand it? The reason why I won't is because the mayor next to you has just been singing praises about the experience you have, which makes it difficult for me to believe that mistake was, that statement was a mistake. What it sounds like now is that you wanted us to have a particular version which is being contradicted. That is the problem now. But what we wanted to know, because what we're interested in here is funded budget or not funded budget. Now, we wouldn't have, there's not been an situation where we had to call all three of them to come and tell us exactly what is happening. It's only happening here now. Let me have your last comment and then let's close the issue.
No, thanks, Chair. At no point, Chair, was our intention to mislead the committee. If it came like that, I sincerely apologize, Chair. If my recollection, Chair, serve me well, and we can, Chair, if permitted, provide a detailed responses, because the budget that in question of 2023-2024, that was approved, was funded. When we went to the budget adjustment, we reduced the budget. We did not increase. So I find it, that's why I'm saying, if permitted, we can provide that. And the other special budget that will pass will be because of the reduction in as far as the grants from the province, but I mean the grants from national and the province, Chair. If I'm permitted, Chair, we can provide a detailed response on that. We never intended to mislead anyone, Chair. We will respond to the issues in detail to the Chair, if the Chair can permit us, Chair.
Okay. No, thank you very much. I think we'll take the matter out of your hands now. We'll bring it up with the MEC. Thank you very much to the team. You can get back to your places. Honourable members, I assume we've answered all the questions. Can we now move to the next? All right. Colleagues, let's start now. Let's start the process. Let's start the rounding up on this matter.
This one. There's two space.
We've asked.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So, first members, thank you very much for your reports and your responses. MEC, I'd like you to make your comment. I will then come. You have a choice whether you want to comment after I've finished, which you will still be allowed. You have outstanding comments which you wanted to share this morning, if you wish to do that. But I just want to do a summary of issues that I think must be tabled, and then you can close it at that. So from this process, our approach is this. We're going to request you to give attention to a number of the issues. And on these issues, we basically want them attended to and corrected. And on some of them, we need specific timelines. And those issues will be supervised by the MEC of Treasury and Cooperative in the province. What the MEC will then do, the MECs will deal with these issues. You will be submitting these reports to them, and when you do, if they are not happy, they've got to intervene, because when they report, the report comes to us, they would be including what action they would have taken to correct or act on those that are not the guidelines are not being met. So the first issue, we would like you to deal with the issues of financial management and control. Here, the one aspect that's important for us is for the council to properly oversee the budget. Now that comes from the Auditor General. We're not asking the question of whether we're doing it or not. We're saying you need to do it, and we need evidence that it's being done, so that next time it doesn't come back as an issue of a query from the Auditor General. Then we also need you to focus on the issue of debt management. Insofar as the Auditor General, when they looked at some of your debts, they said 75% of municipal debts appear to be irrecoverable. So that's why we would like you to deal with that issue. Now, the other areas is the collection and payments of debts. These are all part of the areas that we need you to pay attention to. And the last point on that is the issue of addressing unfunded budget. Now, because we don't like this argument between us and yourselves, we're going to take a different approach on this matter. We'll still nevertheless say no unfunded budget will be acceptable. So that's the one issue. I'll come back to that when we get to the end. The second aspect refers to the need for you to address outstanding audit issues raised by the Auditor General, and you need to focus on attainment of a clean audit. So that should be your next assignment. And on the issues raised by the Auditor General, they relate to service delivery issues. You've got them on record, issues of roads, potholes, electricity, blocked drains. The next aspect is ensuring the strengthening of the MPEC, that MPEC is fully functional and continues to work. Your view was that this one is working very well. We're making the point because at no stage should we be told that something went wrong on MPEC. The next one is the investigation of your unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and we believe that those issues need to be given the attention that it deserves, and that the investigations need to be done. And following from there, we would like to see consequence management, and this relates to what the reports of those investigations should indicate. The next aspect relates to filling of the vacancies. We went through those discussions, that you have certain vacancies on senior management, and from where we sit, Ekurhuleni is in an area where there should be an oversupply of professional services. So your lack of filling of the vacancies is a reflection on you, then there is a reflection of the paucity of skills or the unattractive environment where you are. So that we need you to deal with. But in the same vein, we want you to go look at the staff establishment. Members here believe you need to reconsider your 5,000 vacancies and decide whether we actually need them or they need to be abolished. Then you're going to help to provide us with the following issues. We need a list of violent attacks and assassinations of staff members who are associated with your municipality. In particular, that is for both staff and councillors, and also indicating the areas in which they are working and what's the progress on the investigation on those issues, on those attacks. The next issue is to provide us with service delivery plans that, one, address the issue of your water losses. There's a lot that you said about the water losses, and we just need to see your plan of how you are addressing that. You've got the figures. It arises also from the Auditor General, and it also comes from your reports. The other issue is that of providing plans for addressing electricity losses. We need to know the amounts, we need to know the areas where this is happening and what plans you have and what targets, what timelines have you got. Then the third one relates to addressing and giving us your plans on addressing the roads, the potholes, the blocked drains and refuse removal. These again, if you have those plans, we are sure that those issues won't arise from the audit opinion next time. Then the last group are investigations that we need to get reports on. The first one are the reports of employees facing criminal charges, and the status report. Give us a sense. This is in relation to your action against corruption. Employees facing criminal charges and status report. The next one, there is a specific one that was raised by a member here, where there are allegations of corruption and political interference in the housing project. The member will give us a name again. I just missed it as I'm recording. The next report, and by the way, all these reports will actually be sent to the MEC, and then we'll receive from there. Then the next report will be a report we'll get from the MEC that is on the issue around the appointment of the CFO, following on the letter that the minister had sent to Ekurhuleni, and all the engagements and the final resolution of the matter. And obviously, as I indicated, it should obviously be associated, if changed, with a revocation of the letter by the minister, so that we know what the final status of the matter is. There was also a request for a report on the debts owed to staff and councillors. We need a bit of broader information. You gave us 2-3 figures. We need a kind of sense of debt age analysis and kind of timelines as to which you are, reporting from. So we would need that report. Then we also need a report on your investigations on the allegations of corruption, on the involving tampering with the ICT system, account deletion and reduction of bills. That you already started, so you'll send us that report as well. The last one is to get a proper formal budget analysis starting from 23-24 to date, and that is going to be done by the MEC, and it will now, MEC, be linked with a rider of whether in fact there was deliberate misleading of the committee. That will be combined. Honorable members, I think we've dealt with this issue. We need to now move to the next municipality. So I want to thank you for your submission and your responses. You please understand what we are about is to address the issue of the culture of malfeasance, corruption, and the need to build a culture of strengthening governance, strengthening financial management and controls, and also ensuring that we avoid a further slide in the audit outcomes, and we really look forward to a clean audit for Ekurhuleni as we clean all of these issues up. Thank you very much. You are excused.
Thank you to members of the committee.
Sure. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Let's invite Merafong. Oh, I'm sorry. MEC, you want to talk now or later? Later. You're welcome. Sigwakola. Yeah, no problem. Let's invite Merafong and honorable members. Merafong, don't use our airtime to greet your friends. Nihlala nonke la eGauteng nina. Unanimemane ngama weekend ngizoxoxa. Let's proceed. Welcome Merafong, Honorable Mayor, and the whole delegation. We would like you to take the mic and address, introduce yourselves, and then you'll give us a 5-minute resume of the municipality. You are here meeting the committee of COCTA from National Assembly with the standing committee on the Auditor General and SCOPA. Although it doesn't look like, but we are here in partnership with the provincial leadership of the Provincial Assembly. We didn't have good attendance though from them. So we did have the Premier and MEC Finance yesterday, and for other businesses that has taken his attention, has delegated the MEC for COCTA to be with us. And so all the issues we deal with here, we deal with them with the provincial government taking its own responsibility over the matters. You are on the floor, and please introduce yourself and your team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to you, Chair, and the members of the Parliament, MEC. My name is Nozuko Best, the Executive Mayor of Merafong City Local Municipality.
Thank you, Chair, and the members of the committees. I'm Tulani Elvis Mpitigezi, the Speaker of Merafong City Local Municipality.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members, MEC, EM, and Speaker. My name is Thabo Moloja, and I'm the Municipal Council spokesperson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to honorable members, MEC. My name is Dumisani Mabuza. I'm the accounting officer of Merafong. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Mabato Meko, the Deputy CFO of Merafong. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone, Chair, honorable members, MEC. My name is Ntokozo Kubevu, the Executive Manager for Energy, Merafong. Thank you.
Chair, I would like to submit an apology for the CF.
Sorry, just a second. So, Mr. Tumisani Mabuza, you are the city manager.
Yes, Chair, I'm the accounting officer, the city manager. Yes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We had the accounting officer side. We just very basic people, so we do understand, want to be clear. We have seen a few accounting officers, and so we just want to know exactly, accounting officer, but exactly, are you city manager? Are you acting? Or are you what? That's all right. We understand. That's fine. I just wanted, because you missed that part, just for us to know where we are. So that's fine. So the mayor can proceed.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I would like to submit the apology of our CFO, who is hospitalized. That is why we have brought the Deputy CFO. Chair, Merafong City Local Municipality was placed under Section 1395A. There was also a financial recovery plan that was imposed in terms of the section, which was approved by Council last year, June. And we have started implementing that financial recovery plan from July last year. And as at June 2025, after we have received the assessment report from the Provincial Treasury, it was indicated that out of the 80 activities activities that were imposed to the municipality in terms of findings, the municipality was able to address 44, and 36 is work in progress. Chair, in terms of the audit opinion, the municipality moved from 2 disclaimed audit opinion, 2021-2022 financial year and 2022-2023 financial year, which were preceded by an adverse in 2020-2021 financial year, to have qualified audit opinion in the 2023-2024 financial year. So there were matters that were affecting our audit, which were 21 in the 2022-2023 financial year, and only 1 in the 2023-2024 financial year. And we had the only one qualifying area, which was revenue and receivables. This arose from the use of estimates without a documented, defendable methodology in place for situations where actual meter readings were unavailable. And the reasons for this were high meter tampering, your illegal connections, vandalism of infrastructure. Chair, the corrective actions being implemented, the municipality developed and is implementing the revenue estimate methodology as a short-term measure, while we are still rolling out the implementation of smart meters. And I must also indicate that the municipality needs about 39,000 for both water and electricity smart meters. We have also replaced 273 domestic electricity meters, which we used our internal funding. COGTA also assisted the municipality, and due to this assistance, we were able to install 483 domestic electricity meters, and they also assisted us with 398 large power user meters, which were installed, and we are monitoring this process. Chair, there was an issue of poor quality of annual financial statement and performance reports that were submitted for auditing. And I want to indicate that Merafong City Local Municipality had to effect corrections to the submitted annual financial statements and performance reports. And I must also indicate that the migration of one financial system that was not SCOA compliant to the full SCOA compliant system contributed to material misstatements which had to be corrected. And we also had a high vacancy rate in finance department with unfilled key management posts. But I want to indicate that these positions with unfilled key management posts. But I want to indicate that these December, the appointment of the deputy CFO that was appointed in April 2024, appointment of manager financial reporting, he was also appointed in April 2024. We also appointed the manager revenue in August 2024. And the municipality also went through a process of having interim financial statements for 6 months, 9 months and 12 months to address the high risks. Chair, we also looked into the future actions that the municipality must have in place to prevent the reoccurrences. We have a second level review of annual financial statements and annual performance report. And we also developed and we are implementing a standard operating procedures, improvement on the document management. We also have clear lines of reporting. Your junior clerks were also appointed in finance. In terms of the corrective, additional corrective measures that were taken, Council had also taken a decision for all senior managers to sign a performance agreement, which is also in line with the financial recovery plan and OPCA plan. We are intending to cascade this performance contract to lower levels. On unfunded budget, Chair, we as the municipality, we have approved that unfunded budget with a funding strategy, which we are monitoring very close. But I want to also indicate the key drivers that are making us to have this unfunded budget. It is well known that the municipality is owing ESCOM and rainwater, and your low collection rate, which currently averaging around 56%, high distribution losses for both ESCOM and rainwater, averaging to 50% due to structural factors such as aging infrastructure, high level of indigence, vandalism and theft, illegal electricity connections, meter tampering, and outdated or non-compliant metering infrastructure. And our area, I also want to indicate that is prone to zamazamas. We also have, Chair, an ongoing dispute on the general evaluation role with mining houses, which continues to hinder the collection rate of the municipality, with mines choosing not to pay rates and taxes billed directly to the municipality, but rather into a trust account pending the finalization of the valuations appeals role. I must also indicate that the MEC for COCTA and Treasury, they've made a commitment in assisting the municipality in making sure that this process is finalized. Corrective measures that we have put in place, we, as council, we have taken an item to council where we approved the implementation of smart meters for both electricity and water through the off-balance sheet financing model and a national treasury application for a smart metering program. We have agreed with the COCTA and Provincial Treasury that we are going to implement this off-balance sheet model together with them as the municipality. Effective credit control and ensuring compliance with the strategies in financial recovery plan, managing working capital and cash flow forecast within the limited resources collected on a weekly basis. Chair, the municipality is in discussion also with rainwater on entering into a special purpose vehicle. The municipality has also initiated, together with ESCOM, a discussion towards the implementation of distribution agency agreement, which will formalize ESCOM's role in electricity distribution within specific areas, including finalization and master plan alignment. On financial distress, municipalities, Chair, persistently low revenue collection rate currently at 56%, as I've indicated, undermines our ability.
Let's round up.
Okay, let me quickly move to the reliance on audit process to achieve unqualified audit opinion. Chair, the municipality, as I've indicated, we have moved to qualification, and there are consequence management that were implemented with regards to this. All officials were subjected to a process whether to determine whether AG requested information was submitted on time, or was submitted adequately, or was not submitted. All officials that did not comply were then subjected to the disciplinary process. We had about 5 officials that received final written warnings. We had we have one senior manager that is still undergoing disciplinary processes, and the 2 managers, after a process of disciplinary process, they were then demoted. Chair, in terms of the corrective measures, the municipality is strengthening the controls environment by filling vacancies in areas where the segregation of duties has been inadequate. The envisaged controls are expected to contribute to preventing the reoccurrences of transgressions. The municipality also developed an OPCA and annual financial system action plan for the financial year 2024 and 2025. And those meetings are chaired by the municipal manager. And annual financial systems action plan has been developed and interim financial statements were prepared. Oversight reviews by Cooperative, Provincial Treasury and the audit committees. Chair, we have indicated success areas in terms of audit opinion. In grant spending, we spent around 97 average as at 30 of June 2025.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's fine. We will proceed to deal with the questions. Thanks very much. So, may I ask the members? Members, please, can we reduce? Okay, I can see the hands now. That's fine. Okay. So we'll start this side now. And we're going to try and be stricter on time. So if you want to make a statement, you'll make your statement so that your minute is finished with the statement done. If you have your question, your minute will finish with your minute with your question done. So let's start.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the leadership here present. The Auditor General's report and council records indicate that the municipality has approved an unfunded budget, which you've also mentioned. What was the rationale for approving an unfunded budget despite the clear risks it poses to service delivery and financial sustainability? How does the city intend to fund the shortfall, and what contingency measures are in place should additional revenue not materialize? Was National Treasury consulted before approval, and if so, what guidance was provided? And what assurance can you give residents and the council that approving unfunded budgets will not become a recurring trend? Given the municipality's existing debt and liquidity constraints, how will the unfunded budget impact creditors, employee salaries, and core service delivery programs? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The ongoing concern of this municipality is uncertain. I would like to know what are you doing about that, and also the ineffective use of consultants. You use them for asset management, yet material misstatements were still glaring. What are you doing to build internal capacity? On UIFWs that are not investigated, do you have a functional impact? I'll pause there, Chair. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. And good afternoon to the Merafong City local municipality team. According to HSA's office raised the issue of material uncertainty about your ability to continue as a going concern. Can we hear your comment on that? We understand that the vacancy rate on your finance unit is at 45%. And in my view, that's a very critical unit. And 45% is very high. How are you planning to fill those positions and make sure that that unit is able to assist you? And your unauthorized expenditure, I understand that is currently standing at 150 billion rand. How are you dealing with it? Thanks, Chair.
Good morning to, or good afternoon rather, to everyone from Merafong. Just 2 or 3 questions. First of all, I'd like to find out what is your percentage collection on your billed revenue? And then the second question on that is, how many of those bills that are outstanding exceed 200,000 rand? So how many of them are very big outstanding amounts? Then the next one is about your water and your electricity losses. Very high, some of the highest I've actually seen. Are you able to differentiate between water that just leaks out of the pipes and water that is basically stolen by people, and electricity that's stolen as well by people who link into the system illegally and steal it from you? So are you able to differentiate between those two? Flowing from that, as far as water is concerned, how many kilometers of water pipes have you replaced in the last 2 years per year to deal with the water losses as well? So you're obviously suffering quite badly from water leaks. So if you could maybe please tell us how many kilometers per year you've replaced in the last 2 years of your water pipes. Thank you.
Chair, can I just correct something through your permission? Yeah, the unauthorized expenditure is standing at 1.5 billion rand. But the concern is that in 2022-23, I think it was at 0. But in 2023-24, it went to 1.5 billion rands. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, colleagues. You just mentioned, and I'll reiterate that honoring and the paying of the bills to Rand Water and ESCOM has, of course, had a very severe impact on service delivery as well as on the paying areas within the municipality, which then are extremely and badly inconvenienced. So this has led, of course, to the council attracting millions of rand in interest, which you will understand, which obviously you cannot afford. And then these become what we call unauthorized payments. So I'd like to get your views on that. And then, of course, the irregular expenditure, which is now totally out of control based on the reports we have seen and read. I mean, dozens of consulting firms were appointed irregularly, spending millions of rands, which was unbudgeted for and unfunded. Now, the chairperson is, of course, then responsible for many of these appointments. You know that? I know that. So again, if you could express yourself on that one. And then finally, Chair, the infrastructure upgrading, I think we know is now non-existent. The electrical underground cables in Fortville is obviously now totally rotten and needs to be replaced, which, I mean, you know, causes huge inconvenience and regular power outages, especially when it's the rainy season. Again, I want to hear you guys express yourselves in terms of what are the plans. Chair, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I carry on, sir?
Yes, proceed.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you. The council approved a staff structure which COCTA rejected or queried several times. It looks as if the organizational structure currently is not approved. What is the situation? Can you inform us on that? And then, when was the last time that the council reviewed the bylaws, and do you have a bylaw on revenue collection? And you ended the presentation on saying something about the grant spending, but it seems as if grant spending is problematic and has an effect on future allocations and incompleted projects. Actually, it has an impact on service delivery. What is the plan to improve the capacity to be able to spend the grants? The irregular expenditure that amounts to the irregular appointment of consultants, I would like to know what is the consequence management. Do you have a process of consequence management? That means impacts already asked about, but the internal controls and the disciplinary boards and that whole process, what has been done about that? And if nothing yet, what is the plan to address it? Then the billing system seems as if the billing system is inaccurate and incorrect. What is your plan on that? And then there's a lot of cable theft in the area, which is a challenge to the municipality, and as far as I see, you are aware of it. I would like to know, has a study been done to compare the cost of security to secure these assets versus the replacement of cables? And the last question, is the performance management system of the municipality in place, and is it effective? Thank you.
Thank you. May we get the responses?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think the first issue is the unfunded budget, which obviously is a concern to us. What will then be the rationale to approve an unfunded budget? When the budget was approved by council, I think we were all cognizant of the challenges. And I think as required in the MFMA, that there needs to be a funding plan or funding strategy for that budget. And I think all this, we're cognizant of the challenges, the prior challenges that the municipality has been going through for many, many years. And I think the reality is that it will not be resolved in a day, and that is the the reality. How does the city intend to deal with it? So essentially, there are a plethora of issues, but let me put the pertinent ones. So the first one is the reality is that the entire municipal area does not have meters. And I think when the executive mayor was presenting, at this point in time, the municipality requires about 39,000 meters for water and about 39,000 meters for electricity. And until such time, Chair, that we've dealt with that part, it's going to be difficult for the municipality to have an unfunded budget, which obviously would have been a result of the municipality having adequate collection. Was National Treasury engaged? Of course, when we take a budget to council, we send it to NT, they give us comments, and of course they raised exactly the same concern of what then becomes the strategy in the long term to deal with this. But let me go to the second part. So the second part is that, one, it's meters. The second part, and I think one of the members, Honorable Chair, would have raised, is dilapidated infrastructure. So the reality is it's an old mining town, and the infrastructure for water, the infrastructure for electricity, and the infrastructure for sewer is almost non-existent. So there's a need for us as a municipality to find resources to be able to replace that infrastructure, and we can assume that it's going to run into billions to actually get that type of resources to replace the entire infrastructure in the entire municipality. I think compounding to the problem is the fact that there's been a dispute that has been going on between the municipality and the mines, and it comes as far back as 2014. Now, Honorable Chair, that matter is being handled at the Valuation Appeals Board level, which is completely outside of the municipality's terrain. But I think at a later stage we will talk about that debtors book, but I can say that now. The municipality is owed 6.8 billion, and half of that is attributed to what the mines owe the municipality. So if that matter were to be resolved, it means that the municipality has an opportunity to get part of half of the 6.8 billion, which will obviously have a huge impact in the budget, but also in service delivery for the municipality. We are also, and as I've indicated, the municipality is an old mining dorpy town. Part of the problems, and the structural problems, is that when the mines came in, they will build what they call a village. And the village will have dwellings, will have social infrastructure, and some form of economic infrastructure. The reality is that there's never been a legislative framework to actually force the mines to formalize these, what you will call them, villages. Then it presupposes that actually the farm portion is the one that pays the rates and taxes, because they exist so that inside the farm dwelling there will be, inside the farm there will be dwellings, but those dwellings are not registered in the deeds office, and that kills the municipality. And we've got a lot of them. We've got an example of DL Kral, but I think at a later stage we will share some information. Then how will the budget affect, how does that affect service delivery? Indeed, it has a huge impact on service delivery. Because the municipality literally runs on a daily basis on what we get, and we'll come back to the issue around collection rate of just over 50%, which is concerning. The national norm is 95%, so if we address those structural issues that I've raised earlier, I think there will be an opportunity there. I think the issue around going concern, I will leave that to the deputy CFO. The issue around the appointment of consultants, which has obviously was indicated by AG as irregular, and that's correct. And that was in 2022-23 financial year. And the reality is that it was picked up in 23-24 by AG and raised, which then rendered all the expenses incurred by the municipality to be regular. I know that MPEC, the speaker is here, is going to talk about MPEC, but MPEC is investigating that, and that particular report has not been finalized, as well as the functionality of MPEC. I know that the speaker will talk about it, but I must indicate that there are investigations that have been done by MPEC and concluded for certain financial years, but I think the Honorable Speaker will speak to that. Material uncertainty, I'll leave that to the Deputy CFO. The vacancy rate, of course, especially at finance, Honorable Chair, we have advertised positions, and I think 2 months ago, a number of these positions, and I think we can provide evidence to that, a number of these positions have been advertised, and some of the managerial positions. In fact, at finance, all the managerial positions have been filled with the exception of one, which is the manager expenditure. That's the only position that has not been filled. The rest of the managerial positions have been filled. The unauthorized expenditure, I think that the CFO will talk to that, but in a nutshell, the 1.5 billion is correct. There's that concern, 22-23, why was it zero, and why was 23-24 then choose to 1.5 billion? And I think we're going to address that. There's the accumulated part, one, and then the non-cash items, but I think the Deputy CFO will talk to that. Collection, indeed, collection rate, I mean, the fact that we don't have meters, the fact that our Our losses are high. The collection rate is really just above 50%, averaging 52, 50, 54%, which is extremely, extremely alarming. And unfortunately, we need to deal with the systemic issues. It's really essentially about reconstructing the municipality from scratch. And some of the amounts, and I think I'll come back to that, I will share detailed information of, so I've said 6.8 billion is owed to the municipality, half of which is attributed to the mines, and then there's the other half, which is then attributed to your households, your businesses, and all of them. But I'll give a snapshot a little later in terms of that. They are quite alarming, of some of them that are alarming. And in fact, as at last week, I just asked for the report, and we've picked up that some of our employees and councillors actually owe council, and some of Honourable Chair, some of provincial departments, I think to the tune of 24 million rand is owed to the municipality. As at I think last week. It could have gone up, but I think we'll give more info. The number of kilometers of replaced infrastructure, I'll leave it to the infrastructure executive manager to deal with. But just to put a disclaimer, the municipality does not have master plans. We're working on them. And the municipality does not have as-builts. So you can imagine if there are no as-builts, it means that every action that we take to deal with infrastructure-related issues is really on the crisis that would be happening at that particular point. Now, the lack of master plans essentially means that there's no capital expenditure framework, there's no long-term infrastructure investment plan. We've started that particular process, and I think we can provide evidence to that. But of course, it's a concern. The rainwater issues, I think we will deal with that. It's a fact, and as the Executive Mayor would have indicated, Honourable Chair, we currently owe rainwater tune of about 1.4 billion, SCOPA as well about 1.4 billion. There's that engagement that is led by the Honourable MEC on rainwater. In fact, we're supposed to have a meeting today with rainwater, but there are a number of initiatives and there are a number of proposals that we'll be presenting to rainwater. I think you must have also seen in the news that rainwater has implemented further restrictions to about 40%, which is really crippling our service delivery to our communities, and that's why the MEC is working with us essentially on a weekly basis to attempt to deal with that. We hope that we will find an amicable solution. There are proposals that we're making in terms of the amendment of the DSA, the debt settlement agreement that we would have signed last year, but also making payment arrangements to rainwater. ESCOM, of course, again concerning to the tune of about 1.4 billion, precipitated, of course, by lack of meters, dilapidated infrastructure, which all of those issues have indicated we're working on. But there's this new regime that ESCOM, Honourable Chair, has proposed to the municipality, and the municipality took it to council. It's called the Distribution Agency Agreement, which then brings in a basket of services, and that asks working with ESCOM and looking at creating an escrow account or a separate account to actually manage the electricity business. In fact, we have a meeting next week with the National Treasury, SALGA, Provincial Treasury, COCTA, National COCTA, next week on Monday, I think at 14 hours, to try to finalize this so that we get the distribution agency agreement signed. The SPV, of course, we'll talk about that with rainwater a bit later. The Executive Mayor would have spoken to that. Of course, because of the challenges of our infrastructure, dilapidated infrastructure, it causes a lot of problems. Outages from time to time, not only in Ferndale, but in the entire municipal area. We really have those particular challenges, but there are plans that we're putting in place. Grant spending, indeed, so 23-24 financial year would have, in terms of conditional grant spending, would have achieved just less than 80%. We've been able to improve to 97% in the 24-25. Of course, AG is on the ground, and I think they will be auditing that part. The review of the bylaws, indeed. So what we've done is that we've actually looked at all the policies. So we've started a process of actually reviewing all the policies to the extent that we actually want to get some of them what we call gazetted as bylaws. There is a challenge there. We are working on that. Consequence management in terms of that irregular appointment of the consultants, I've indicated, I think this Honorable Speaker will talk to it. MPEC is investigating that part. When the municipality, that must have been early in 2024, migrated from an old system, a financial management system, which was implemented in 2003, which was not SCOA compliant. We had challenges in the 4 months of the implementation of the new system, but I think that currently there are one or few issues in terms of billing that are challenges that we deal with on a case-by-case basis. But I think generally, the integrated financial management system that we have that is SCOA compliant currently, I think it's actually functioning well. I think for now, let me just leave the others to respond to the other matters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I will start with the use of consultants on asset management. The municipality in the previous 2 financial years had a disclaimer, and one of the reasons why they had a disclaimer was because they did not have a fixed asset register, right? And when we then came to the municipality, we then realized that the asset department was run by trainees. There wasn't an asset manager at that point, which led to the appointment of a manager financial reporting. So when we came in, it necessitated the need for us to appoint a consultant to come and construct a fixed asset register for us in the 23-24 financial year. That consultant was in the municipality for a period of 8 months. And in the 24-25 financial year, with the manager financial reporting now being appointed, we have then reduced the consultants in that department because we now have a manager responsible for asset management. And then in terms of internal, capacitating the internal employees, we do in the contract or the SLA of the consultant, there was a clause indicating that they needed to transfer skills to the employees or the officials within the asset department, which they have done. In terms of the issues relating to grant spending and how we are monitoring grant spending and ensuring that grants are spent accordingly, we do have monthly meetings that are chaired by the MM and the CFO, where we meet with the consultants and the contractors to check the progress on the ground. The manager, project management, also forms part of that meeting to ensure that we are spending grants and we are tracking them on a quarterly basis. In terms of the billing system inaccuracies, I think the MM has touched on it, but I'll just add on to say that obviously when we are migrating from one system to another system, we had teething issues relating to billing, because in the 23-24 financial year, that was the year where we were switching from BIQ to the system that we currently are using, which is the year that we have experienced most of the billing issues. But in the 24-25 financial year, those issues have been resolved, and customers do come to the head office if they are unhappy with their statements or they are querying their statements, and we are then able to address those issues that they are bringing forth. In terms of the performance management system, we do have a performance management system called QPR. We do also have assistance from Province. They have appointed a service provider to come and assist us in terms of that system and the implementation of that system for us to be able to track our targets and achievements. In terms of the going concern of the municipality, this one is a concern for everyone, and it links to the unfunded budget that the MM has already spoken about. We try by all means to ensure that the smaller creditors are paid on time. If you can look at our creditors book, most of our creditors book are mainly SCOM and rainwater. And with SCOM, we do have bi-weekly meetings with them where we discuss our cash flows and make commitments on how much the municipality is able to pay. We had a meeting earlier today as well where we indicated our commitment of how much we'll be paying in the following week. I think I'll then hand over to my colleague to address the losses. Thank you.
Which questions are you looking at?
It's in relation to the water losses and the electricity losses, as well as the infrastructure.
Infrastructure spending?
Not
Just
the
infrastructure. Okay, proceed.
All right, thank you, Chair. Two issues. I think the first issue was regarding the water pipes, the replacement, the kilometers that are replaced within the municipality. On that one, at the moment, I don't have a figure, but I know that if you look at the replacement that we've done so far, it's a replacement that we're forced, if I may put it like that, due to the collapse of infrastructure, mainly because of either sinkholes or the persistent pipe bursts that are happening in the area. So those are just the first, but not necessarily the plan to roll out the complete overhaul of replacement of the pipes. So that one, we've been doing it like that. But like MM has already indicated that the municipality is currently busy with the master plans. We have already started with the electricity master plan, the water master plan, roads and stormwater master plan. So they are about to be finalized, but part of the finalization of this master plan is to conduct a thorough assessment just to make sure that at least we don't leave certain things outside our plans. So one of the issues that we really need to make sure that we concentrate on it when it comes to the water issues is to also identify the number of pipes that are within the red zone, areas that are prone to sinkholes. So those are the things that we are busy with, and then we are hopeful that we will be finalizing this process before the end of this financial year, because we've already had the draft master plan in terms of the water. With regard to electricity, we are aware of the electricity issues, particularly the old infrastructure, but again, another biggest problem that we are facing with electricity is the theft and vandalism. Just to address these two issues, again, with electricity, like I said, we've got a master plan that is already in the draft stage. So we are also doing the assessment in terms of that, just to make sure that we finalize that master plan, then we can able to get the as-built. Because once we have an as-built, so we can able to mention, to say, this is what we have in terms of quantities, then we can able to create even the dashboard in terms of our service delivery platforms. But again, one of the initiatives that we took as the municipality just to deal with the theft and vandalism was to create a specification for the early detection warning security system, so that at least we can deploy security system that we know that is going to be functional and effective in terms of dealing with this high rate of theft and vandalism. But also, another thing that we've been doing now, we've already implementing it, is that we are replacing the copper cables that are normally often stolen with the aluminum cable. Obviously, taking into consideration the current carrying capacity, so that at least we don't compromise the service standard. So that's what we are doing at this stage, and once the master plan is finalized, and then we'll have a clear vision, and then also and some of the guidelines in terms of making sure that we deal with our infrastructure challenges. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Can we proceed with other questions? You're protesting. What is outstanding?
No, Chair. I noted that there was a question around unauthorized expenditure of 1.5 billion that we did not touch on from one of the members.
Did you also deal with infrastructure underspending?
Yes, we did, Chair.
Okay, fine. I missed that. But deal with that one then. Clarity? Yes. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you for allowing me, Chair. I referred to the issue, and I'm sorry that we have to come back to it. The gentleman was speaking to it regarding the RAN water and the throttling of water to the residents in the communities, and then you were kind enough to mention that you had high-level intervention through the Premier and the MEC, I think that's what you said, right? Now, what I need to find out just how urgently are you handling this? I mean, because this is a crisis, and you cannot, or the municipality cannot recover any funds due to this throttling through RAN water, and it's having huge ramifications for the community. So if you could just expand and tell us exactly what is being done, timeline, or is this going to be a protracted issue for the next 3 months? Because it is a crisis. Please, with your permission, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. We have weekly meetings every Wednesday, and those meetings are chaired by the Honorable MEC. So that's how serious the matter is. So every Wednesday, 7 p.m., religiously, we talk to Rand Water through the office of those meetings are chaired by the Honorable MEC. That's how serious the matter is. It's not only on the debt, but also on issues of consumption, levels and all of that. So that's how important it is. So it happens religiously every Wednesday at 7 p.m., 19 hours, and that meeting is chaired by the MEC.
Thank you, Chair. On the question relating to unauthorized expenditure amounting to 1.5 billion, 472 of that unauthorized expenditure comes from the 22-23 financial year, which then makes it the opening balance of the current year, of the 23-24 financial year. 1.03 billion of that then relates to the 23-24 financial year. 952 of that relates to non-cash items, which would then be your depreciation, your impairment loss, your provisions for impairment. Out of that 1.5 billion, Chair, 77 million of it only relates to cash, which is then your contracted services from all the departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. There was a question raised about the functionality of MPEG. And I think firstly, Chair, let me confirm that MPEG during the 2023-2024 financial year, there was a sense of dysfunctionality. And that was also picked up by the Auditor General. I want to confirm that, but the question that comes, what is it that we are doing as the municipality in terms of making sure that there is a sense of functionality of the MPEC? And I think we also received a letter from the AG in terms of committing ourselves as the municipality, and the letter was written to the Speaker, the Executive Mayor, and the MPEC Chair, and we committed to AG that in terms of capacitating the MPEC, there are positions that are going to be advertised. And one of the positions that has been advertised is the position of the coordinator, which will also be assisting the MPEC in terms of developing and frustrating the reports. But I think I must also indicate, Chair, as we all know, that MPEC is a council committee. And I think there was a commitment, even from the council speaker, that despite the fact that the Speaker is not a member of MPEC, but I have convened several meetings with MPEC Chair and the MPEC members raising the same issue. But I must also indicate, Chair, that with the assistance of COGTA and SALGA programs, there is a sense of improvement. And as a result of that, the issues which were referred to MPEC dated from 2024-2015 financial year to 2020-2021 financial year, which were not investigated. MPEC has started investigating those issues which were referred to MPEC in the month of July, and I think there were clear timelines in terms of a council resolution on when those items are expected to be brought back to a council meeting. And I think the council resolution indicated that by the end of September or before, those items or issues that are referred for investigations, and I think they're also related to the irregular appointments of the consultant. So I think those are the issues. That's one. So I'm monitoring, Chair, and the members of the committees, and I think even this week I had a meeting with the MPEC Chair, just trying to track progress in terms of the items that were referred to them, especially the 2014-2015 to 2020-2021 financial year. The sense that I got is that the progress is at 99.9%, meaning that the MPEC is almost done with the investigation, and the item will be ready to be presented in a council meeting that will be sitting at the end of this month. So, thank you, Chair.
On the issue of organizational structure that was approved by council, indeed the municipality wrote to, after the approval, we wrote to COGTA in line with the staff establishment regulations. And indeed, we received comments from the MEC, but after receiving those comments from the MEC, we then requested a bilateral with the office of the MEC, in fact, with the whole COGTA. And during our meeting where we came out of it with a turnaround strategy, one of the 10 points that we identified is improving human resources and finalization of the organizational structure of the municipality. So we are still engaging with the COGTA, and we are going to finalize the organizational structure together so that we take the comments back to council. Thank you very much.
Let's deal with the next batch of questions.
Thank you very much. In relation to the poor quality of the financial statements, your corrective action includes the appointment of officials, i.e. your CFO and others. Then the question is, because you even had a consultant before, how on earth do you link the appointment of these officials with the improvement in the quality of your financial statements? Secondly, in one of your challenges, you also have an outdated integrated waste management plan. I now know, because of the other comments that we have received thus far through the questions from my colleagues, that you are lacking in relation to the plans. My question is why? And when do you intend to correct that? Then the final one is in relation to your performance management. One gets a sense that you treat it as an exception instead of treating it as a norm. When you attribute the development of performance contracts and cascade them down, then the question is, what was happening before? Why do you take that as an exception in relation to the response as you are giving there from the Auditor General's comments? Thank you very much.
Covered, Chair. Thank you.
Just one point, Chair. Just to check on the issue of the consultants, before you engage them, have you checked with the department of COGTA whether they can also assist in terms of giving support? I'm worried about the expenditure or expenses with regard to that, whereas we have a department, line department, is supposed to provide support in the struggling municipalities, and the number of months that you have engaged your consultants. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings, colleagues. Firstly, let me acknowledge the improvement on the audit outcomes. However, the qualified audit outcome still is not what we are expecting from you. We are expecting clean audits from municipalities. So I would like to check with municipalities if you have a realistic post-audit plan that will address material irregularities which are highlighted by the Auditor General. And secondly, on unfunded plan, can you please additionally give us information in terms of your collection rate and the current state of municipal debt? For we are aware that you also have debtors book amounting to 6.8 billion, which I believe that when we worked with the municipality last year, we also raised a matter concerning, raised a concern regarding the post-audit, regarding the revenue enhancement strategy. So can you please also take us along in terms of your revenue enhancement strategy? And lastly, Chair, on issue of vandalism and illegal connections, which appears to be a challenge in the municipality, can the municipality also take us along on their municipal security plan in order to resolve the matter? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings to you, Merafong, led by the Mayor. Last time we met with you, it was November 2024. Do you still remember that? Oh, okay. And the hot issue that it was a cause for concern for the committee, it was the issue of the sinkhole, the missing 5 million, whereby a company from Limpopo was given that money and that work, and you insisted that day that the work was done. Even the committee, the members of the community wanted to storm the meeting because they were raising that with us while we were still sitting. And at the end of the day, it was clear that you have committed money in the tune of 5 million, but you as a municipality will never go and check to do the oversight as an institution, because we were using the taxpayers' money to cover the sinkhole. So now it's 10 months down the line. The issue seems as if there was nothing, let alone as the portfolio committee, we raised it up sharply. We spend a lot of time around this issue. And this issue of the sinkhole does not only affect the issue of the money, which is 5 million, it also have a direct effect to the community of Merafong, whereby children, because this thing is next to the school, whereby kids are also being affected. As a result, we lose some of the kids. So our concerns was around that issue, that the community is very concerned about it, and we are losing our kids as well towards it. So can you demonstrate to us about this issue that it has been fixed now, let alone taxpayers' money have gone, no accountability, nothing. And now the municipality must also have that consciously to say if the portfolio committee and around the communities also raise the same issue, let us go as good leaders to attend to that matter. Can we get a clear indication that have you also attended to that matter? So there's another matter of corruption that arises now. Can you also clarify to us the issue of laptops? That you as a municipality, you have paid 72K instead of 44K on laptops. Is a matter that is a pending issue around your community in Merafong. That is not the first case. There are so many cases. Maybe you must come clean as the leadership of Merafong. How many cases of corruption that you are dealing with? Because I believe you have a unit within the municipality to address the issues of corruption. So come clean with us and tell us, do we have this total number of corruption cases so far? How many cases has been dealt with? What are the consequences management that have also done? Because way back there was an issue that include IT company by the name of Brilliant Health that also was also a pending issue that long time ago. So I'm just demonstrating to you ukuthi iyanivakashela le nto ne-corruption phakathi. And we need to know if are you fighting corruption? You just told us that you are meeting every, I don't know, Monday, 7 p.m. trying to address some of the issues, but tell us clearly, how are you addressing the issue of corruption? Even the Gauteng Provincial Legislature raises concerns about your finance, your governance positions. Tell us about the issue of the deputy CFO in this municipality. Have you also follow the proper procedures in terms of the PFMA? Thank you, Chair.
I'm sure you would know that we'll be waiting eagerly to hear about the Hlanganane sinkhole, because that day we had to get all the managers to open their files. After a long time of wandering and meandering, we ultimately got to be told that the money was not meant for fixing the sinkhole. It was for a study about how to fix the pothole. That is what, yes. Now, that was shocking. We now want to know what happened. Was there anything else that has since happened? In any case, we would have expected an update in your report on that. So, we've just got this batch of questions. Let's allow you to respond, and then we'll take the other batch. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will answer the question relating to what is the link between the appointment of finance officials to the improvement of the financial statements and ultimately the improvement of the audit opinion. Before the appointment of these officials, the finance department had a vacancy rate of 45%. And if you can look at the audit opinions prior to these appointments, they were preceded by 2 disclaimers as well as an adverse. These officials, the CFO was appointed 7 months before year end, and the manager of financial reporting as well as the deputy CFO were appointed 2 months before the end of the financial year. And by these appointments, the municipality was then able to improve not only from a disclaimer, to improve from a disclaimer to a qualified audit opinion. And these officials, with their experience and backgrounds, contributed to the improvement of the audit opinion and ultimately the financial statements. We are aware that the quality is not where it should be, and it is still a work in progress. And we do have monthly meetings where we are dealing with post-audit issues that were identified by the AG to ensure that we further improve the audit opinion of the municipality. In terms of the question relating to the realistic post-audit plan, when the audit was completed in the 23-24 financial year, management developed what we call an OPCA plan, which is a post-audit action plans, where all the findings that were raised in the 23-24 financial year were put in that action plans, and monthly meetings are being held within the office of the CFO to address those issues, which is also a plan that is in place to improve the audit opinion. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think let me just jump straight to the last matter, the last matters, Chair. And I will come back to the other ones. So this committee came to Merafong. I just want to remember the date well. Was it the 24th on my birthday? It was a nice birthday, but I thought it was earlier than that. Because at the time, I remember when the committee came, the AG had not given us the audit opinion. So it could have been earlier, but I think we can check that. But Chair, what we need to remember from what the committee directed the municipality to do. The municipality was directed by this committee to present a detailed report on the number of those issues that were raised. And Chair, I must indicate that on the 25th of April 2025, if I'm not mistaken, it could have been the 29th, I will just check my dates correctly. A detailed representation was sent to the committee, including Hlanganani matter and many other matters that were raised. There was a matter regarding to the appointment of the CFO. There was a matter, there's quite a number of matters. But on the directive of the committee, Chair, I must indicate that there was that submission that was made to the committee. We can revisit that. That had detailed information about what happened at Hlanganani with that 5 billion, with supporting evidence and all of that. I must also indicate, Chair, that the select committee of Parliament also came, select committee on petitions, came immediately after the portfolio committee. They raised exactly the same concerns, and there was a decision taken in Parliament that province must investigate, and I think the Honorable MEC is here. Those matters, I think, are being investigated at that level. So I know for a fact that the same matter was reported to the SIU of Hlanganani.
Was reported to?
To the SIU.
SIU?
Yes. And the SIU, Honorable Chair, came to the municipality, requested information, and that information was presented to the SIU. I must indicate, Chair, that the same matter was reported to the public protector. The public protector What we know, what I know, is that they've requested information, they've interviewed myself, they came to the office, requested information. We have provided all of that information. The Select Committee on Petitions also requested a representation by the municipality, which we have done. If I'm not mistaken, it's about a month or two ago. So we have presented all of that information. I know that there's an SIU investigation, there's public protector investigation, the Office of the Premier through COCTA, I think they're also investigating. So the information that we have, we've provided that. The issue of the laptops, of course, we had it. It was raised and I think it was also reported to the police, and they came, they asked for information. We presented that type of information, and I would just have to get that report that was submitted by the Executive Manager Corporate Services. Unfortunately, he has since resigned. His last day was at the end of August. The brilliant tale, I'm not aware personally, I'm not sure whether the Executive Mayor is aware of the Honorable Speaker, but we will look into that. We were not aware of that specific matter. I think the matter relating to the Deputy CFO, the Gauteng Province Portfolio Committee on COCTA came to the municipality, Honorable Chair, raised concerns about this position because there was an allegation that this particular position is irregular. And we responded. And our response was that because the assertion, and I think this perhaps still needs to be tested somewhere, the assertion is that if the position does not exist in the MFMA, does that mean that a municipality cannot have that position? So that's the particular, and the assertion was very clear about it's not in the MFMA, so it can't be. Our explanation to the portfolio committee was that this position was created purely for a contract period in order to assist the municipality to deal with prior matters. So it's a contract position, number one. Number two, it's linked to the current, it's obviously linked to the current term. Number three, this particular position is not at a senior management level, which in terms of the Systems Act and the regulations for the appointment of senior managers, it would have immediately activated that process. So it does not what you call arise because it's not a senior management position. But we were then requested to provide information, which we have done in relation to that. And one of the issues that we raised was that Honorable Chair, AG audited the municipality in 2023-2024, and AG did not raise a matter on this. And perhaps we can be assisted in that regard, but we did not have a matter raised in our management report regarding this particular contract position as such. I think around the integrated waste management plan, of course, it was
just so I can clarify. You're talking about which position? Deputy CFO.
Deputy CFO.
It's in your organogram.
It is in the organogram approved by council.
Approved by council.
Yes.
Okay. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Relating to the integrated waste management plan, of course, it's a matter raised by the AG in the 23-24 audit cycle. I must indicate that we are getting support from MISA. We took the matter to council. MISA is assisting us as we speak, and we can provide that evidence in the review of our integrated waste management plan. So that will be concluded before the end of this financial year, and it would have been taken to council. Of course, the concern around performance management is correct. At the moment, we're starting at the top, And I think part of what the executive mayor would have presented is that one way of dealing with our systemic issues is that we've inculcated or we included the financial recovery plan as well as OPCA in the performance agreements of your senior managers, but I think there's an indication that we're cascading it down. So of course, I must indicate that there is that process of cascading performance management down to the lowest level. But of course, it's a process, but we have started with that particular process. And I think we must always thank COGTA, Honorable Chair, for providing that support to the municipality in terms of that. Thank you very much.
By the way, CFO, you have just told us the committee was given the report, the SIU came asked for a report, the public protector asked for a report, another committee came asked for a report, but you didn't tell us whether the sinkhole was managed and dealt with. We now know that there's been a series of reports, and we don't know whether you put new money and whether in fact the sinkhole still exists and what happened on the money that was usually previously spent. So could you clarify that bit? Because actually the background was just for information. This is the question. Sorry.
No, thank you very much, Chair. My sincere apologies for that omission. So the sinkhole, Chair, has been rehabilitated. So that's number one. Number two, council in its...
Cost of, at the cost of?
I will just check the cost, but I think it's just around 6 million or something like that.
60 million?
Not 66 million.
6?
Yeah, I think it's around 6
million. Is that 6 in addition or 6 from the original amount? Was if you say 6, is it 6 plus 5 or is it 5 plus 1?
It's 6 plus 5.
No, there's no such. It was 5 million, either it's 5 million plus 1 or it's 6 million plus 5. If I'm wrong with my figure, that's fine. What I'm asking you, how much did you add on top of the original amount?
It's 6 million that was added on top of the original amount, Chair.
So 11 million then?
That is what I was saying, Chair.
Okay, so let's now say to the committee, this was fixed at 11 million. The first 5 is what we queried, and that's why we're interested. The last 6 is what we don't know about, and that's what you're telling us.
No, Chair. The 6, and that's what I wanted to explain. So the 6, council in its adjustment budget of 23-24 made available resources, that 6 billion, for the rehabilitation of the sinkhole. So that's what I'm saying.
Okay, correct along wrong corner. Let me hear what part am I saying wrongly?
Chair, you're saying everything right, but let me put it this way. So there's a 5 million that was allocated that came from COGTA, which is what is being queried, which was used for specialist studies. Let's put it aside. It's part of the capital expenditure. And then council further put a 6 billion rand, so which on top, so which then made it to 11.
Yeah, I was confused. You see, if you just said yes, we would have closed the discussion. Okay, let's proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the issue, there was just an issue that was raised regarding the security plan for theft and vandalism of infrastructure. Yes, we've started something, like I indicated before, that one of the things that we've done, Beside having security that we've appointed to do the to do the guarding of our infrastructure. But apart from that, we also compiled the technical specification that will be advertised very soon for tendering to procure early warning detection system that will assist in terms of making sure that at least we deal with this theft and vandalism that is happening in our infrastructure. That's one of the things that we are looking for. And with regard to illegal connection itself to water and electricity, one of the issues was, like MM indicated, the issue of procuring the meters that we need, particularly the smart meters. That will come with a system, a smart system to able to detect some of these illegal activities that are happening in our infrastructure. That's what we are looking for. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, there was a question that was asking about how many cases of corruption that are reported to the municipality. Chair, the hotline that is being used in the municipality reports directly to the province. Would know about a case when the provincial government is requesting information. So we are not in a position to tell how many cases that were reported. Thank you very much.
You see, we didn't ask the province how many cases were reported in Merafong. We're asking Merafong how many cases were reported in Merafong. Can you see the difference? We want your cases. We're not asking the we'll ask that from the MEC, but that's not the question. The question is, you as the council, how many cases have you reported, have you investigated that were reported to you? Maybe those cases were all reported to the province. The province can show us that. Maybe none of them were reported to the province, so whatever you're referring us to doesn't exist. So can we come back? We want to know reported to the municipality and investigated by the municipality.
Chair, we don't have any cases that were reported directly to us, but were reported in our presence, hence they are being investigated by your COGTA and...
But you've just told us about Hlangana Sinkhole is being investigated by SIU.
We only received that information when SAPS came to request information. Even the Hawks, they came to request information.
No, that's fine. But in your offices, you are aware that that case is being investigated?
Yes.
So why you say you don't even know that?
The question was saying, Chair, how many cases are reported to the municipality?
Okay. Let's reformulate the question. How many cases have been reported and or are being investigated by the municipality? The reported and or is only semantics, but I'll add now to see whether it makes a difference in the answer.
Chair, the cases that we know about is your Hlanganani, Sinkhole, is the laptops that were procured.
Give it to him.
Can you please remind me?
No, Chair, thank you very much. I think those ones, I forgot one, Chair, which was also raised in the committee, was the appointment of the CFO, not the deputy CFO, which was also reported to the public protector. and the public protector dealt with it and came to a conclusion, and we have that report.
And the other one?
I think those are so the ones that were missed. Hlanganani is the appointment of the CFO. It would have been the appointment of the integrated financial management system.
So there's the fourth one now.
Yes.
This is a poem, however.
No, they're part of what we've presented to the committee, Chair. So those are the ones that but we can go back to
let me tell you, there's a slight difference in how you answer the question, what message you communicate without saying. So we ask the question, how many cases are being investigated or are reported to the municipality? What is the first answer? Nothing gets reported to us, it goes to province, pushing us away. All right, let me amend it. How many are reported to and are being investigated by the municipality? Oh no, there's one Hlanga. No, there's none. No. But you have Hlanganani. All right, no, there's Hlanganani. All right, which one else? Then they come. The way they are coming, when you walk out here to lunch, you'll remember 3 more. Now, a simple thing would have been to say to us, these are the ones we can recall. If you don't have a list, then we're going to say to you, go and get a list and send us a list so we know. But when you do it like this, trying to look like we're pushing us away, you make us even more suspicious. Aibo, what are you hiding here? And that's not what we've come for. We just want to know how you are dealing with corruption. That's a simple issue from us. But you are giving us an impression that you actually don't want to talk about it. You understand the problem? So we need to know how you are dealing with them. So you will remember them. You are going to report them to us, and you are going to send us that list. But I'm just saying, when you approach the issue in a manner that creates a suspicion, you leave us with an impression that you are dodging the question, you want to avoid. There must be a lot of things there. And that's not what we are trying to find. What we always, and by the way, this question is going through every municipality, but standard for us. But we haven't been answered like this before. So that's the concern. Let's deal with other questions. We'll come back and put this at the conclusion. Thank you. We are done with the question. Let's take the last batch. Let's take the last batch.
No, thanks, Chair. Good morning, no. Morning, no, good day. Yeah. Ngiyabulisa njasifile sibambe lokho. No, I have 2 short questions as well. One, I just want to check to the municipality through you, Chair, around the issue of their indigent. Do they have electronical indigent register? How often do they update it? And about the number of households that their services that they are providing indigents to, just in total water, electricity, and so on, sewage and all that. Secondly, I notice when I look at your financial statements that your contingencies from 2023 to 2024 increased quite drastically. I'm not sure whether the amounts were, I just want to check what is the issue from 21 million to 62 million. What happened there? What could be these new contingencies with so much significant value? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And greetings to the House. Greetings to the municipality, Merafong. The name is Talente Gubega. Chair, there is a direct relationship between the lack of spending on their repairs and maintenance on property, plant, and equipment with the electricity losses and the water losses. Now, with those with that direct relationship, would it not make sense, and this is a question to the mayor specifically, would it not make sense, Mayor, to make sure that the money that is spent, that is supposed to be spent, because currently in this financial year it was 0.3% of the asset value, that increasing it accordingly, because the norm would be around 8%, but you guys are sitting at 0.3. Would it not limit or cut down the electricity losses? Would it not limit, or does it not make sense that it would limit the water losses as well? That's one. Number two, the investigations for fruitless and wasteful expenditure, I think someone spoke to it earlier. That too, the non-investigation of the reasons for that. Can someone explain it to us? Because it seems like it's the same reason why that has led to that culture, the culture of impunity that most municipalities have. Why has Merafong not investigated those reasons? If it has, please tell us what were the reports there. And then on your financials, on the expenditure items, there's an item called Other, Chair. In 2023-24 financial year, it was 452 million. But in 2022-23, it was over $1 billion. Now, even before 2023, the prior financial years, the question there is, what changed for this section to be halved by over 500 million within a year? And then the last question, why are these mines in that area allowed to continue operating if they're not paying the municipality? Because now it makes us look at you guys funny, but these guys are allowing these people to continue operating. Why? What is the reason there? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to everyone. Now, MEC, I think the decision to trust management of Merafong, you need to revisit it and see if the province must not pay closer attention to the municipality, because the reason why you took the decision of the Section 139 intervention before was simply because the municipality is riddled with corruption. And that corruption is still thriving. That's the only problem we have in Merafong, more than anything else. And my worry, Chair, is that we are busy now looking into the new municipality funding models in the white paper that we're dealing with. And if we are going to review the funding model to municipality, which should happen, if it's going to land in the hands of people that cannot investigate corruption, we're going to be in the deepest trouble. If here there is a pattern, Chair, fruitless and wasteful expenditure was at 48 million in 2019. But in 2023-24, we're sitting at a staggering 464 million. That's fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And when it's categorized like that, it means it is money spent in vain, wrongly. You can't even justify it. That's spent illegal, it's spent outside the prescriptions of the law, it's spent wrongly, but today we are told it's not investigated. And you know why it's left for this long? Is that in 2 years' time, we're going to be told it must be written off because the people can't be found, because the transactions were performed by officials that now are in US and all of those things. Why? We enable an environment of corruption ourselves, and we know who are these people. Now, Chair, can we get the list of all these transactions of 464 million? Who are these people that we're talking about? The issue of MPEG and its effectiveness is neither here nor there. There are names attached to fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 464 million. And nothing is being done about that because MPEG is not working and MEC. When MPEG is not working, what becomes a report of the municipality quarterly to Treasury in terms of expenditures? Then we come to irregular expenditure again. And this is the area where we get so many justifications that no, because it was an emergency at night and the pole had fallen over, the kids were going to trip over it, and then we spent 10 million fixing an Apollo. When you look into an Apollo's expenditure, it should be about 500,000, but 10 million was spent simply because we're going to delay. At the end of the day, there's going to be too many justifications as to why it must be written off. Why is irregular expenditure also, which is on a rise, it's sitting at 676 million. And it was sitting at 112 in 2019. There's something happening in Merafong, and the decision to move away from there, MEC, please revisit it. There's nothing going right in Merafong, and our people are never going to get any service. Listen, now we are looking for a simple explanation as to, did you fix the sinkhole, yes or no, 10 months later? No meanders, we go there, Joburg, and then we go to Tshwane, and then we come back. Please revisit that. But here is another problem I have, Chair, which is the last one.
Yes, let's round up.
The appointment of staff and the organogram of the municipality. City manager, you should be bold and be confident about what is required and what is not required. To qualify it as AG did not make a finding on the appointment of the deputy CFO makes you look like you don't know what you're doing. Because you should be saying the reason why there's no qualification is because the position exists. All we need from you is comfort that the organogram of the municipality is correct. There must not be a question about it. You can't be relying on the AG to correct that which should exist in the municipality. Then it becomes a bigger question when it comes to the financial health of the municipality. If you cannot be confident about the organogram, how confident are you about the income and the expenditure of the municipality, let alone service delivery and what is happening for the people? Thank you, Chair.
Last question.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the delegation. The name is Gwenza Madlala from SCOPA. My questions have been asked. I just want to make a comment in the few seconds to the delegation. And my wish is for you to understand that we are under no impression that you are incapable of running this municipality. I am under no impression that you are incapable. But when there is unwillingness to investigate corruption, it only leads to a logical conclusion that you could be involved in it. There is no conviction that at the qualifications, skills, experience, and ability levels, and senior management level that you are unable to ensure that there are proper internal controls, that there are proper functional subcommittees and committees of council. You are leaving us with me with a doubt in my head whether you are willing to turn the situation around. And if you do not point us to the problem, and you answer in rhetoric and in meanders, it leaves a suggestion that you may be the problem. And that is the problem that the level of the province and national must confront, and confront aggressively. Thank you.
May we respond, please?
Thank you, Chair. Let me start with the question that says why the mines are still continuing operating whilst they are owing us. But I want also to indicate in responding to that, even if as the municipality we may want the mines to stop their operation, I think it's something that is beyond the municipality, as the municipality does not issue the operating licenses. But we still believe what the mines are owing us can be received, as it was indicated earlier, that there are processes that are followed so that we're able to get what the mines are owing us, the 6.8 billion. And we will need, we will wish the committee also to advise us what can we do more so that the mines can give what is due for us. I think that is also the intention for the committee also to advise what needs to be done. But I think the other issue, Chair, we might not dispute what the member is saying in terms of the corruption. But we need also to make it clear, Chair, that when there are allegations have to be tested. And I think we need to wait, because it was indicated during the presentation that some of the allegations, including the 5 million and others, they are under investigations. And I think it will be perhaps correct for us if we are corrupt, as it was alleged. Let's wait for the processes to unfold. And as we will understand that the system that is used in the country, you are innocent until proven guilty. But I think, Chair, we also indicated...
Can I hold you there, Speaker? Just explain to me which allegation are you responding to?
The member said, Chair, when I was listening, that the delay might be because the delay on the investigation might be because that some of us here are implicated in terms of the corruption. And she said the corruption in Merafong is left, right, and center. And what I'm saying, Chair, is that there are investigations that are undergoing through the relevant institutions. And I said perhaps it will be good for us to wait for those investigations to be completed so that they are tested. That's what I'm saying.
Just hold on a second. Can I just check, what did the member say? Yes?
Chair, the AG gives us a figure of 464 million in fruitless and wasteful expenditure only, which is increasing over the years. And fruitless and wasteful expenditure, unlike irregular expenditure, it's money that was spent in vain. It's samples that are tested and transactions that the AG with your office, when they were testing all those transactions, they found that those transactions shouldn't have taken place in the first place. Now, what is difficult in you knowing which transactions are these? And these transactions should have been included in your report, by the way, that the following transactions were deemed fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and therefore they are referred to the following bodies for investigation. And how long has that investigation been taking place? Because it's been left for too long.
Okay, that part I understood, I heard. What I'm trying to assess is, did the member indicate or insinuate that these members sitting here are themselves corrupt. That's what I'm trying to get.
Chair.
Angibuzi wena, ngibuza umember. Usuzophendula kodwa ngoba unento ungayizwa. Let's just hear. Remember, I'm just clearing one issue. You see, the speaker is objecting. Yeah, and we just need to know whether it's what you said or it's his interpretation. Which of the what did the member say?
Chair, I referred to them as enablers because leaving investigation for this long, in 2 years' time, we're going to be told those people no longer exist. They are enablers, and I'm not retracting that.
No, but did you say they are the ones who are corrupt?
No, I didn't say they are the ones that are corrupt, but I said they are enabling the environment to continue thriving as it is.
So you didn't say they were corrupt?
No, Chair. I
All
didn't
right.
say they are corrupt. I said they are enabling the environment.
Yeah, that part I've heard. Let's pass to the member. You are not in the equation, but I think you want to join. What's the issue?
No, Chair, I don't was in reference to my utterances, and which I would have wanted to clarify that if you don't investigate, you leave a room for an assumption that you may be involved. And that is not an allegation. That is, someone may interpret it any other, but an allegation would say you are involved in corruption, or I think you are involved in corruption. Thank you.
So what did you say that?
If you refuse or if you are unwilling, because I said incapability is a matter I'm not interested in, but if you are unwilling to investigate actions of corruption, you leave a room for a belief that you could be involved in it.
Okay, are we saying that they are actually unwilling? Because
That-
you're making
Yes.
You see, let's not leave it hanging. Let's be direct. What are we saying? Because I just want to clear certain things. That they must answer, that they must investigate, all of that I'm happy with that. What I'm trying to get is there any specific insinuation that they're sitting there, they are corrupt? That's the issue I'm trying to get.
No, there's no direct insinuation of that.
Let's hold it there. Speaker, now, you have had the thing clarified. Let me hear your comment again.
Thank you, Chair. If that is what now the members, Chair, are saying, then I'm fine. Because the member said, I was listening, Chair, very well.
No, don't do it like that. You see, I just wanted us to clear one issue.
Okay.
All right? You are a public representatives, we are public representatives. So if we deal with the issue, we use the same set of rules. Now you are objecting because it sounded like there was a direct accusation. You didn't put it like a direct objection. It was clear that's what you are saying. And that's why I'm coming back to the members. The members are saying they are not accusing you directly. So I wanted your comment on that. So I don't want you to explain back because I had all of it, that's why I intervened.
Thank you, Chair. I think as I indicated, there was an indirect accusation that because you are delaying the investigation and therefore you might be implicated. That's what the member said. So there was an indirect, and that is why Chair, I said.
But having asked the question and you having had the answers, do you still want to pick the issue up?
No, I can move
Let's
on,
move
Chair.
on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think, Chair, on the issue that the members raised in terms of the delay of the investigation, what might be the reasons? And I think on my report, or on my presentation, Chair, I indicated that there were issues which were also picked up by AG in terms of the dysfunctionality of the MPEC. And I said the investigation are dated from 2014, 2015 to 2020, 2021. And I indicated, Chair, that after the interventions that have been made by the municipality, I met with the MPEC And the indication was that the investigations are at 99.9%, which in terms of the council resolutions, we resolved that those outstanding investigations by the end of September, they must be reported back to council. So I think those are the issues that one wanted to raise. But I think, Chair, in terms of the staff regulations on the staff establishment, I think it's 2020, it's 20 August 2021 staff regulations, and I think members, I will request, Chair, because it seems as if listening to what the members are raising in terms of the appointment of the deputy CFO, it was irregular. And I think we'll appreciate if there were irregularities on that appointment, that the members would be specific in which law, so that we are able to take corrective measures.
Which are you talking about?
They were referring to the position of the deputy CFO, Chair.
And what did they say?
They say that in terms of the MFMPA, PFMA, that appointment was irregular, without taking us to a specific session. But what I'm saying in terms of the staff establishment, 20 September 2021, there is nothing that specifies the irregularities in terms of the establishment of the staff. So what I'm saying, if the members are saying the appointment was irregular, may the members refer us to a specific issue, as it was also indicated that the matter was also discussed, clarified with COTA. We will appreciate that.
You know what you've just done, eh? You know what you've just done? You've just taken over my meeting and make a ruling. Speaker, you're making a ruling, Speaker, and that's not your place. Okay. We have to deal with issues here and decide whether the matter needs to be followed up or not. But you can't take an approach that seems to be trying to confront. We have to just, you have given the answers, that's it. We have to live with the answer. If we don't like it, we have a way of how we deal with it. But once you do it like that, it sounds like you are taking over this meeting. You are now the one who's making a ruling. Enina, if you want to accuse us, when I was just come down, speak, right?
Chair, I believe the problem with the speaker is that he is in a defending mode. So whatever that we are saying, he tend to interpret it otherwise. What the members said is that when they justify the appointment of the deputy CFO, it should not be on the basis of what the AG has said. They should be able to articulate it in a manner that is expected in terms of the local government. They should have said the position is not irregular because it's part of their organogram, which was adopted by council. That was the advice that they were given, but they were given. The issue was that when they responded, they were using AG as a tool that justified the appointment. So they were advised that you should not use the AG, but you should be able to use your processes within the institution in justifying what you have done. Thank you, Chair.
That's fine. So let's proceed. Your responses to us are just factual issues. We don't take debate. I know, Mayor Speaker, Tina, we're politicians, so we get into the mode of we want to hear my views. But we're not looking for the, but if we need it, we will say so. These issues are risen in several municipalities, and it's being explored on the basis that this team has to deal with it from that perspective. It may come to you, it may not. So don't get to a conclusion. Just answer the question and leave us to deal with the conclusion. Let's get the next comment. Let's read the response.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be responding to the breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was raised by one of the members, indicating that we did not do a drill down of what actually makes up that amount. Chair, the fruitless and wasteful expenditure was disclosed as 464 million, as the member had indicated. However, if you go to our financial statements, you will realize that the opening balance of that amount is 320 million, which emanates from the prior year. So for the 23-24 financial year, the fruitless and wasteful expenditure was 144 million. When you go down to the financial statements under note 57, you will note that it has a breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was incurred, and 142 million of the 144 that was incurred in the 23-24 financial year relates to the interest that was charged on the ESCOM and rainwater debt. I hope that answers your question. And then the other question was us exploring the possibility of increasing the maintenance budget for our PPE. For the 23-24 financial year related to infrastructure, Chair, we spent around 40 million, and 14 million of that related to the maintenance of our PPE, which then gives us the percentage of 37% of the infrastructure budget that was used for maintenance. And then in the 24-25 financial year, our infrastructure budget for contracted services, which is obviously your infrastructure, was 80 million, and the actual expenditure that we incurred just for maintenance was 38 million, Chair, which then brings us to 48% of the budget. So we are implementing or we are trying to shift or balance our budget to say that as much as we are constructing infrastructure, we also allocate a sufficient portion to the maintenance of our current infrastructure with the limited resources that we do have. And then there was another question that related to other costs on the expenditure line item. I'm not sure which note it is on the financial statements, but I think post this meeting we will then need to provide you a member as well as the other members of the committee with a drill down of what actually makes up that amount if it's not included in the financial statements. With regards to the indigent register, we have conducted an indigent verification to assess whether the people who are already in the indigent register do qualify to be part of the indigent register, as well as updating our indigent register. And the advice indicating that the indigent register should be digitized has been noted, and we will look into it. Thank you, Chair. And then there was also a question on the irregular expenditure. So on the irregular expenditure, Chair, we also have provided a breakdown of what makes up that 676 million on our financial statements. A large amount of it related to the discrepancies between the BEC and the BAC, and some of these were identified by us, and then the other discrepancies were then identified by the AG and disclosed into the financial statements. We have taken the report to council, and as the speaker has indicated, they have then instructed MPEC to do the investigations on that report, on the irregular expenditure, Chair. I know from the top of my head that one of the irregular expenditure resulting from this was, there was an irregularity with one of the panel that was appointed, I think, in 2022, but I can confirm that that contract has ended, Chair, to circumvent the expenditure carrying on into the prior years. So once it was identified, that contract then came to an end. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are you able to explain why there was a delay in the investigations?
No, I'm not in a position
you
to.
Can't.
Yes, because
I'll leave
we
it, no
refer
problem.
to MPEC.
Don't even get in. Don't get into it. I just wanted to know. Okay. You see, Mayor, if we are criticized for not investigating timeously, you mustn't take offense. You need to understand that, in fact, it is true that you had timelines within which those things should happen. So if you get that criticism, you can't fight back. You need to actually go and correct so that in future we don't have to go through the same route. Now, the member is saying, you see, you have a defensive posture. He was referring to the speaker. And earlier, I had raised an issue. I just want to get back to that Hlanganani sinkhole. Anyone who heard you, city manager, talking about this thing before I asked you to say, but you have not responded, you gave a long background of who came to investigate and so on. Now the report, I want to check it again. Your report comes on the 28th of May, and it talks about the date of appointment of a contractor, which was in February. And then after that, it then says the expected date of completion would be sometime in May. But there was some preliminary amount that had been paid. Now, by all accounts, we don't have a final report. We just have a sense that you have moved on the matter, whereas when we were there, our question was that where did the money go? And we had to get the directors to actually open up the files and try to read line by line what the consultant's report was saying. Now, the stance of being defensive, it becomes a problem because we believe that you had an assignment and you gave us a progress report. We've got no closing report and we're entitled to it. If you create a sense again that the idea was you've already been given the report, why are you asking now? Because the Hawks have been there, the SIU was here, the public protector was here, the other committee was there, and so on. It's just a matter of attitude, because this is our accountability. The attitude is it doesn't matter how many times you ask the question. Your job is to give the answer. And it doesn't matter what views you have, you should stick to the facts and not to the sentiments. Because if you mix it up, you have a problem. When we argue politically, we argue because of the views. But when you are in administration, you deal in facts, technical facts, not emotions. Professional, technical, and no emotions. You don't go out and want to confront, why are you asking me because I gave you the report and so came and so. So I'm just saying this because we anticipate from this team, we anticipate that we're going to be asking you many questions every quarter, and we're going to be giving you a list of issues that we're going to ask you questions about, and we'll expect those questions even if we had asked you before, and we'll ask you again. So please understand that this is the culture of accountability. You get asked the questions, you give the answers. You don't ask why you're asking me the questions.
Your job is to give the answer, our job is to ask the question. And when we think there's a problem with the answer, we have to know where to go with it. And I'm putting that just because I don't want you, as you go out, you think that you are just being bullied to ask questions. No, that's not the case. You actually have to understand you will be asked questions. And so I'm going to give you a list now. And that list, you are going to get the MEC asking you the questions that we asked you here on this list. And when the MEC is done with you, the MEC will take this issue and go and give it to the Premier, and the Premier will ask the same questions and put it in the Provincial Legislature. That Provincial Legislature will discuss these issues, and afterwards we will take the report, we will go and discuss the same thing. We'll call you once a quarter and ask you the same questions that we asked you in November when we came, and the questions that you answered in March in the report you gave us, and also on the questions that you answered today, and the report and the questions on issues that you should give us response in the next 3 months. So that's how it's going to work. So I think you need to just adjust to the fact that in terms of accountability, you haven't got an option to say, I'm not answering the question. Yes, if there's unfairness, and that's why I picked up the mayor's comment that no, if you think the question is unfair, and if you think there's an incorrect accusation, it's correct that you raise it. But when you raise it, we can't ignore it. We have to deal with it here. That's why I'm asking these members, what are you saying? These members are not allowed to insult, to undermine, but they cannot be ignored. And you cannot refuse to answer their questions. That's a rule. That's why we're dealing with it like this. And you have heard the members, they all answered. Because the rule in Parliament is very clear. If you got an issue, if you got a view, we want to hear your view with them. And if there's an accusation, that's fine. Give us the details. Then we deal with it. That's how it works. So I want you to be relaxed that the approach we are taking here, you will find it from any other members of our National Assembly. And there's no one who will retreat from asking you a question because you are either defensive or you are irritated. They'll ask you still until you answer. So let's understand that this process, we've been assigned by the National Assembly to find a way to ensure that the audit outcomes next time are different because we intervened. And this team here, you have never seen them anywhere before. They came here, and I can tell you there's a big delegation with 23 of us. We don't actually have a committee that's got 23 members. You don't often have as many of them attending. But there's an assignment. The Auditor General says this is a hopeless situation. These results, audit outcomes, are going to deteriorate. What does Parliament do? And the Speaker says, well, the buck stops here. And calls the committees and say, come, tell us how we're going to make sure that there's accountability. And we said, we're going. So we're here. Now we can't go back and then say, no, somebody was unhappy, we ask them questions. But if you're unhappy, it's fine, but you must tell us according to which law are you upset. So I'm just sharing that so that we must just understand everybody has had to answer questions, and you will continue answering the questions. That's the duty that we have signed up to. So let me therefore request that we try and round up on the issues that have been raised. Our major concern with Merafong is firstly its financial stability. Going concern, certainty, and this has been a matter for the past 3 years. Linked to that are all the financial management and control issues that have resulted in you ending up with a huge debt to Rand Water and ESCOM, and on the other hand, underspending of the budget, of the infrastructure grant, and ultimately adopting an unfunded budget. You will find all of this in the Auditor General's report, and we are here to say these are the first issues that we would like you to give attention to and correct. If they are not corrected, your next audit report will carry the same issues and will begin to describe the municipality as a serial offender on same issues. Now, let's just say when there are issues that have been raised, we should try and correct them so that next time we have to deal with different issues, but we should be progressing. The second aspect of issues relate to the audit type issues. Firstly, MPEC functionality and capacity. We need to make sure that this is addressed so that MPEC operates with capacity and regular reporting of its resolutions, and then there should be adoption of MPEC reports by the council, which must then supervise the next aspect, which is the investigation and resolution of the UIFW, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure that must be investigated in such a way that it's done timeously, but also that we are able to find out where the transgressions occurred and who were responsible, because out of that we need to ensure that the processes are followed to write off and to recoup, as well as to refer for action those who might be responsible. And the next aspect being the consequence management. In this regard, we're going to request you to give us a report on the consequence management with details and timelines of what you will do, what has been done, to who, and what is the ultimate effect. At the end, we would like to be able to see that where there are actions that have been taken, are your disciplinary board, internal financial disciplinary board in place to be able to take disciplinary measures when necessary? Are you able to do referrals to the criminal justice system? So when we ask you the question about the report, the reported or investigated cases of corruption, what we are basically asking you is a matter of how you are dealing with corruption. And for us, there are two main areas of interest that we have identified in different municipalities. And that is when you talk about the investigations that you have made as a municipality, and you end up with criminal justice system being involved, or you end up with disciplinary hearing, where is the origin of the case that you have just taken forward? There are two sources. One source is your Auditor General's report. The other source is your internal control systems, which means you'll have your whistleblowers, you'll have your normal reporting internally. Now, if you have more of investigation being occasioned by the Auditor General, it means your system allowed a lot of transgressions to happen and didn't pick them up until the AG came. Now it needs to go the other way, where your internal processes must pick up all these transgressions ahead of the Auditor General. So when the Auditor General comes, you would then be in a position to get a proper report that indicates your controls are in good order. Then you'll have less of material irregularities based on things that you could have yourself built your own system such that it's able to detect the irregularities before there's an outsider assessment of the conduct of your institution and its integrity. This is what the issue is about. So when we ask you how many how many cases have been reported or investigated, it's not a trick question. Just a simple issue to say this is the direction we are taking, is that you should show your seriousness in fighting corruption by ensuring that your own internal processes are stronger so that they are able to pick up the issues, and then going to the Auditor General, you will have a better audit outcome if you pick them out and corrected them yourselves than if it was picked up in retrospect whilst when you are doing the audit. This is where we are. So I don't want you to get lost and start thinking that some of these people are being funny or anything. That's not the case. The issue is a very simple, straightforward administrative issue of ensuring integrity of your systems. That's all. Now, the next question which we want you to deal with is the issue of vacancies. There's agents in filling those, and the MEC will monitor that with timelines. Once you told him when you're filling those vacancies, you will then look at them. If he thinks the vacancies, your timelines are too long, he will have to intervene. Make sure that they are shortened. You are in Gauteng, you shouldn't really be suffering from getting professional expertise anywhere in the country. So that's what we're looking at. The other issue, somewhere along there, we never got the chance of asking you to comment on the section 139 as to how has really that been. But we hope that somewhere along the line we'll get a sense of assessment at how those things are happening, because we've had a complaint to us that says there are instances where there's an intervention and it doesn't make a difference and it comes back again, and then there are municipalities that have got serial interventions, but they don't show improvement. Are you one of those? Are you not? So we need that kind of assessment at some point. Then the last one in relation to the issues of the systems is the consultant replacement strategy. So when you ask about the consultants, we're not quite asking you why you use them, what the consultants were doing. We are asking you, why didn't you get the consultants to transfer skills to your own staff so that you can discharge the services of the consultants and have your own internal system? Because in any case, with all of the support of the consultants right across the whole country, we're seeing that the impact to the audit outcomes is not really very different as a result of the consultants. So those are the specifics of what we would like to see happening, and that will be monitored. We will have 3-monthly report, and then we will also get the MEC and the minister to intervene so that we can get to the direction where we need to be going. The next group of issues are plans that we would like to get from you. The first plan is a plan to address water losses. Let's see how we are addressing this issue. It's a major issue, and everywhere communities are complaining. Last time we were discussing with you the non-revenue water was a very high figure, and in addition you even had instances where rainwater had stopped supplying water, and in terms of your explanation they were trying to force you to sign the agreement. Of course they did meet with the committee and they rejected that as not being the case, but we are not on that issue just now. I'm just reminding you our discussion on this matter, and I'm just saying we need a plan on how do you curb water losses. The next aspect is a plan to address electricity losses. That's an area that I think is going to be very important. The third one is about the addressing cable theft, and we need to understand the cost of this and also preventative strategies. So those are the plans of things that would like you to, the plans that would like to you to submit to us. Then we then need that list of cases of corruption that have been reported to and or investigated by the council, and referral to internal disciplinary and into referral to a criminal justice system.
Then let me say that's the end of the issues. The one that goes to the MEC is support of the provincial government. Now I'm not now talking about just the MEC, to deal with the issue of the mining companies that have actually refused to pay. I think that's very important, that you mustn't leave the municipality alone on this matter. I don't think any mining houses is taking Merafong very seriously. Otherwise it wouldn't be the situation. But are they also not taking the provincial government seriously? Are they not taking the national government seriously? And now we are saying we would like to get a report from the MEC. And do we need to actually invoke the involvement of the national ministers at this level? We'll work on that based on the report we get from you. But this issue was raised with us, and all of us got a little bit emotional about it, to say, but how do you expect the poor municipality to survive if you're actually strangulating that by withholding certain payments which are due to the municipality? Just because you have got a capacity to block the matters in court and delay the settlement, they can still keep this matter in court for the next 25, 30 years. The municipality will never be able to get money to go and challenge them, to force them to action. But they are actually being regulated by the same government at a senior national level. So why do you allow that they should be suffering when in fact money is there? What are these issues that cannot be resolved? What are these issues that are so serious that you can actually starve a municipality down when in fact the monies are due to the municipality? So that is not now for the municipality. They reported the matter, they can't do anything about it. Well, of course, they must do what they need to do, but we're saying the matter is off their hands. It needs to come. When we need to talk about it, we'll talk about it with the MEC. So that's where the issues are. So at this point, I would like to then say thank you to the municipality, and certainly we're seeing you now. We like to see you, so we might see you again this year. And we might, or even next year, we would still like to see you. So don't get tired of us, because we really feel we must, every now and again come and see you. And so we must be friends. We must expect that every now and again this committee is going to come see us. And this is just normal. Thank you very much. Have a lovely evening. Thank you very much. Can we take the next 25 minutes, next 20 minutes to have a short lunch break, and then we come back to do the last municipality, which is Ekurhuleni. Is Ekurhuleni here? Ekurhuleni, only one Ekurhuleni. Yeah. Oh, it's a big group. Let me see all the hands. Hi, Ekurhuleni. Hi. Yeah, the joint committee loves you. Please take a 20 minutes break and come back. We will continue just now. Thank you.
Pumula is cut. Honorable members, those of us who are back, please let's proceed. I know that there's been quite a constraint on the time, and so the members will join us as we go. Let's welcome the leadership of Ekurhuleni. We'll give you a few minutes to introduce yourself, 5 minutes to introduce yourself, and then table a summary of your issues. And then the members will be starting the discussion. Some of the members, as I said earlier, I've got reports of members who have gone on sick leave because they are actually attending to doctors. And the other members have got double meetings now. They had to go and attend to those meetings. So we will nevertheless proceed. May I then invite Ekurhuleni team to introduce yourselves. Just say your name and your designation and pass the mic, and then we'll come back for 5 minutes of presentation. Then we will start the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to everybody in the House. My name is Sipho Khatebe, the Executive Mayor of Ekurhuleni Local Municipality.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Bongile Sokluza. I'm the Speaker. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon to the members of the committee. My name I am Mbuyiselo Kanso. I'm the MMC responsible for local economic development and development planning at Ekurhuleni. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair. Greetings to all the members of the committee. My name is April Ntuli. I'm the Municipal Manager of Ekurhuleni Local Municipality.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Motiba Mohofe, the Chief Operations Officer, Ekurhuleni.
Afternoon, Chair and honorable members. I'm Farid Masianuka, CFO, Ekurhuleni.
Afternoon, Chair, and afternoon to honorable members. My name is Hassan Mako, MMC responsible for finance and revenue, Ekurhuleni. Greetings to the Chair of the COGTA Portfolio Committee of the National Assembly, Utokotela Uzweli Mkhize, members of the COGTA Portfolio Committee, members of SCOPA, who are here, the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Honorable MEC Jacob Mamabulo, the Speaker of Ekurhuleni, and the Municipal Manager and the entire team that is here. Honorable Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee and colleagues, I wish to thank the National Assembly Joint Portfolio Committees for the opportunity to share our story about Ekurhuleni Local Municipality. We have been afforded 5 minutes to summarize our presentation. We have submitted a detailed report and a presentation as required, which specifically responds to the specific questions we were asked to respond to. I'm therefore presenting a high-level summary of our report. Chair, it is a systemic historical challenges that persisted on service delivery failures that led to Ekurhuleni Local Municipality to be put under or placed under Section 139(1)B And this intervention was by Gauteng Exco that commenced on June 2018. And thereafter, financial recovery plan was therefore also imposed to the municipality in January 2019 up until today. The focus area for this intervention was primarily on three things. One, it was on finances of the municipality, and also on supply chain management, and the last one on infrastructure or service delivery. This intervention therefore lapsed on the 31st of August 2022. As a municipality chair, the key committees that we have in our municipality, one is MEC, the second one is Audit and Performance Committee. We have also the Risk Management Committee. We also have the Anti-Fraud and Anti-Corruption Committee. And we have Ethics and Petitions Committee. And we also have the Financial Misconduct Disciplinary Board. MEC in our municipality chair is very much active. There are 5 strategies that as a municipality that we have adopted that we wanted to look at. One, it is to create a high-performing municipality. And for us to do that, we were able to appoint the senior management. When we started, we didn't have the MM. Many of our senior leaders were in acting positions. But as I speak, we have the MM appointed, the CFO appointed, the COO appointed, executive directors appointed. We also have the chief audit executive appointed, and also the chief risk officer. We also have senior managers on engineering and also on legal aspects that are appointed. However, we are still running short of 2 executive directors that we still have to appoint, which is on IP and public works. The reason for the delay of appointing this, it is we made offers, but our offers were rejected at some point, Chair. Then the second strategy that we are looking at, it is the strategy to respond on electricity matters and also on water matters. On electricity, the municipality has signed a distribution agency agreement with ESCOM, whereby together with ESCOM we are working on resolving electricity matters, that they are also supporting the municipality on the rollout of smart meters and also on upgrading of substations. On water, we are working very close with ESCOM on the program that we have launched today as we were sitting here, which is called the Special Purpose Vehicle. And the other one where we are not doing much, but we are in the process of uncovering it, it is on the waste management. The roads and storm water, it's another aspect where we are looking, where the municipality will be acquiring a jet patcher that will be assisting us to seal or reseal our roads. But we also, as a municipality, managed to do the master plan where we are saying that this is our approach on dealing with water. As I speak to you, Chair, 2024-2025, the municipality has managed to spend over 100% of the MIG, which is a very good progress on the municipality. On the third strategy, spatial and economic development, it is the revitalization of the Vaal River City, the Vaal SEZ or Special Economic Zone, and the Vaal Aerotropolis, which will be in a position to elaborate further as we continue with our engagement. And the fourth strategy that we are looking at, it is public safety and social transformation, whereby we are merging the municipal bylaws with our traffic department, where we are looking at the matters of fire and rescue, where we know that we have some challenges on the fleet, and also the municipal health and our clinics, and also the transfer to the provincial health as it is planned. And the last strategy that we are looking at, it is financial viability, where we are saying that the municipality, if we can be in a position to run this municipality without interferences of attachments of the bank and also without water challenges and electricity challenges, we will be in a position to say this municipality is now therefore adopting a funded budget. Chair, in our report, detailed report that has been shared, it will also uncover that the municipality is part of the debt write-off review, whereby the municipality has benefited up until today about 1.9 debt write-off from ESCOM and Treasury, which is a very positive thing, and we are looking at the second one that we believe we will be in a position to achieve any time from now. And as I conclude, Chair, we want to also explain that just behind me, Chair, there's also a lot of members that are coming from Ekurhuleni, as and when we interact at some point, if you permit, Chair, we'll also invite them to come and share on their departments or any other thing that we'll be seeking clarity unto. And we are saying, Chair, we are here because we believe that this platform is going to assist us to unpack about the aspect and the future of the municipality.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor. When we ask questions and you think someone needs to be brought from the back, just make space on the side. They can actually come join you whenever you think it's necessary. You are meeting here with the joint committee, joint committees of SCOPA, Standing Committee on the Auditor General, and COCTA. We are largely following up on the latest audit outcomes in relation to municipalities, and so we would want to engage with you to look at how we can actually change the situation within that municipality, particularly to ensure that we end up with a better outcome. And you come from a very difficult audit history, and so we would like you to move to a point where when we say Ekurhuleni, we will say clean audit every year. And so that requires a lot of commitment, it requires a lot of support, it requires also a lot of understanding that the dysfunctionality of municipalities has to end. Good governance has to reign in all municipalities. Financial mismanagement, corruption, negligence, and all the transgressions that are reported by the Auditor General are addressed. So that's the spirit in which we come to deal with this issue. So we will therefore be opening up issues for discussion, and then we will move to get you answers as we go along. We will start with this team. We'll take a few questions and request answers, and then continue in that way. I just ask you to focus on giving us facts, technical information. Don't wander away and get into things that might cause delay. So we would like to just be on the spot, deal with the concise answers as possible, and then make sure that we have covered as much ground as is possible to do. Thank you very much. Honorable Member, please take the floor.
Ngiyabonga Kabazela. Good afternoon to Ekurhuleni team. It does not look good. Siqoqo samadoda with one woman. That is the first comment I would like you to address. Chair, through to you, can I also find out what is the name of the CFO? Okay. And what is the name of the supply manager?
Supply chain manager is Jason Munkwani.
Okay. So, to you, Mayor and the team, can you please clarify the issue of the court case? And then clarify to us, when was it? I think it was 2024, whereby the CFO took the supply manager to court, claiming that there is a corruption that is taking place within the supply chain management, whereby the CFO claimed that on the WhatsApp group, he is encouraging corruption. And he took the matter to court and he won that matter. I thought it was you when I asked for your specific name, but since it was happening last year, it's a cause for concern. Please take us through as this committee, because we can't just allow that to happen and then there's no clarity on that one. The second point on the supply chain management, I just want to get a clarity. It is said, or it is alleged, that the person who is the head or who is the leader of the supply chain management is a member of a certain political party. Is a very senior member of a political party. So therefore, I want to ask from you, leadership, there's no conflict of interest whereby you took a person who is playing a role in a certain political party to head your supply chain management in order to also to curb corruption. Secondly, on the issue of forged documents, whereby around about 17 officials were suspended during the spaza shop. There was an issue in the country about the spaza shop, and all departments, especially the government, tried to deal with the issue of spaza shops. You remember we even lost our kids from school. Now there is a matter that I need a clarity from you. Is it true that the municipality was engulfed with the officials who was distributing fake permissions to the spaza shops? As a result, there were 17 officials that were suspended. If you can update us with how far with that case, if it happens, and how far with the case, and who was fired, there was any decision taken. The diesel theft that is happening and implicated workers as well, please update us, go to town about it. The ghost workers in the municipality, that is also milking millions of taxpayers. How did you solve that? Is still happening? If it's still happening, why is still happening? And if it's not, how did you address it? The last one, Chair. Ekurhuleni, I just visited Ekurhuleni, I think 3 months back. Each and every corner is a dumping site. Why you don't have waste removal in Ekurhuleni? If you have, why are we experiencing that dirty that is happening in Ekurhuleni? Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. No, first question. I would love to understand from Council. You are it appears like you are a financially struggling municipality. How did you take a decision of writing down 91% of your outstanding debt? Writing down 91%. Yes. Of your outstanding debt. How was that decision reached? 1. 2, how are you operating as a municipality? As at the end of the last financial year, your vacancy rate was 67%. I'm trying to grasp it. How are you operating? How are you giving services to the people? I mean, more than 15% of vacancy rate. I've never seen such a thing. Lastly, Chair, you are losing 62% of all water that are flowing through your pipelines. How are you, I mean, and 24% of electricity, both of them are above norm. The water is even worse because the norm for electricity is 10%. For water, it's I think it's 20 or 30%. Please, can you just allude that to me? And secondly, in the unauthorized expenditure that you wrote down of 7.6 billion, so all of it, there was no one that is wrong. Since you never took disciplinary hearing for anyone, you never took any consequence, there was no consequence management at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the Ekurhuleni team. The name is Talente Gupega of SCOPA. Chair, I just want to know, the Auditor General's report reports that there's a serious issue of irregular appointment of service providers. from the municipality. Now, if that is the case, what has the management or the team running Ekurhuleni done about that? Has there been any consequence management? Has there been any arrests? Have people been fired? What is the case? On the allegations of maladministration as well, the Auditor General is complaining about some serious allegations of maladministration. Could you, number one, talk to us about those allegations? What is that about? Number two, could you please tell us what has there been any consequence management for that? If not, why not? And then the council wrote off 7.65 billion of unauthorized expenditure. Could the possibly, I'm not sure if it's the mayor, the CFO, or the municipal manager, could you talk to us about that? Explain to us what led to that decision. And then on your financial report, other expenditure, could you talk to us about those amounts as well? What is other? There's an expenditure item called other expenditure. What is that other expenditure that cannot be detailed as to what the money went to? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening to everyone. Dombo Viomende, member of SCOPA. Over and above the question on the write-off, which the AG says it was done illegally, why there are no investigations on your fruitless current, declared fruitless and fruitless and wasteful expenditure and unauthorized expenditure? And then the unfunded budget. What informed the tabling of your budget? Because it had no indicators as to it's going to be a budget to do what in the municipality. And who drafted that budget? It's very interesting that a budget will be drafted, tabled, whether unfunded or funded, but once it doesn't have indicators, that's a cause for concern. So who drafted such a budget and then all agree that it must go and be tabled as unfunded? Then there is an ineffective use of consultants that were supposed to be dealing with your asset register, yet there were still serious material misstatements that were identified in terms of the asset management in Ekurhuleni. But of much concern and interest, your offices were closed at some point. The customer care center was also closed. And this was due to the fact that rental was not paid. Why was that? Because we are in offices so that we can give services to the people. Anything that's going to disrupt service delivery should be priority. Why would there be an office of a municipality that is not paid for in terms of rent? And why are you not complying with the debt relief contract that you have in terms of ESCOM, as it is advised by the Treasury? Why are you not then complying to that contract and pay ESCOM so that we do not have issues with ESCOM? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the delegation. The name is Kwenza Madlala from SCOPA. The first question is on the 600 million municipal infrastructure grant that you guys returned. What could have been the causal effects of that? And what mechanisms have you put in place to prevent future occurrence of the same situation, given the state of your infrastructure and the entire municipality? Number two, you are registered to be spending a lot on security, about 12 million by April or in April. I want to understand what is the reason for that. What are you securing? Yeah, the next question is, I would like to understand the age and customer makeup of your ESCOM debt. So you can just take us through that. How long back does it date, and what is the makeup of it, of the customer for it? I want to check if you've got any private-public partnership plans in place as the municipality. And lastly, I have been to Emfuleni and I was there on constituency oversight. The entire place is dilapidated. It's a sad scene for people to live in. What is one service, at least out of all the services you have to deliver, that you can say you are delivering with distinction? Just one. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a list of questions. Please deal with them.
No, thank you very much, Chair. With the questions posed to the team, I will attempt on few that we will share with the rest of the team. The first one that came, Chair, as a direct question is about the matter between the past CFO and the SCM manager in Emfuleni. And I must also indicate, Chair, that the matter was between the two, which was the CFO had a case against the SCM, and it was not in relation to the municipality. Hence, at the end, it became the matter between the two. And even the verdict that even came, the court judgment, it also reflected so. So the municipality in that regard was not then put as a respondent in the matter. On the matter of the 640 that was unspent, the question that was coming from Babu Madlala from SCOPA, that was returned. In many headlines, it appears as if the municipality sent back the money of around 640. But the reality was that, Chair, during that year, I think it was 2023-2024, what happened, Chair, is that the account of the municipality was attached by two creditors, which was ESCOM and Rainwater. So for about 8 months, as a municipality, we are unable to have access to the money that we had. So as a result of that, in that 8 months, the only money that was coming was the money that was paid by the customers or by the residents. But we as a municipality, we didn't have any access. We couldn't pay anyone. We couldn't do any of the transactions. So as a result of that, up until June 2024, and then that's when the financial year ended. Then, as a result of that, then that's when that the money was then returned. But one other thing that happened during that time of the attachment, there were several letters that were written to different political offices. The MEC, we even wrote to the Minister of Finance. By that time, we even wrote to the Office of the President seeking intervention in this regard. And one of the interventions that was brought in was Schedule 6B, whereby the National COGTA was saying that on part of the money that we have, COGTA said we cannot continue to put money that will not be unspent. And so then therefore, Schedule 6B suggested that whatever project that the municipality has will work together with COGTA, whereby the municipality can do the assessment of the work that has happened, but in terms of payment, it will be paid directly by the COGTA. And that was one of the interventions. But the other good thing that we needed to look at, in particular in that financial year, when this started, it started around November. But in terms of the MIG that we had already spent by that time, we were sitting at 42%, meaning it was saying that we were progressing very well. But unfortunately from November, then the attachment that ran up until June was a result of we couldn't spend. Hence, in the previous financial year, as I indicated, that we managed to spend the MIG of 100% because there were no attachment. And the attachment that came recently, it was an attachment that came very late, whereas we have done significant progress in the matter that we had.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Executive Mayor. Thank you, Chair of the committee. Chair, I will respond on some of the questions that are raised by the members. I will start with a question of the 17 official that are on the process of disciplinary. There's a specific question that the honorable member asked about a specific employee who was issuing the license illegally. Our manager corporate services is here. Where I miss out, he will add. But what I want to report, we've dealt with with that matter. There's a disciplinary process that is undergoing. Is approaching to an end where we'll get a verdict on the outcome of the process. And the other 17 officials that were attending disciplinary, they vary. We know the cases that we know that they vary between the departments in their nature. It's not only for for sponsorship. They range from economic development. You've got others from community services, others from shared services. So any transgressions, Chair, that's what we're dealing with. And some of these members, Chair, the case are concluded and they are dismissed, including the three senior managers that are reporting under Section 56 managers. Their case are closed and they are also dismissed. There's other cases that the question came where it was found that there was a diesel theft. Those who normally visit Ekurhuleni, you will hear that there was no diesel, but we have found the people or the culprits that it was like a syndicate. So there's a case, on that. They are attending disciplinary processes. So their cases are underway. We are following the bargaining disciplinary process to finish the cases. Then there's also a case, a question regarding the ghost workers. Chair, I would like to report that I'm not aware of any ghost workers. And the issue of the dumping site, we agree, Chair. Yes, our area is very, very, very filthy. There's a causality to that fact, and also there's a plan how we intend to address, and also there's a support that we are getting from provincial department, GDAT. I'm sure some of you have seen recently on the news where there was also intervention from the office of the MEC COCTA, where we're dealing with all the dump that is outside. So there's a new landfill site called Yakani that's under design, and there's also existing landfill site called Springs. We did hear the concern of the public that the landfill site at Springs is a bit far. Sometimes it creates a problem because the transfer station that are within the municipality, some of them, they've reached its capacity because they are closed. So in the recent weeks, we've opened up the new transfer station that is located in Zone 7. The other challenge that we have, which we're still having currently, that we're addressing, was the issue of the fleet, Chair. The number of compactors that we have, in majority of them, we had breakdowns, and others were with the mechanics. We still have those challenges, but we've seen that there's also a cost on that, where our workers, they need to work overtime because not all the shifts can work at the same time. So we are in the process of concluding a long list term contract where we'll be getting the compactors and other vehicles that are needed for service delivery. This, in the main, Chair, it will help us in dealing with, first you want to say, with driver behavior. That will be monitored because there will be a tracker here in the system. The issue of overtime, whereby now we'll have all full teams will be working on the ground, collecting waste. And also as well, where if we have a breakdown, we will have immediately have the vehicle that is available, to assist with the removal of waste. Then there was a question that was asked by a member to say, last year the vacancy rate, it was 67%. We fully agree with you, Chair, yes, it was very high. Not only critical position, where also the vacancies were very high. So, Chair, what we have done, we've improved, as the Executive Mayor in his opening 5-minute speech indicated. How was the situation at Ekurhuleni, starting from the top executive management, where at some point it was only myself and the CRO who were permanent employed. The rest of executive that you see them in front of you and at the back, they were not appointed. So we've since improved, not only on these ones, also on illegal, on our legal services, it was very bad. At some point, we had one person from legal services, but we've improved that. We've appointed the legal manager, the legal advisors, and also other members, in the labor relation. And also to add on that what came as improvement, or what have resulted as improvement, what Executive Mayor has alluded on the 100% MEC expenditure. Our staff was very low. We had 2 technicians. At that time, we did receive support from the province in the likes of SAIC and also MISA. But we've improved. Since we've appointed the staff under the infrastructure planning development, that's why now we see an improvement. And indeed, now we can also report to this committee that due to the attachment of bank account, we have put under Schedule 6B. But because of what we've demonstrated, the capacity and the ability to perform on the MIG, now we are appointed that we can implement Schedule 6B. Otherwise, it has been returned to the municipality to perform that function. In addition to that, on the expenditure, where we spent end of May, we requested COGTA to grant us a go-ahead to proceed to spend some of the monies here internally, where in the beginning of the new financial, which is this financial year, that we can be reimbursed. So in other words, we've spent more than, but we did get approvals before we spend. Then there was a question on the water losses. The Chief Director from it is here. He will add where I left off, 62% indeed. The water losses are very high. There's a causality into that effect, and also there's a plan of action that is taken by the municipality. The old age or aging infrastructure is causing a lot of water losses, and also the unmetered household is causing a huge water losses. The other factor, Chair, it was the lack of master plan, which was not there. As a municipality, we have developed the water asset and sanitation master plan. We have also developed water and sanitation master plan and the water service development plan. And together with Rainwater, we have developed a water conservation and demand management plan. On road and stormwater, we are in the process of developing the master plan. Also on electricity, we have made provision, council, this year to develop that asset master plan. So also on electricity, the managed electricity is here, but it's similar challenge, I mean, of the infrastructure and the illegal connection that is there. Chair, just pardon me, on the other plan that we have on the water to recover or to cap these losses or to recover on revenue, because we're the challenge, unable or find it difficult, I mean, to pay the bulk water service provider, which is Rainwater, which time to time they led to the attachment of account. But we came up with the resolution to say how can we deal with this matter moving forward, so that we avoid the attachment of bank account, where we came up with a process that we need to enter into the special purpose vehicles, where together we'll deal with the challenges of water. Similarly, to electricity, Chair, we are under DAA. The DAA is a discipline agency agreement, where Rainwater and large power users of electricity, they went to court where they forwarded their prayers that they need to pay ESCOM directly. There was an outcome, the verdict of July 2023, whereby one of the conditions was that the municipality must appoint ESCOM as a distribution agency agreement. So that was done. Currently we're implementing that. We are under the DAA. It just came after this Circular 124 of the National Treasury, where we are under debt relief. So the DAA is working very well. We're working together with ESCOM, where it's very clear that where there's no meters, ESCOM need to install meters. Where meters are not working, and then ESCOM need to do that. And also where there's a capital expenditure or intervention, we need to do that. So we're working together with ESCOM in that program. So it deals with all the issues that we need to deal with in terms of electricity. Chair, before I hand it over to the CFO and the COO, let me just check whether I've got any other issues. Okay, let me hand over to the COO and the CFO. Through you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will only take the UIF one because it's been raised almost in threefold. But first, I would like to bring that the 7.65 billion that was written off had an history items that is started from 2014 up until 2023. That is why the magnitude of the amount reflects the 7.65. What we tackled in terms of the municipality was that we looked at item per item in terms of the the unauthorized, but the whole 7.65 Chair is in rent, water, and ESCOM overspending in terms of our budget. That is the only two creditors that we have that made that 7.65. The reason may be, Honorable Member, you find that there is no consequence management in that regard. What happened is the bill that comes from ESCOM, in terms of our accounting, we'll have to accrue it and it overspent our budget at the end of the day. That is the items that we looked at in terms of analyzing our unauthorized expenditure, and we took the report to council and further to MPEC in terms of that explanation, and MPEC and council agreed in terms of how the process unfolded. That is why there was no person held accountable to or held to find that there was some offense. That is basically how the 7.65 of the unauthorized came into the picture. It's almost 9 years of the unauthorized. The municipality never looked at that one to ensure that that unauthorized is being taken on year-to-year basis. But in the previous financial year, in terms of that analysis, we looked at it and made sure that we deal with the unauthorized, and the remaining balance, as you see in the annual financial statement, are related to other transactions that relate to normal procurement processes. That is where the report in terms of the resolution of council was to say those items needs to go to MPEC and Financial Disciplinary Board for further investigation to check as to whether what transpired, was there any irregularities in relation to those transactions. And the process is still ongoing. As you can see, the backlog of what our UIFNW is on that document, Chair. I think I've tried to cover both the three in terms of the UIFNW.
Through you, Chair, I will deal with the issue of the write-off. It is not a write-off taking the balance out of the books. It is an impairment based on Ekurhuleni policy, and also the policy looks at debt that is over 90 days, and then we go through in detail to check whether that amount will be recoverable, and then we make provision for that, which is impairment. And based on that, because if you look at our outstanding debt, most of it is sitting over 90 days, which meant we had to make provision for that. So it's not write-off and taken off the book. It's an accounting treatment for where having assets, you are not going to likely recover the amount. That is the impairment that we have done. I must indicate that yes, we are currently, as part of revenue enhancement, going through incentive scheme where we give residents and business that comes to us for relief, and we are taking that also with credit control measures. But we have not yet written off 91%. It's an impairment. And the question was, how do we operate when we have got these high losses? Yes, indeed, it is a challenge. That's why we are taking initiatives to work with Rainwater and ESCOM to resolve the issue of high water losses. Because you can imagine, Chair, if you buy for R1 and you lose 62 cents, it then means you need to recover the R1 from the 48 cents that you are selling. And with that, either you will have to overcharge the customer or you will never recover. And that under recovery leads to unfunded budget, which is the big issue that we are faced with. So we have agreed to work with Rainwater to have an SPV that will assist the municipality to get funding for the infrastructure that is causing these high losses. And we believe working with rainwater, we will improve on the infrastructure and reduce losses. And in the end, we will have a budget that is funded. The other expenditure, it's mainly expenditure that from a materiality, it's below a material level to be disclosed, so they are added together. We can bring the drill down of that expenditure. The unfunded budget, as I've indicated, our biggest problem is two service providers. It's ESCOM and rainwater. Together we are owing more than 9 billion for those two. So even if we have budgeted for surplus in the current financial year, the fact that we owe ESCOM and rainwater such amount means that our budget cannot be funded if we are looking at the balance sheet. So with that, as indicated, we are participating on debt relief, where if we get qualification on the 5.9 billion that is part of the debt relief, we will see significant improvement on the balance sheet. And also, when the SPV gets implemented, the 1.3 billion, it's also being ceded to the SPV, and that will lead to an improvement in the balance sheet, which will create a budget that is funded. And going forward, we will want to maintain that.
Thanks, Chair. I think there is two that I picked that we did not respond
Are you done? Did you hear about the court case CFO and all the... Okay, you're fine with that? You're not fine. And then
thanks, Chair.
Ghost workers and this puzzle shop? Okay, that's fine. Ghost workers?
On ghost workers, the MM did mention that we don't have any information about ghost workers in the municipality. On the issue of the supply chain manager and the CFO, it's a civil matter. It's not a matter that includes the institution. That is it in summary, Chair. Thanks.
Chair, can I come back? Thanks, Chair. So, comrades, are you saying all of you 2, 4, 6, 7, you don't know anything about ghost workers? That's what you are communicating to this parliament? Chair, through to you.
Pass the mic.
No, I want them so I can come.
No, it won't be like that. Just ask the rest of the questions that are outstanding.
It's going to be very difficult because I need to get from them if all of them are saying they don't know. Because, Chair, this is an undermining. This issue even went to the legislature. It is recorded that this matter was taken to the legislature through a member of the legislature, whereby you were paying 2 senior people. One was an accountant as a ghost, was paid an amount of 40,000 per month. And the other one was a senior engineering, who was paid 65,000 per month. So since 2019, the municipality was losing 3 million for one person. So therefore, we wanted to know, how did you resolve that matter? Because one is supposed to be an accounting officer, and consequences supposed to be following if you are serious about saving the municipality. That is the question. So now I'm very shocked if all of you are colluding to say you don't know about this matter. Is either you are new or you are hiding corruption on the municipality, a struggling municipality for that matter. I'm not satisfied the way you also responded in regards to the issue of the former CFO, who happened, that you also have to share with the committee what happened to that former CFO. Because the former CFO took the matter to court, saying a person who is responsible for a supply chain management in the municipality, the way you respond to it, leadership, saying that the municipality was not involved. Whether the municipality was not involved in paper, the municipality is involved because it's the CFO from the municipality accusing a person in the supply chain management, saying that you want to normalize crime because you are forcing me as a CFO to sign wrong things. Because you are a member of a political party, we are heading a supply chain management, we are saying that I must give or must I sign in order for a member of a political party to get tender. That is corruption in the municipality. And I don't know why you don't have an appetite to go beyond and said, no, not in our name as a municipality. But you come here, you said, that thing, it must be separated, the municipality was not involved. It is involved because it involves taxpayers' money in the municipality, especially the struggling municipality in Gauteng. Thank you, Chair.
Now you'll get a direct response.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I will respond on the two personnel that the member is referring to. Yes, I did respond that I'm not aware of. If I have to...
Just repeat that, I couldn't pick up.
Okay, I responded earlier that I'm not aware of the ghost workers. If the member is referring to the legislature questionnaire, where there was one employee that went away for the longest period of time, that employee was dismissed. And also he is
wait. You're not aware of the ghost workers, the two that the member is mentioning. And then you're saying if the member is referring to a question that went to Parliament, what was the question and what was the answer and what was the action?
Thank you, Chair. I'm referring to say when she does the follow-up, he's saying there was a questionnaire that was raised by the legislature. Because the first, when he started, he said, any ghost workers. And then I said, I'm not aware of any ghost workers. Now, when she doing the follow-up, she said there was a legislature questionnaire. So now, in the absence of that in front of me, I can only think about the two employees that where there was a legislature questionnaire, and those two employees, the matter where they went they were away for the longest time at work, that was dealt with, were dismissed. Those employees.
Were they municipal police? You say they were police or colleagues? I couldn't get.
Employees.
Employees of the municipality.
Yes.
What work were they doing in the municipality?
One, it was an accountant, and the other one is on community services. I think my ED is here. He will tell me what exactly is work.
What did they do so that they get dismissed?
The one that was dismissed, he was not coming to work. We did follow the processes in terms of the bargaining disciplinary process. We write to him to say he must come to work. We give him the time frame, and then he never came, and then we dismissed him.
The other one?
The other one, the colleagues can assist me on that one. That also was not coming to work, but the executive director is here, to give me the details on that one.
He was an engineer.
I'm told that he was an engineer.
So the one was an accountant, the one was an engineer. Both of them were dismissed. The second one was dismissed for what?
As I'm saying, Chair, the corporate service is here. You will assist us.
Let's give it to him.
Thank you.
Corporate services. Come with your chair and sit on the side. We have to see you. Come to the just same line so we're visible.
introduce yourself and then tell us about the two guys.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Mtunzi Mtwalo. I'm the acting ED Shared Services. The circumstances that led to the employees being dismissed were in relation to their abscondment of them not being at work. And then we initiated the disciplinary processes where we started by calling them to come to the municipality to report for duty. If they did not, we gave them a particular time, and then we followed the disciplinary processes which led to their dismissal. And since they've been dismissed, nothing has happened. It ended up to that extent.
For how long were they away? For how long did they go away? Were they away from work?
It was a number of months. Chair, I'm not sure because I only joined the municipality in 2023 in July.
That's good enough already. Number of months. And was there a case after that? Any investigation, anything? Did anybody get any further information?
Yes, the HR department did follow up as to what was happening, because we also were able to trace that despite the fact that the employee was receiving the salary, there were timesheets that were being submitted. We also tried to check that who was submitting the timesheets. But to the effect that this employee, it transpired that this employee, when we also checked with the manager, they were never at work. So hence we decided to proceed with the processes to dismiss them.
So somebody in the municipality kept making timesheets for them to show that they were at work?
We tried to establish that one, but we could not get it as to who was signing the timesheets, because the timesheets were arriving at pay office for the employee to receive the salary at the month.
So it only come to receive money? Or they were just getting it deposited in their banks?
It comes deposited in the bank.
So how did you know they were not there because you had the work schedule?
This is why I'm saying that we had to follow up with the HR department and our department that is investigating it with the managers. And that's when we picked up that this manager indicated that this person was never at work. Hence we proceeded to letters of abscondment to call the person to work, so that we can table the disciplinary process. Failing that, we will then take action against that employee.
Okay, so Mayor, this issue, the member describes two things. One is she says they were cost workers. Secondly, she says one was an accountant, was paid, the other one was an engineer, was paid. But when you don't know anything about it until we have to ask again, and then you say the matter that went to the legislature, that question, you're only answering it there. I don't understand what makes you not to think of it in the first instance, because the description is the same. Were you in the municipality at that time?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think that it happened before my time. That's why I'm not aware of the beginning of this occurrence. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's close the issue. Khalif, you're done. All right. Honorable Member, you still want to follow up? Same issue. When your hand is not up. Pass the mic. Aye. There were two hands there that were up. Let's start with them. Yours will come later. Now I know you want to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make a follow-up on the same issue. So, the person who these people reported to, because in terms of the abscondment process, I think within 10 days, there should be a follow-up that's made and all of that. What investigation did the municipality do to that person who was a supervisor? Because that person's failure to perform their duties diligently and to the best of their abilities, an act of misconduct in terms of the the labor law, in fact, in terms of the collective agreement, disciplinary code procedure collective agreement. So what action was taken and what means to recover the wasteful, the salaries, the monies that this person was getting paid over all of those months? I just have those two. Thank you.
Response?
Chair, no action was taken in relation to the manager consent, and the amounts that were paid for the salaries during that period, it was never recovered.
But you agree that if somebody is away for so many months that me and you think is many months, such a person should not have been entitled to the money for which he was not at work, and for that reason someone should have actually gone back to say you have to pay this money back. And secondly, once you have someone who is absent for several months but you get timesheets, somebody authorizes and confirms that the person is at work. Who is that person?
Chair, like I have indicated, during our investigation, we are unable to trace as to who was that person who was submitting or who was signing for the attendance register for that person to be paid.
Asimi Agelo was submitting. Let's talk about the one who was supervising. We are looking for the one who supervised.
No, Chair, no action was taken against the person who was supervising.
No, see, we know that. We're asking who was the supervisor.
Chair, I'm not sure as to actually who was the manager concerned, but we can go back and check the manager who was responsible.
But you know two things about the supervisor.
Yes.
One, that they didn't institute any recovery. Two, they themselves were not disciplined.
Yes, Chair.
Right. Now, we now need to know who that supervisor is. I need you know, and I need to get us there. We need to know, because these are the two things that we want to know. But you see, Mayor, the issue is past the supervisor. It's now with the guys in charge of the supervisor. That you can have a case reported even in the legislature. We prove that the people were awarded. We prove that they were paid when they were not at work. We prove that they sent fraudulent work schedules. And we also know that the supervisor was not disciplined. We know there was no recovery. And we're asking the question, there was someone at the top who has actually not done all of these 5 things, and that's the one we want now. Loss on Tolalo. Sfuna Lo, who was the supervisor? Was that the MM of the time, or was that any one of the directors here? I saw my pen to Lagale.
Angibonge Sihlalo, one of the things that we can say without being shy about the matter, which I can tell you that Sihlalo, all of us that are sitting here by that time were not yet in office. But what we wanted to request is that can we be given indulgence to go and investigate on the matter, and also to check at the outcomes of the disciplinary proceedings of that time. Then with that, Chair, then we can write a report and send it accordingly to the MEC and then come to you, so that we don't speculate. Because one of the things that one might remember somewhere along the way, Guti, there might be some monies that were recovered with certain processes, but we are not sure of that. So hence we request this, Guti, can you accord us a chance to go and investigate on the matter and do accordingly to respond to it?
Okay. That approach is different now. So we can agree to that. What we had a problem with is when it sounds like nobody wants to say it again. That was the problem. You are not there, but we want to know. You must go back and find out who. Because part of the problem that is being raised by these members is a question that says, you simply just summarily written off expenditure, which was irregular. You didn't investigate, you didn't have any consequences on anybody. And the manager here says, no, your own rules allow you to do that. Now the rules we know don't allow you to do that. They allow you to find somebody and take action. Now, if we are agreeing that you are not there, but now you know what we're talking about, you will now go and investigate with a view to ultimately apportioning culpability onto someone who was in the office at that time. Then we're talking the same language. We can hold it there. Now let's do the last follow-up question. Yes, we'll start with Matt and come this way.
Thank you, Chair.
Wait. You are doing a follow-up and we finish your follow-up. It took us 10 minutes. Now let's get, is that a new question?
No, they have not answered some of my questions, but I can let
They
it
haven't
pass.
answered your question?
Yeah, some of my questions they have not answered.
Oh, okay, other questions.
Other questions, yes. This one was just a follow-up from a colleague's question. The one,
Okay,
the one I made.
just highlight them, don't elaborate.
All right, no problem. The first one is on just one service that they can say they are providing. That was one of the questions I asked. One service.
Service.
Yeah, of their mandate. If they can point out one service, they can say they are providing at least a distinction. One. Number two, I asked them if they've got any private-public partnership plans as a municipality. Those are the arrangements with the private sector in terms of...
On what?
Well, it could be on anything. If they have anything called a triple P plan.
Okay.
Yeah, it could be on any item. Number three, I asked them about the age of the ESCOM debt as well as the customer makeup of it. I did not hear a response on that. And then the security issue. There's alleged high expenditure on security. Around 12 million allegedly spent by April. And I need to understand what is it about. Thank you.
Okay, let's come back. Yes, Honorable Mente.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I didn't hear very well the response on the closure of the offices and the customer care. Why was it closed? Why was the rent not paid? And who was responsible for paying the rent? Secondly, on the non-compliance on your ESCOM agreement in terms of debt agreement, it's very clear, Chair, I was hoping that they are going to go back to what they have written here. Because on their financials that they submitted to us, they confirm that their liquidity status is beyond repair. They confirm that their going concern is irreparable. They confirm that they are not collecting anything. They confirm that they are at 33% staff complement or human resource. And thus, they are just running an office, not a municipality. So I was hoping that they are going to clarify that they are sitting there doing that, but there is no hope of getting anything right. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, it's on the I just want to know about the collections for the water and the electricity. Are there any collections at all for those services? Do they get anything? Maybe I misheard.
Okay.
But Chair, lana kukwagogo la Chair. Akwenzeki lutho la.
Thank
you, Chair.
Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. I did not want to miss an opportunity of correcting something that I hear that is incorrect. My question would have been around the 91% write down, not write off, write down. And there is a difference between write down in accounting and impairment. Impairment is a trigger. Write down is an accounting response. An accountant would know that. So I wanted to correct that. I was asking about the write down.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Let's get back to the answers.
No, thank you very much, Slalo. Slalo, let me start from the closure of offices. One is that the municipality has block of offices and which are scattered almost the entire town. with different departments. And in this regard, one office that was closed, it was only one block that was closed, and it was closed for a day, Chair. And the fact that it was closed for a day, it was not that the municipality didn't have money to pay the landlord of that building, but it was a challenge of the attachment of the account whereby the municipality was unable to transact from the account. And that was the result. The landlord was engaged before and he was promised, and during that time of this matter of the attachment, we were working very close with Ekurhuleni, Cooperative in the province, Salga in the province, and Rainwater. And at some point we had reached an agreement that the Rainwater was to uplift the account by this day. And then as a result, then it was communicated to the landlord that we will pay you after this day. But unfortunately, the account was not uplifted. And as a result, then that is the reason of what happened, Chair.
From what we have here, the issue is that, and this might be somewhere else, it might not be what we, but it says as per Valviekblad News Report, 30th of July, the municipality offices, including Customer Care Centre, were closed from 30th July to 2025 until further notice due to rental arrears, making it impossible for residents to receive municipal customer services. They're not saying one day. They're saying until further notice.
Oh, no, Chair, I think what appeared on Valviekblad, it's a local newspaper.
And that's fine.
Yeah,
but
so
now we've got a basis for asking you the question, but somebody in the area told us, and that's Valviekblad.
Okay, but the statement is incorrect, Chair. It happened for a day which appeared on the Valviek, and on the very same day, that was the day that the account was then uplifted and arrangements were done. On the following day, it was business as usual. The municipal offices were working. Chair.
Okay, let's deal with the other question. Let's deal with this question, because I just want us to get out so I can hear what you're saying. Just one service that you are rendering. That was the question.
That's fine.
Well, Chair, there are several services that the municipality is providing, though not to an excellent.
Your municipality.
Yes, that Ekurhuleni, though not to no excellency, Chair. But these are the matters that we are improving on. Hence, at some point.
No. We're not just telling the story. That's why I wanted you to go to the MM. I wanted something that's concrete there. Let's just get MM. And it's better if we get MM to answer that question.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the service that we deliver excellence, although there are losses, is water. You will never had a complaint of shortage of water as much. The water losses are very high due to infrastructure, but we deliver waters every day to the community. In addition to that, the water that provide Gauteng is coming from Ekurhuleni.
Okay.
To ensure that substation is delivered with electricity uninterrupted. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's deal with the other questions. You can give me the other responses.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of the debt relief, the ESCOM one, if the honorable member can recall, we are saying in the previous process cycle of the debt relief, we were able to get the 1.9 billion write-off. It was if you look at the financial statement, the outcome of the debt relief in terms of National Treasury giving us a directive to say, did we qualify, came during the process of the audit, and we were able to adjust the financial statement in line with the letter that came from Treasury to say we have been qualifying for that 1.9 billion. But in looking at the process, as like currently as we speak in our second cycle, we are still waiting for National Treasury to do the analysis in terms of whether are we qualifying for the second tranche of the debt relief. Basically, what was given before vis-a-vis the outcome that we got from Treasury is what I'm trying to address, to say we were able to qualify in that instance, Chair.
Let's deal with the other question.
The other question, I think, which we have missed, Chair, was the use of consultant on the asset. Chair, it's not consultant per se. What transpired here is that we have got a subsystem that runs our asset management. The service provider is doing support of the system. One might regard them as if it's consultant. They are more similar with our financial system, which they are also doing a support in terms of ensuring that their system is credible and is producing the data that will be sufficient. And that is why in the issue of AG, when we were discussing the IQMS service provider, was that there is transactions that are pushed from the subsystem into our main ledger. From there, they are pushed to the case where for the financial statement, whereby the finding was basically the reclassification of transactions. That is basically what was happening, so that when they look at all the three, in the final set of the financials, there were misclassification of transactions. That is why we were able to now correct that classification. But the net figure of our assets did not have any effect. It was just a matter of moving item from electricity to water within the infrastructure cluster. Thanks.
Chair, the other question was, when did we start really owing ESCOM? It started from 2017. That's how the balance has been growing since 2017. Also on the rainwater, it started around 2015. So that has been the challenge to reduce that cost. Chair, I would not want to debate impairment versus write-off, but
I'll give you 1 minute to debate it. I'll give you 1 minute to debate it.
Chair, when we do if debtors are not paying, and that debt go to 90 days, when we do the assessment, we will then say, is this amount still recoverable? And through National Treasury guidelines, once the debtor is 90 days and older, it's unlikely to be recoverable. Then you have to make provision for that amount. So you account it and you process it on your financial statement that this amount is unlikely to be recoverable. However, you have not yet taken it off the book. That's why you will see on the note we are indicating what is the balance outstanding, what is the provision, and then the net balance that is on the financial statement.
What is your debate? The debate point here, you agree or disagree? Are you saying the same thing? Because I don't seem to hear that. The question, I'm gonna call Treasury here as well. on the same point. So we don't go out with a query. So I'm asking the question, at which point do you agree, at which point do you disagree?
Chair, I heard the member saying it's not an impairment.
Sorry?
I heard the member saying it's not an impairment.
And you are saying?
I am saying it is an impairment.
All right, let's move on. No, just wait. We're not done with the questions. No, I'll give you. I'll give it to him. Nick. Now you wait for the last answer, then you can come back to your point. Yes, madam.
Good evening, Chairperson. My name is Thandiwe Matebula. I'm the Executive Manager for Community Services, also responsible for public safety and security. There was a question about spending of a lot of money on security, and then we were asked why is that and what are we spending on. Security services are charged on rates that have been tendered. And then what we do is that every month, I'll give a number in terms of the number of sites that we have. We have 181 sites. So every month what we do is that we look at the breakdown of those sites and then count the number of guards and the amount as originally tendered. And then the total will then come to the amount given. We were given 12 million. I took it that it was from 2025. And then in terms of, in fact, I also wanted to add that for the running tender, which is the latest tender, we insisted that the rates should strictly be according to the regulator, which is the private security regulator, CIRA. And then in terms of what is it that we guard, before I mention that, I want to say that the municipality only uses a physical security in terms of human bodies, but the municipality is also exploring the possibility of electronic security so that then we remove the home bodies. What is it that we guard? We guard municipal buildings. It could be in the form of clinics or fire stations, libraries.
No, don't deal with it like that.
Okay.
You could be cutting a hall, you could be cutting a house.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You must say, we're cutting so many offices, we're cutting so many clinics, we're cutting so many residential buildings, we're cutting so many cemeteries, because it's an existing tender, it's not a generic proposal of a security contract.
Yes. Chair, I checked the number of sites, which is 181. If you give me a chance, I can quickly get the breakdown of what sites we got. I know the type of sites we got, but then I can get you a breakdown to say how many cemeteries, how many clinics, how many fire stations, how many offices, things like that.
I don't know what the member was asking. My question wouldn't be that. My question would be who counts to check and audit that those guards are there?
We do have a team of internal security people, more senior people at superintendent level, who go to sites and check that those people are there.
And you can do you supervise that report?
Yes.
And you can produce it?
Yes.
Right, I'll come back then. Okay. Let's get back then.
Thanks, Chair. I think one, Chair, perhaps I must just to the contest. My question would have been around. I was asking, SCOM would have enrolled them in the debt relief program, of which they did not fully comply with. That was due to the fact that they did not collect debt owed to them. Now, I'm saying to them, how did they arrive at the decision of writing down their debtors with 91% of outstanding debt while they are still struggling financially? Now, instead of answering my question, they are saying to me they did not write off the debt, they impaired it. Now, I'm saying to them, I would have said in my original question, they did not write it off, they wrote it down. Now, I was saying to them as I explained this impairment and what. I'm saying now, an impairment is when a particular asset loses value. Then after it has lost value, you need to write it down to reflect the real value on your accounting books. That is when then I'm saying an impairment is a trigger, but a write down is an accounting response. But basically my question would have been around the issue that why did they write down their debt by 91% and which made them to not, or they did not collect after they've written that debt down, whereas which would have made them to not comply with the program that they were put at by ESCOM since they are struggling. And that was the context of my question.
Okay. So, hold on then. No, that's fine. Let's leave it. Kalipi? AG's office, Treasury, please come over to the front here. Let's deal with this issue.
Okay, Chair.
We have got a very serious argument here. We must go out of here properly educated about who is right. So please ask your question, we'll follow up the answers.
Okay, Chair. I'm still on the issue of the former CFO, the secretary of a certain political party who's the supply manager. It seems as if you don't have an appetite to respond to this question. Whether the CFO won a case against on his individual capacity, the fact remains he was the CFO of the municipality. And if we are very serious in the team to fight corruption, you won't be wishy-washy about this matter. Because after that court case, after the former CFO won the court case, I'm referring to the institution, suspended the current supply manager.
You are starting the question again.
They don't want to respond.
No, just make it shorter because it's a follow-up.
So I want to know, because my opening question was that, is it ethical to have a person who is holding a political office, a secretary, to be a supply chain manager on top of the court case that is there? So do you think, is it ethical according to you? To fight corruption, are you going to be able to fight corruption with this situation?
Okay.
And what happened to the CFO?
No, let's leave it now. Okay. Let's get a response.
Chair, I think there's a misconception. Let me try and clarify it. The supply chain manager took the former CFO to court for derogatory remarks that were made in a WhatsApp group. And there was a judgment that came into the effect that suggested that the supply chain manager is corrupt. These allegations were never tested. And there is an appeal to that effect that is at the Supreme Court in Bloemfontein. That is why we said it's a civil matter which we believe that as a municipality we are not involved. However, the CFO, the former CFO, was not expelled as a result of those particular allegations. There are other allegations which were undertaken, which then made him to be expelled from the institution. I just thought I should clarify that particular misconception, Chair. On issue of ethics, I believe that if it is indeed proven that a particular person is corrupt, not according to a newspaper headline or allegations that have not been tested, as the institution, we will take action against those particular individuals. Thanks.
Can you start? Sorry, can you look at the hands? All right, let's start here, let's move. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. The one question I want to ask, without waste of time, is the one of, I think it's very difficult, the situation where you are in trouble. I mean, you are really in a dwang. and then you are given, you are thrown a lifeline to try and get you out of the situation. But now it's reflected here that there was non-compliance with the Treasury's municipal debt relief program. I would like to know why did you not do that? Because we are seeing this recurring all the time, whether it's Treasury or the AG, time and time again, years in succession, they are just not heeded. That was my first question. Then I wanted also to know, through you, the bonuses. Are there any bonuses that have been paid? Number one. Number two, how much? The number. And then come to salaries, the percentage of salaries to revenue. And then are there any staff death and also councillors who owe the municipality? I think the others have been asked by my colleagues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chair. I want to ask the question on the delegation here. Are you paying the pension funds to the fund? If not, how long have you not paid them? How much you are owing? The employees' pension funds, are you paying them? Are you paying them over to the fund? Number two, Section 32 of the MFMA, Section 32, subsection 2D, B, in the case of irregular or fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it is after investigation by the council committee, certified by council as irrecoverable and written off by council. You don't just look at it and then you recommend it to the council and then you write it off. That is why you sit with dispute between the municipality and the AG. You are writing off 7-point-something billion. And have you satisfied, as the council committee satisfied itself through investigation that that amount can be written off? Can you give us information, or can you give us evidence of investigating the amounts, then satisfying yourself that the amounts are irrecoverable, then writing them off? Because you have a responsibility, according to Section 62D, that you have a responsibility as an accounting officer to prevent irregular and wasteful expenditure from occurring. Now, after writing off such a big amount, now the question that follows is, after writing off this big amount, the current unauthorized expenditure that occurred during the year, then what did you do to prevent it? Who was held liable? Because if you go to Section 32(1)(a), it says even if it's an instruction from a political bearer or a political office bearer to you as an accounting officer, you have a duty to prevent it from happening. If it does, then someone must be held accountable. So it's surprising that you wrote off such a big amount, but no one was held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed.
May I go ahead, Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Chair. Forgive me, Chair, but I might indulge in terms of maybe taking a little time, because I want to communicate and get my questions through clearly, and like the others have had an opportunity, I would also like to make maximum use of my opportunity. So please forgive me with absolute due respect, Chairperson. Okay. And then, of course, I might also take liberty to ask follow-ups like many of my other colleagues have.
You will get the chance.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay. So, colleagues, let's put it in simple English. This is a damning municipality. I mean, when I read the reports, guys, I mean, with due respect, this is like, I mean, Let me ask you this, and please give us a concise, transparent reply. Why does the municipality take 771 days to pay creditors? Please jot it down, because you might miss it out, and then I have to come back and say my question's not answered. So, why does the municipality take 771 days to pay creditors, where in terms of legislation you should be paying your creditors within 30 days? You know that, I know that. I must then ask you, what measures are being implemented to improve your payment timelines? And of course, avoid this unnecessary accumulation of interest or penalties, which I think was alluded to by my colleagues earlier in the discussion. How does this delay in paying creditors affect service delivery? The way you see it, I want to hear the opinion from the municipality. What do you think is your municipality's reputation with your suppliers, people that supply you taps, gate valves, tools? Because I know if I was a supplier, I know what my response would be. But what is your reputation currently with your suppliers? Do you get any accounts? Do you get any debt? Or you just have no stock of anything in your workshops? On debt recovery, what is the reason that 91% of municipal debt seems highly unlikely to be recovered? 91% of your debt seems highly unlikely to be recovered. What is the reason behind that? Then I was asked, with your permission, Chairperson, in terms of your debt, what in your opinion are which are the categories that you think are contributing towards uncollectible debt? Is it the households? Is it business? Is it government entities that you think are not paying your debt or contributing the most towards these arrears? Then, Chairperson, finally, two things. I'd like to hear and understand what strategies are there perhaps in place to improve your revenue collection and recover historic debt, which by the sound of things and what I've heard, I don't think you've got any plan in terms of recovering historic debt. And finally, to conclude, I still don't comprehend how would this, with your current unfunded budget that you have, utilizing every bit of rand that comes into the municipality towards operational expenses. Please explain, how do you guys pay your salaries? How do you afford to pay your salaries and your employees' salaries and the medical aids and the pension funds, etc.? Because it seems to be a real hopeless scenario. Chairperson, I'll hold for there now, and I thank you for allowing me the indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to say that for the last 2 days we've been in Gauteng, but for the previous 3 days we were in the Northwest Province. So when I read information about your municipality, I tried to grasp in my mind why you would be in what can only really be called a catastrophic situation. And I thought, well, maybe it's like some of the Northwest municipalities where there's almost no tax base, or where there's no big towns, or there's nowhere that you can actually get a proper level of rates and services. So I went onto Wikipedia to get an explanation of exactly who Ekurhuleni is. And they say it's the westernmost local municipality in the district, covers an area of 987 square kilometers at the heart of the Vaal Triangle. It is located in the former industrial heartland of Gauteng, which created employment and wealth for Sebekeng, Ferndale Park, Vereniging, Three Rivers and Sharpeville. Now, my mind boggles actually when you've got major towns like that should be your tax base, and right next door you've got Mid-Vaal, which is probably one of the most financially sustainable municipalities in the province and the country. I mean, what is the difference? What has not been done in Ekurhuleni that's been done in Mid-Vaal that causes that to be successfully run, that doesn't lose 66% of its water, or 62% of its water. I mean, everything we read here is just catastrophic. And I'm battling to understand, maybe someone there can help me. Just explain the difference. You've got two really major towns. You've got huge factories, industrial heartland of Gauteng, and you can't make the thing work. Now, the other thing I just want to highlight there was that your huge loss in water, okay, with 62.1% of all water. How many kilometers of water pipes have you replaced in the last 3 years, okay? So obviously there must be some spending on infrastructure somewhere. What have you done to try and arrest that, and what plans for the future do you have to try and arrest that? Because I mean, you know, you might as well close up shop if you are going to be throwing away 2/3 of all the water that comes through your pipes. I mean, you can't possibly be financially sustainable if that happens. So have you done anything in the last 3 years to try and alleviate that? And I presume also that some of your losses probably are from theft and people stealing electricity, you know, linking into your electricity network and not paying you for it. So what are you doing to alleviate that? What are you doing to stop theft? And the question I want to ask is, Eskom sells you electricity. Why are you not collecting money for that electricity? I can't understand how you could have built up such a major debt with Eskom. I mean, did you just not bother to ask people to pay their bills? I mean, it's staggering. So please, I really would love to get an explanation. We're all asking details about, you know, whether one official's done this or percentages there. But please explain to me how your municipality got into this mess when around it there are others who actually are doing pretty well. And you've got a fantastic potential tax base as well. I mean, it's not like you only have informal settlements in a rural area with nobody that can afford to pay rates. It's completely, I don't know, I actually have no understanding. So maybe you can enlighten me. Thank you.
Yes, thanks. Go ahead.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Chair. And greetings to the team of Ekurhuleni, as led by the Executive Mayor. At some point, Executive Mayor, you had a challenge of sewage pollution of the Vaal River. I just want to find out if is that still the case? If yes, how are you planning to address that? If no, how did you manage to get it right? Secondly, you received 3 consecutive qualification audit opinion from the AGSA. And I assume that you do have an audit action plan to deal with that. But my question is, what is it that we are currently doing differently to make sure that you get out of a qualification and you get a better audit opinion? Because I mean, if you get it for 3 consecutive years, and each and every year you do have your audit action plan, but you still get the same results, I think you should obviously think about doing things differently. So what is it that we are currently doing differently to make sure that we are getting out of qualification? Lastly, according to HSA, you have weak performance management systems for senior managers, and that obviously contribute to poor service delivery. So what is your comment on that? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Nontenja from SCOPA. I'd like to know what are the reasons for non-compliance with the Treasury's municipal debt relief program. Why are you not complying? Your budget was not linked to specific indicators. What was the reason for that? I'd like to know, when your offices were closed because of not paying the rental, how did that impact on the residents that were using that office? And what alternatives were given to the residents at that point? And what are the plans to ensure that this doesn't reoccur. On the 7.65 billion unauthorized write-off, why would the AG say it was unlawfully written off if that is not the case? Maybe you should take us into confidence. Thank you.
Thank you. I did ask AG and Treasurer to come to the front. Just bring the chairs here whilst we're going through. Please come in.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, in all the reports that I've read, what I'm going to ask the municipality now, first of all, good afternoon to the leadership here. You've not mentioned anything, and this is what I'm going to ask you. How is the municipality responding to the subpoena issued by the South African Human Rights Commission regarding ongoing sewage spillages and water failures? And this was now May 2025. Nowhere in any of your reports have you mentioned that. What immediate and long-term remedial actions are being implemented to address the sewage crisis, which is what my colleagues have already mentioned, given the persistent raw sewage flow into communities and rivers, despite reported repair spending of over 200 million. In your own report, you are saying here, roads and stormwater not adequately maintained. Roads are littered with potholes and flooded by sewage, posing health and safety risks to residents. The next question, and my last question, Chairperson, what is the municipality's timeline and accountability framework for restoring reliable access to clean water and dignified sanitation in line with the constitutional obligations and human rights standards? Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just check one thing quickly? How much do you collect? To just give me that answer in monetary terms and percentage terms. You haven't said anything yet.
It comes to about 5 billion.
The collection?
Yes.
What percentage is that of your revenue?
It's about 73%.
70?
3%.
77%?
73.
73%?
Yes.
Okay. Please start responding to the questions.
Thanks once again, Chair. On the debt owed by councillors, the amount is 987 million. I mean 987,000, and the debt owed by employees, it's 27 million. And of course, where we are able to institute credit control, we are able to institute credit control against those particular employees, and arrangements are made to that effect. One of the most unfortunate things is that some of these employees come in the municipality with those particular households already owing municipal debt, and it becomes very difficult to maybe take a large chunk of their salaries for that to go into the arrangement. I'll also sneak in the issue of government debts owed to the municipality. Chair, we do know that the Department of Health in Gauteng owes the municipality close to an amount of 200 million. And maybe as this committee, as and when you conclude, it's one of the matters that should be taken to National Treasury to enforce Section 216 of the MFMA, so that that particular payment or debt that is owed to the municipality is apportioned to the municipality. We have engaged in IGR processes with the department. Initially, the matter was in court, and we still feel that as a municipality we are hard done, and that particular amount of money is significant. Responding to the issues of our stores is not exposed. We do have material in our stores. On the issues of the debt relief, maybe we need to put an emphasis. Part and parcel or part of the reasons why the municipality received the 1.9 billion write-off, it's because it complied with the minimum requirements of the National Treasury debt relief. Honorable member makes a correct point to say that as Ekurhuleni, we were a highly industrialized area, but recently, and I'm sure reading the news, you would know that companies such as ArcelorMittal are closing down some of their plants, and thus putting out their employees, in fact, retrenching their employees, and that on its own will be eroding our revenue base. But to mitigate such, you would remember that we are one of the municipalities that are earmarked for the special economic zone, which will draw billions and billions of investment, and which we believe that will create jobs, and that being transferred into revenue. The Vaal Metropolis is one of the biggest investments that we're also looking into, and the Vaal River City. These are not plans, but already things that are in process, and we are confident that once we get that in order, we shall recover as a municipality. To deal with the water losses, part and parcel why the municipality took a decision, or council took a decision to establish a special purpose vehicle, was as a result to say that we could not have a capacity as a municipality to deal with that. Therefore, we partnered with Rainwater to deal with all this aging infrastructure, and to ensure that monies owed to the municipality are therefore collected. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, just to indicate that AG, when they made the finding to say we are unlikely to get the debt relief, National Treasury had not made the decision. The decision came after, and we did get the write-off of 1.9 billion. We can finish that communication of the 1.9 billion write-off, the first tranche, which National Treasury has approved. So there is a write-off of 1.9 billion. We are awaiting decision on the second tranche of write-off, which National Treasury will communicate. The question on are we paying third parties and pensions? Yes, we are paying. There is a dispute with SALA, which comes from 2015. We have been paying them on a monthly basis, but there's an amount that they indicate was not paid in 2015. We have asked them to finish the details. I must indicate even now we have not been finished with the details of that outstanding amount. Our debtors, mainly the outstanding 72%, it's on household, and about 80% of that, it's more than 90 days. So household, it's a challenge, and we collect in what we will say former Black Township less than 20%. And because of that, when you average your collection, it significantly goes down. Currently on electricity, we are above 80%, but when we look at township for all the services, it's below 20%. And that has got an impact on our cash flow. And of course, Honorable Member, you are correct, 771 days. It's because if you take the 8 billion and the 1.3 billion that are owed to ESCOM and Rainwater in your calculation, then it will give you that, because they have been there long outstanding, as I indicated, since 2017. So that has got an impact on the creditors' payment period. However, we do an analysis of invoices, and we have seen that 46% of the invoices are being paid within 30 days, and 54% are being paid over 30 days. So we are trying, but that amount, until we reduce the ESCOM and Rainwater debt, the payment period will remain higher. As the MMC has indicated, the decline or the closure of meter has got a serious impact on the municipality, because most of the business were really the results of ArcelorMittal when it was still ISCO, where it had a number of plants that were working. Over a period, that production has been declining and impacting on any other related business that rely on metal. It's already open that there's likelihood of the closure, and that will significantly impact on our revenue, because it impacts both the business side and also the employees that have been retrenched that now need to go to our indigent database so that we can continue to service them while they are not paying. And with the impact of unemployment that currently sits at 56%, you can understand the impact on the payment of services. And unfortunately, that is the current situation, and I agree, we look like a rural municipality when you start looking at the issues that are affecting the municipality. That's why we are now looking outside of the steel industry to say, what are the other opportunities that we can attract investment within the municipality? And that's what we are doing with the SCZ, with the Vaal River City, with the Etropolis. But of course, those are long-term projects. Now, what do we need to do to make sure that we attract the investment? And unfortunately, our balance sheet does not give us that leverage. That's why we are going out to work with Rainwater, to work with ESCOM, to make sure that they assist us in getting the infrastructure right to attract the investment. The assessment has been made on the water side, where we are losing a lot of water on the infrastructure side. So patching does not assist. The repairs that we are doing, if I do 100 meter today, and then the next month, 100 meter just further down the line breaks, then it looks like we are not doing anything in that infrastructure. That's why we need a big capital injection to ensure that we can revitalize our economy. Chair, I think on the issue of how do we do on a daily basis, what we have done is that we monitor our cash flow on a daily basis. And we look at what is really important. We have to make decisions on a daily basis. We make sure that we pay salaries on time, except when there was an attachment historically. But currently we make sure that we pay salaries, we pay normal operational cost on as we look at the cash, and we do cash forecasting to make sure that we pay all other services. And of course, when we get injection from equitable share every 4 months, we try and deal with other services that have not been paid, maybe for more than 2 months. That is how we are trying to manage currently, given our challenges. And we are not going to hide, Chair. It is a challenge. We have to sit every time to say, this month are we paying Paul, and next month are we paying Peter? But that is the reality currently. But the long-term plans, as indicated, are there. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I think I need to get back to the 7.6 billion write-off. In terms of the UIF NW, the section that the honorable member have raised, it's mainly on irregular and fruitless. But when you look at what council have written, is the clause above, which is unauthorized. It's only the unauthorized expenditure. That unauthorized expenditure, the focus of it was when we do detailed analysis of individual transactions, we club them together and say which ones warrant a further investigation and which ones are known. And when you pick up rent, water, and ESCOM, it's what made the 7.6 billion. No, not any other transaction that are emanating from a normal procurement processes where we'll say this order was made or this payment was made while the processes was not followed. The 7.6 is mainly the rent, water, and because it's coming from our bulk purchase, which we are unable to honor our obligation on a month-to-month basis. If you take the debt of 8.6 billion of ESCOM vis-a-vis what is in the unauthorized, it will tell you to say the two are linking to each other. That's why when you take it to council is to say this is the 8.6 billion that you owe ESCOM, and that same amount is the one that makes the unauthorized expenditure in terms of our budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, on my side to add, what are the measures that we have put in place to ensure that we improve the revenue? We've got a program, Chair, of the installation of smart meters that is currently underway. And also we've applied to National Treasury through RT29 to get assistance on the improvement of revenue. I must say the other challenge, Chair, on the collection, especially on the ESCOM supply area, where we need to enforce our credit control, is the matter that we are discussing. If we have to switch off, but because it's not our area of supply, it becomes very difficult, for ESCOM to switch off because it's on one-on-one agreement. But we are engaging on that so that we can have a bylaw that will assist us, that will be infused in the agreement of the customer when there are no payment of services, we can able to enforce the credit control. Yes, Chair, to an extent, I mean, the community is affected. That is why you see that cash conversion cycle, as the member has calculated, that it comes to 771 days. Is it because of these big creditors? You will say, we rob Peter to pay Paul, because if you look at the current account that we have to pay rainwater for the water consumption, where we cannot afford on the money that is collected. To an extent, we have to tap in what we have collected, I mean, from rating taxes and other revenues like fines, and then to pay rainwater. Hence, we came up with the intervention of the special purpose vehicle that it will assist us to fix the leakages. Because if, like I said at the beginning, that people don't complain about water supply, but in the main is the losses. Once we start to install new infrastructure, water will remain in the pipes, and also we'll see the improvement in our revenue, because the expenditure that we pay rainwater, there will be a reduction. Also, on the audit action plan, there was a question to say, what are we doing? Our chief audit executive is here. What we are doing an audit action plan. She will indicate how far we have went, but is very positive, Chair, on the matters that are raised by internal audit, on the matters that are raised by Auditor General. We've improved in addressing those. This is what we do, and we will check. Our qualifications are not the same. I mean, the other year we qualified. I mean, on the on asset we did fix that. In the last financial year, the qualification came. I mean, on accounting standard. So we are also addressing that, and also the other one, it was on the contingency liability. Chair, also on the SWA spillage, there was an intervention from the ministry, section 63. Now we see an improvement. Even this morning, I was there on site, I mean, physically checking the final influent that we discharged through the Val River. Out of 45 pump stations that were very bad, were not functional, through the Section 63 program, through TSS and rainwater. Now we can report that it's working. The SWA spillage, yes, is still there, but it has been reduced. What we are battling with at most is a technology that is there on the ground in terms of pipe, as the CFO is indicating that you fix the pipe today, 200 meters, and tomorrow you will find it's moving. It's because of the technology. It's asbestos pipes. So those pipes, I mean, are very old due to pressure and the load that is on top of them. So they tend to crack, and when that block, they push back, I mean, to the nearest manhole. Hence, we see those sewer spillages. Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll leave to the other question to my colleagues and other members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm happy that the umhlobo wethu lapha will be responding on the issue in particular of the sewer spillage to the river, and because in particular is the one that is dealing with it. But it is safe, Chair, to say that the river that we are referring to, which is Val River, it cuts across 3 provinces before it comes to Val. So there will be certain things, because the flow is going south, and you know, some of the things that might be happening up north, they might also come, and we'll look at it as if this is something that is happening here. And the reason I'm raising this, Chair, is that at some point there was, which appeared in many of the social media platforms and mainline media, about the lettuce that was in the river. And when we checked it together with rainwater, testing waters, then that's where it was discovered that it came across as far as Mpumalanga, Gupi. But because it is the same river, and that is why this will happen. But Umadoda will give further details to that. We are not paying any bonuses. There was a question that, are we paying any bonuses? No, we are not. And the comparison between Midval and Ekurhuleni, I wouldn't want
Sorry, just repeat, there's a question to say, what?
or paying bonuses.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yes. So we are saying that no, we are not paying any bonuses. And Chair was saying that the comparison between the two municipalities and the demographics will tell that Ekurhuleni's population it's close to 1 million, more than 900 and something, and it has 8 big townships. And whereas our counterparts, there is only 1 township. And if you want to compare, sitting at 56% of unemployment, as our colleagues were alluding to the fact that because the steel industry has shrunk, and therefore many of our people find themselves without jobs. So that might be also one of the contributing factors. But we don't underestimate. We do continuously engage with Midval. We have mayor's platform around Sidibeng, because we are part, whereby we are saying that can we learn best practices from each other. So it is something that will still be in a position to achieve at that. On the South African Human Rights Commission, I think Umatota, when responding to that, will also be in a position to respond to that, because at some point we did engage with them. The pension funds, the CFO has covered, but in the municipality we have 2 pension funds. One, it is Municipal Councillors Pension Fund, of which I and the Speaker and all the councillors, we do belong to, thoroughly paid. There are no problems about the municipality is not paying the councillors pension fund. So that one is well taken care of. I think maybe we can just rush to Umadota, then we'll give back to you, Chair. On the mic.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, Honorable Chair, and Honorable Members. My name is Madota Besani. I am the head of the Water and Sanitation Unit of Ekurhuleni Local Municipality. It's called Metsi Alekwa. I'm going to add to the responses that have already been given with a little bit more detail to questions that were asked by members. The first one being on what do we do in terms of replacement of water lines and the pollution of the Vaal and the Human Rights Commission interactions. And lastly, what we do in terms of the timeline for reliable water supply. What are our plans there? Firstly, I would like to share some information so that we get to the clear picture of what we have here. When the member asked about the water lines, I safely can say we have about 4,000 kilometers of lines, of water lines, and we have about 2,800 kilometers of sewer lines. And of our water lines, more than 100 kilometers are asbestos. And the issue of the impact of aging infrastructure, it's our major contributor to the physical losses. I'm specifically saying physical losses because I want to differentiate between the 62% of non-revenue water, which comprises issues that involve billing issues, non-payment, and what we would say falls under flat rates and all that. So these ones are purely what we're saying we are losing before we can even account for to the customer, those physical losses, which are a bit lower than the 62 in the financial year, but it's still very high in terms of the target that we have to look at, because we need to be working at least below 15%. We are around 50% on that. So that is very high. In the 2023-2024 financial year, we had to attend to about 16,000 complaints just on water. So these would mean at some point there's an active water leak, either be it from a meter or be it on a main line. And these are really the impact of when it comes to that contribution. So in that specific financial year, because of what we have as a historical problem, the diminishing budgets that we have for operations and maintenance, especially when it comes to unfunded replacement programs, we did not have programs. We relied basically on reactive maintenance, and that is what we conducted. With that, we managed to only replace about 1,500 meters of water lines and about 2,500 meters of wastewater sewer networks. But these are on as and when there's a problem, but they are not specifically planned programs, they are reactive maintenance. So that is how we try to attend to that. I must also mention that we are not alone here on the ground. We have a team that is from the Section 63 intervention, and that is led by the implementing agent Rand Water. They also attend to some of the challenges that we have, especially on the operations and maintenance, wherein they also, we give them the work that we cannot do so that they can attend to improve our response time. There's quite a number of assistance that we got from the program itself, the intervention, in terms of vehicles, in terms of material, to improve our response time, because that is the other contributor when it comes to the losses that we incur. To add to the pollution of the Vaal, I can safely say that we have improved in terms of the pump stations that have been non-operational. All our pump stations are now operational. What we are dealing with is just operational issues wherein there would be one failure of a pump or so, but we do manage to get to either replacement of that pump or fixing of whatever challenge that is there. So the area, the drainage area, mostly the Vereeniging area, we have about 39 pump stations in that area. That is where we still having some sewer spillages in the settlement area, in the houses, on the streets, but it's not as major from where we come from. When it comes to our wastewater treatment plants, this is where we have seen much improvement. From the 3 plants that we have, the one that we visited this morning with the municipal manager, Sebokeng, this is our biggest one, which has a capacity of 150 megaliters a day. We used to get flows of about 25 to 30 megaliters a day. We have improved to around 131 megaliters a day. But due to the challenges in the past week or so, there's one module that is not working. We're operating this week at around 80 megaliters a day. So even the final effluent from that plant meets the discharge, it meets the parameters, they meet the standard in terms of our license there. Those plants, the Sebokeng one and the local one, we do meet our required standards there. It's only one of our plants that is struggling, the red sprayed one, where we are not meeting, but we are not far. There are programs in place in all these plants in terms of work that needs to be done, components that are being replaced on an ongoing basis. That is done by through Section 63. There's work, there are service providers and contractors on the ground to upgrade red sprayed with additional 50 megaliters and Leo Gale with additional 15 megaliters. And then there's a program that is now at procurement level to upgrade also our Sebokeng with another 50 megaliters to take it to 200 megaliters a day. So there are plans which started with the Section 63 intervention, but these programs have also been adapted in the program that we are undergoing now to establish the SPV, which is the special purpose vehicle. So in terms of the plan, we have taken all those programs and we've prioritized them, but As much as we do have a master plan, these are going to follow the master plan. The one thing that I want to mention there is that the approach that we are taking now is that as we are implementing some of these towards the master plan, the greatest challenge has been funding of this. And through the SPV, this is where we're trying to get to leverage all the resources so that we can get to at least resolve those challenges. This morning, we were attending the final day of what is called the Ignition Program, 1 week Ignition Program with the World Bank and Rainwater Services at the Sebokeng plant. We have spent the whole week looking at what is there on the ground and what needs to be done. And all these have a 100-day program that we have set up until the launch of the SPV itself, which we hopefully will be launching by the second quarter of this financial year. Then when it comes to the Human Rights Commission complaints, we do have a number of them that we have interacted with the Commission. If I'm not mistaken, on the 2nd of April, we had a session at the Commission itself with the Commission sharing information and reporting to those that were reported to us. There's quite a number of them in the area that we responded to. And some of them, I must say, we also gave additional information to the Commission that have been attended, especially those that had, I think it was a school and a crash. They are attended, but some of them we had delays in terms of response times there. We also are having interactions with them. They were on site with us 2 weeks ago with our team at Debone Park in Didier, wherein there's one big problem that we are facing there. We've had to attend to it more than 3 times, but the challenge there is that as much as we've escalated to the Section 63 team, it requires more resources because it's a line that receives a lot of sewer upstream from Midval, and then it goes through our area, and then there's a whole growth that has happened upstream. Therefore, it needs to be upgraded, and now it has frequent blockages. So there's that issue about sewer that is even now damaging the road that is there. So we are engaging with them. Our teams are regularly on site with them, and then whenever there's a communication that comes from them, we do give them feedback.
Can I check something?
Yes, Chair.
In your interaction, when you said there are several, did you say there are several investigations by the Human Rights Commission, or is that what you said?
Yes, I mean they have forwarded communication in terms of cases that have been reported to them, and we have to respond to them.
Okay.
Yes.
On the cases that you are reporting to them, do you supply a written response? Is it a consolidated report that we can also have access to?
Yes, we did. We also made a presentation in person to them.
Okay, then it's fine. You don't need to elaborate.
Yes.
You will just share with us that report.
We'll do so, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's round up then.
Lastly, on the timeline for reliable water supply, I must firstly say, in terms of our network, the configuration is such that we do not have adequate storage. We do have plans to build in the northern areas, especially wherein we're getting direct feeds from rainwater. We do have plans to build reservoirs. It's already a program that we're undertaking from our IPD department. There's a service provider to ensure that feasibility is done, and that will be starting. We are now doing the feasibility. That's how far we are now. But the program, in terms of the overall supply assurance for the municipality, it's part of the plans that we've put under the master plan to ensure that we have adequate storage, because what happens is that our configuration is such that whenever there's an electricity fault on the rainwater side, they cannot pump, we are immediately impacted. So we want to do away with that so that we have the required 48-hour storage that is the standard in terms
Okay.
of that.
No, that's
So-
fine. Let me look at the others. I think that one you've dealt with. Let me look at other questions that are outstanding. Are you aware of any questions?
Yes, Chair. Can you just, if, through your indulgence, Chair, that we have the Chief Audit Executive to speak on the Operation Clean Audit, because it was always coming in.
To discuss clean audit?
To speak about the Operation Clean Audit, which is one strategy towards having the clean audit in the municipality.
You got the strategy in writing. You have the strategy in writing. It's a written document.
She can speak to it, Chair, if you
No, that's because the approach we're going to take will not need her to do that. We just need to raise certain issues and then you'll have to give us a report and everything can be together. There are a few issues that we need to deal with. Let me just check on the questions. Honourable members, which questions are outstanding? Yes?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. No, from my side, Executive Mayor, there's one question that was not responded to. AGSA says that you've got weak performance management systems for senior managers. Yeah, so I did not get your comment on that. Thanks.
Okay, they won't respond to that. We'll put it in our summary. Thank you.
Chair, mine, I think it goes to the MEC, because I would like to know why did they decide to terminate the Section 139 that was imposed on this municipality? Thank you.
Section?
Section 139.
Okay.
One.
That goes to summary as well. Any other question? Okay. Now, your issue on the Operation Clean Audit, we are looking for some information from you. So rather than listening to this, we will need you to take everything into account. If it's all there, it's fine. It will come all together back. So that's how we're going to deal with it. But we're not going to take a new presentation at this point. Okay. Now, one question that I wanted the Auditor General's office to clean up. You had this debate between CFO and the member here about the write-down, impairment, write-off, and the legality thereof. I allowed that debate because we just need to make one determination on our side. I don't mind that two can continue debating. They can exchange numbers and debate on WhatsApp. It's not our problem. But the issue is, what is the AG's attitude to what has been done? That's all I want to get. So I'm going to ask the AG's team to respond to that, and then we would have closed the issue there. Can we pass the mic on? Treasurer, you want to come in? But I asked you to talk together. Have you not agreed?
No, we have agreed. I think we will talk on the principle. Subsequently, we will talk.
Let's get AG. I don't want surprises here. When I asked you to sit together and speak, I wanted you to come with one thing. Is this one thing said by two people? You want to start, therefore? Okay. All right, proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable
Introduce
Chair.
yourself. Introduce yourself, sir.
My name is Lerato Tsotsoto. I'm from Gauteng Provincial Treasury, supporting Unfunded municipality with regards to their accounting and asset management issues. Let me first off start to indicate that in terms of the Municipal Finance Management Act and in terms of GRAP, which is the generally recognized accounting principles. Debtors is also one of the asset, which indicates that there is, asset is something that we know that we will get future inflows into the organization. So in terms of the debtors and the write-off, it's indicating that there has been a decrease because of various aspects that would indicate that there are indicators that would need a municipality to consider writing off, but what is allowed is that there needs to be a debt impairment. Municipality will not automatically write off debt. They need to make an allocation in terms of the debt impairment because there's indicators. One of the indicators is indicating that the percentage of the collection from the municipality is at a very low rate. In terms of the norms, acceptable collection rate, in terms of the circular from National Treasury is around 85%. Municipality has indicated that they are on 73%. So some of those are indicators that the municipality is allowed to do a debt impairment on their debtors. And therefore, what they need to do is have a policy in place which would then talk to their collection control and also their debt collection policy, which would inform how they go about doing the impairment in terms of their policy. So we do agree with what the municipality has done in terms of the debt impairment. They are not yet in a position to write off the debt, but they are allowed to take it down because of the likelihood of them collecting is very low.
Thank you. Let's get the comment this side. Please introduce yourself and then give us your comment.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. My name is Melissa McCarthy, the Deputy Business Unit Leader from the Provincial Auditor General's Office. Just to add on to the response from the Provincial Treasury, and just to apply it to what the municipality has done, the municipality has correctly accounted for an impairment. An impairment is as per what's required by the accounting standards. There aren't any procedures required. Where procedures are required, that includes approval by council, is when the municipality decides to do a write-off of debt. At this stage, they are at impairment stage because there's only indicators of not recovering debt, but it hasn't indeed been confirmed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So the reason why I thought it was important to let that debate open up, it was because in the Auditor General's report, there is already an aspect, an item, which refers to the municipality illegally writing off some amount. Now, because of that, then I wanted us to be very clear that when the members are querying it, we need to actually get a sense of, are we raising an issue that has actually the concurrence of the National Treasury and Auditor General's Office. So once we get that alignment, we are fine. We will then accept that that's how it's going to happen, and we're not raising the issues. It would have been an issue if there was a difference of opinion. We've come from a situation already, previous presentations, where we've actually seen that difference of opinion. So it wasn't more a debate on semantics or an academic debate. It was a debate that was going to take us to a point of what the municipality is done has been counter-checked and is supported by Treasury and Auditor General. That's the reason why I said let the two debate so that we can then at least get to that conclusion. So I'm quite comfortable now, so we can close it at that level. There are a number of issues which we just like to, you can settle down now, we're closing now. Yeah. So there are a number of issues that I think were important for us to highlight, because the purpose of this discussion is to focus all of us onto the same issues from the municipality to the provincial and national level, supported by the different structures such as the AG. The AG's office triggered this combined oversight approach. That means when we meet, we want to be able to talk about the same thing with the AG, with the National Assembly, with the National Executive, with the Provincial Legislature, with the Provincial Executive, with the municipalities. So nothing's going to fall into cracks here. What's going to happen is that if something is important to the AG, it will be in the program of the things we are going to do. By the time the AG comes back and does the auditing to tell us what they found, you already know there are things that we didn't expect you to actually do wrong again. That's the issue in the approach. Basically, we're trying to get back the culture of getting proper audit outcomes for all municipalities and getting a turnaround approach to deal with some of the issues such as maladministration, irregularities, corruption, and issues of dysfunctionality. So when we raise these issues here, most of them would have actually been issues we had actually discussed with the Minister of COGTA, with the Auditor General, so that at this point, we need to be able to say, can we turn a new leaf as we move forward? So every 3 months, we'll get a report from you on the issues we're going to raise, but it won't come to us directly, it will come to the MEC. And the MEC will have the opportunity to intervene so that when we ask why things went wrong, the MEC can't say he didn't know. The MEC will say, I intervened, and because I didn't get this outcome, this is my intervention. If that's not the case, when we come in, we're also going to ask the question, if this wasn't done by the municipality, you had the authority and the power to do this and that and the other, and you didn't do it, so the accountability must shift beyond those who didn't do it to the ones who should have overseen that it was done. That's really the whole issue of why we're here. So there are a number of issues that I would like you to pay attention to, because you will give us regular reports and make sure you deal with them so that we will not come back, those issues never ever come back as issues of concern in the processes of auditing. The first one is the issue of political stability. This was a major issue in Ekurhuleni, particularly creating a tension in the political and administrative interface. And so this led to poor political oversight. And that is something that the municipality is going to ensure that at all times it's addressed. And the municipality will ensure it is addressed in terms of whatever its prescripts are to deal with such issues. And I make a point because wherever we go, sometimes people want to say, once you say things are political, then they are party political. Yes, they may be party political, but once you are inside the municipality, the issues that are political within the law of how the municipality operates. So that is the reason why we're making this point. By the way, I'm raising this point. You didn't talk about it here today, but your records are very detailed on that, because you submitted your report of what brought you here. And that point has to be kept highlighted, because in future, as we move on, we must take the lessons and move forward. So if you go through your own report, it's very clear that this factor is a factor that has really been very high in your consciousness, and we're saying keep it there. It mustn't actually ever become a factor. The second issue relates to matters of financial management and control. Now, there was a group of issues here, some of which arose in the discussion, some of which arose from the Auditor General's opinion. So these would include the issues of ensuring proper record keeping, submission of records within the necessary timelines, the management of debts, the management of assets, expenditure, and issues of ensuring that we resolve unfunded budget. You have had that for 3 years. We need to get a timeline by which you would be out of an unfunded budget. And in this case, that issue of unfunded budget and the budget that you do that's not linked to indicators come from the Auditor General's comment. And the issue of non-compliance with Treasury Municipal Debt Relief Program, it comes from the Auditor General and yourselves. You have raised the issue. And then, of course, this also means we have to address the weak revenue collection, although it seems you are improving, and from your report, and also the issue of managing your various areas. There's also a comment about irregular appointment of service provider and issues of maladministration. So it's just a whole package of issues that in financial management and control aspect of the Auditor General's focus, we would like to clean them out so they don't come up again as being factors. The third issue becomes the focus on the audit outcomes. Now, I have added therefore here what the Mayor wanted to offer us just now, that you have got operation audit. We would like to get that focus linked to some reports which we must be able to get. So to start off with, you will have to share that report with us so we know what is it that we're trying to do. As I said, we won't take the presentation at this point. But in that whole package, we would like you to focus on the MPEC, strengthening the MPEC and all the related structures. They need to be operational, fully functional, fully supported, fully resourced, so that they are effective and independently so. The next aspect of it has to do with addressing the resolution and investigation and resolution of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. And you're going to share with us your timelines of how you're going to be addressing this. You have a record of an item where you've got unauthorized write-off of some expenditure. It's in the report, and so we're saying we shouldn't be having a repeat of that. It needs to be corrected in the way that it's supposed to be. So I put that as another aspect when we have to deal with the question of the focus on the audit. Where, of course, where our aspiration is getting to a point where Mfuleni has got a clean audit and there are no issues around it. So we want to see your journey in that direction, and you're going to share with us what your plan is, what are your targets, what are your timelines, and then we're going to work with you because the MEC will be monitoring and therefore reporting those issues. Linked to that is a question of consequence management on all these issues under investigation. Can you just silence that naughty corner? Thank you. I must deploy a new whip that side. So the issue of consequence management is actually about the whole culture of accountability. We want to know, you've now investigated, what is the action? That action is actually where things are going to start turning. Without action, there won't be a change of culture. So that's what we would like to have from you, and I assume that your operation audit will have a very strong factor on accountability and consequence management in a way that will allow us to see every quarter what is being achieved and what has been targeted. Then the next aspect is the issue of strengthening work performance management system. It's an issue that's been raised, and I'd like to link that up with the question of putting attention in the filling of the vacancies in your particular critical units and senior management. The last point on that becomes the question of a consultant replacement plan. You needed consultants. We don't want the explanation of why. We basically are saying they have not made a difference in the life of the municipality. We rather have the investment in the internal capacity of the municipality, so that the municipality must be able to have in-house capacity to deal with all these audit issues and not rely on the cost of consultants, because either way you are paying, but you are paying people who right across the whole country, they have not actually made a huge difference. The challenge in it is that the issue of consultants was originally supposed to be a stopgap measure. It was not supposed to be a permanent feature of the building capacity within government. Then I move to the next point, which has been raised by the member, which was going to be dealt with anyway, and this is a reference to the MEC, that we would love to get an assessment of the impact of Section 139 in Ekurhuleni. And this is important for us because we want to know where is the problem. When we have instances where some municipalities are put under these intervention sections several times, and still we don't see the improvement. And the question being, in this case, did the Section 139 cure the ailment that had plagued the municipality? Because in future, we want to know how to prevent it so that there's no need for this intervention. And that's for the MEC to address us on that. So those are more the audit-related issues in relation to why we were here, and we want to say to you, we are going to be together forever, because we will obviously be following up what is happening from wherever we will be, and when the need arises, we might then, instead of visiting you, invite you to come and visit us in Cape Town. It depends now on whether there are issues which we need to deal with, or we have to deal with a situation whereby there is so much progress, we wouldn't want to waste anybody's money by trying to get the whole municipality to be summoned to Cape Town. Then there is a whole angle of service delivery issues. Here, we would like you to provide us a report on the service delivery improvement plans in relation to one. What you have mentioned here is infrastructure delivery. We would love to hear what's all that about, what is in that plan. 2 is on addressing water losses. What's the improvement, your plan of dealing with water losses? And I've heard that you also wanted to know that you've got a water services master plan, so we may as well combine so that we've got a full sense of those issues. The next issue would relate to the service delivery improvement plan on the issue of roads, potholes, stormwater drains. That those are the service delivery list of issues, of plans that we would love to get from you. Then there's specific information which we need in relation to the fight against corruption and various matters, which I would say some of them are service delivery related issues, but this relates to some of the things that might be already going on. The first one, the members have raised interest in the list of councillors and staff who owe the municipality. The state of their arrears, seeing that we're dealing with your term of office, may as well go back to the start of the term of office. But what we would be interested in, how many of these arrears have been written off and what is the status of all of this. Now, I may just pause here to say a few tags of statements that get made, if you pull them together, they sometimes gives you a different picture. So let's take this example. We need this list. So we'll get a list now, and we want to look back as to what would have happened to those areas of staff and councillors. But in the discussion here, we've been told by yourselves that you consider a 90 days old debt as irrecoverable, which means we want to see whether the municipality would make a policy and then sit down and say, guys, we owe the municipality for 2022, 23, 24, but in terms of our policy, this must be written off. And then because it's your debt, you write it off. So that's the question we want to ask. Therefore, the question ultimately, let's have a look and see what has happened to those. That is the reason why we have to have that list. It's an issue that we're following and tracking. On most municipalities, we've been looking for that. The next issue that we would like some more information on, I stopped the gentleman when he was going on this issue, but he didn't go very far on it. He went on to a few other issues. There was a question raised about whether you've got public-private partnerships. I didn't quite hear whether there was an answer there, but let's leave that because we would want to get an interpretation of this special purpose vehicle. So we would like a report. What is the structure of this? What is the purpose of it? What is its effectiveness? What are its cost implications? Who is putting money? Who's going to take money out? What is it going to do? How is it going to work? Now, we're interested in it from your perspective. Not so much because you have told us, but because the Rand Water actually came and presented to us. So we knew that you were the first one to have this structure. So we'll be looking at this information from both sides. So you'll share that report with us. And the next issue of interest will be your reports on cases that have been reported to you and or investigated by you that relate to issues of corruption. Now, how many of those have you had to deal with? The longest we can look at is just this term of office. But part of the area where we're interested in is, would you be able to tell us the source of the referral of the source of the origination of the investigation? Was it the public that raised the issue? Was it your staff that raised the issue? Was it raised as a result of your internal checks and balances? Or it was actually raised as a result of the work of MPEC investigation on the UIFW, and therefore you are following them up on that? The two things have got a very significant impact in terms of what they mean. If it came from the Auditor General, it basically tells us that your internal control systems are so weak, you will not know of things, that transgressions that take place until the Auditor General comes and picks them up. you wouldn't want to have a municipality that works that way. So we need to start improving. So if we end up with a situation where more of these cases are originated from your internal system, your whistleblower, your internal reporting mechanism, then you're going to get to a point where you will not find a lot of these issues being reported as a result of the Auditor General, which means you are now ahead on a cleaner government and stronger controls than you would have been where you relied on the nature of I was joking to the mayor of Tshwane and saying, if you understand this in medical terms, you have two diagnoses. One is done by a physician who's going to look at you now and treat you when you are alive and give you treatment and then you get better. Then you got another diagnosis that's going to be done by a forensic pathologist who will only get a confirmation of the cause of death when you are dead. It will be accurate, but it will be too late. So that's why I'm just making you to understand why this thing would be interesting and important for us. Then there is the interesting issue of the security contracts. Now, in every municipality, we've taken interest in this. For various reasons I won't go into, but what we would like to know is give us a bit more detail. How many companies, how much, since when have how are these tenders being awarded, and are those the lowest bidder and all of that. And then how many sites? You know, everyone starts giving the answer like the lady was giving a generic thing. Oh no, as a municipality we've got halls, we've got no. We're not looking at that. We're looking at the specifics as to do you know where? I once heard of a municipality where the guards were allocated, but if you were to GPS some of them, it's a tree. If you GPS some of them, it's a street lamp. And therefore, I want us to know, do you have a formal audit of the guards being seen as present in the sites, as the sites being known to be needing security guards? That's really why. So I'm explaining this, so you mustn't think you are getting bullied, asked for all this report. There are reasons of things that we are seeing as we're going around. Then the next issue is the report that was raised by the first of the members that spoke. The report on the basis of expulsion of the CFO and the SCM manager and the court case associated with that. And then, of course, there was the other case of the members who were said to have been, a member called them ghost workers. And of course, the CFO, the MM didn't quite remember them, except that he remembered that they were raised in a question in the legislature. Now, we've been interested, firstly, in the fact that somebody can be a wall for so many months and then no effort is made to recover the money for the time that the person didn't work. Then we're interested in those who colluded and facilitated the provision of the worksheets that were fraudulent and have not were not a proper record of the work that the person has done. We then are interested in the supervisor who did not recognize the absence of the members he's supervising for such a long time until there was prejudice to the municipality, and at the end there's no action taken on that individual. Now that that is a water under the bridge, we're now interested in who's the one who should have actually followed these things up, who didn't. So that's the report we need on this one in particular. Then the next issue is the issue of the sewer spillages. Now we want to see your plans of how you've corrected it, how to eradicate those problems. I had the mayor raising the issue of cumulative contamination that would have come from Mpumalanga and so on. It is true. In fact, I used to work in Mpumalanga, and there was an instance where the farmer had so much sewage that the cattle were dying on the farm. So I know that happens. It cannot though be an excuse for Ekurhuleni. So we need to know your plans, what has happened there, impact of the effluents being so thrown into the river. We're sitting here raising the same issue with Tshwane. Because in cities, any death from sewage contamination is negligence that need to be prosecuted, because you cannot die of cholera in an urban area. That's the basis of why it is urban. It's because of the piped water, clean, and the management of sewage. And this is the primary responsibility of the municipalities. And on that basis, therefore, we want to know, are there litigations associated with that? What is the cost to in the environment? What is happening on that issue? It was a major, major issue, and I'm glad to see that it's not as much of an issue as it used to be a few years back. So we would like to just get an update as to where we are on that issue. The last one is the update on those human resource, Human Rights Commission reports, just to keep up with the work you are doing. Where are we at that level? With that, I want to say to you, thank you very much. And at this point, let me allow the MEC to make the comments, and then we're going to ask the colleagues from SCOPA and from the Standing Committee on the Auditor General, and may I also just make sure that SCOPA does a proper consensus as to who speaks on behalf of the Waningwele Namhlanje. So, yeah, no, that's good, just to avoid the brutal twists that we saw the other day. That we will get those comments, and then I will then come in and close at that point. So, MEC, could we ask you to make our comments? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very. Can I be protected, Chair?
I never quite thought you needed any protection from this side, but now that you are appealing for it, you are protected.
On a lighter note, Chair, firstly, let me, on behalf of the Premier, Honorable Panyaza Lesufi, take this opportunity just to assure honorable members of our commitment as the provincial government to get to the bottom of the issues that have been raised, but also to appreciate the visit and the stay by the honorable members in our province. And just commit, Chair, that there are a number of issues that you have directed us to come back to you in the form of reports. Some of them cut across municipalities. Some of them are more specific to certain municipalities. And you have also directed us to give you a number of plans on how we are going to resolve these issues. And I would like to assure you, Chair, and honorable members, that working with all our municipalities, and of course there are those that are still going to be engaged, we will make sure that we submit all the reports and the plans, and that we work with the municipalities to develop clear timelines and, of course, clear deliverables on how we are going to deal with each of the issues that have been raised. As you said, Chair, that there will be further engagements and interactions. We agree with that, and of course, we're also looking forward to that, and of course, on discussions with the rest of the municipalities. And I guess there are still some outstanding engagements, so we're looking forward to that. It is not my intention, Chair, to take the time. I appreciate that we have really had full 2 days of extensive engagements, and the issues are noted. As you know, I'm not alone. I'm with a team of COCTA from national, from the province, provincial treasury, national treasury. So working together, all of us, we will be able to strengthen our oversight As I said in my very opening remarks yesterday, Chair, many of the issues requires that three spheres of government integrate, coordinate, plan, and work together. So I'm quite sure that with that principle, we should be able to improve our work. There's a report, Chair, that I just want to assure you that you'll receive, and this is a report about the appointments of senior managers in the city of Ekurhuleni and in the city of Tshwane. There is a process in both municipalities that is led by the Director General of COGTA. It includes the head of department in the province, and they are interacting with officials at municipalities to compile and prepare a report on all these issues. And that process, I think, it's fast reaching its conclusion. And once that is done, myself and the Minister of COGTA will receive a report from the accounting officers, and we will gladly forward that report to you. And I'd like to make a commitment and also convey this to the Minister and the representative of the DGs here. Neville has noted the point, and we will make sure that that happens. So that, Chair, will definitely come. And let me conclude by just saying that we will intensify our oversight and make sure that the principles of full compliance with the laws of this country is upheld by all our municipalities. It is very much important that we comply with the laws, all of us, and of course our municipalities. That's very important. That we respect the audit outcomes by the Auditor General, and that we avoid especially repeat audit outcomes. We need to make sure that we deal with the findings of the AG, and we respect that process. And make sure that all our municipalities address quite seriously the audit outcomes. We have already said, Chair, that we have a principle in the province that we are trying to work with the AG on, of conducting audits mid-financial year term, so that audits are not just at the end of the financial year, but that municipalities are focused on audits throughout the year. We've already seen this practice working in Mohali City. There was a request for the AG to look at their asset register. We believe this is correct, and of course we'll be enforcing it. Just last night, Chair, we had our provincial local government turnaround Intergovernmental Relations Committee, the turnaround IGR, last night. One of the decisions we have made is that the issues that have been raised here yesterday and today should be added to the work streams of our turnaround process. We have taken that decision. We have directed that the head of the Department of COGTA in the province, working with all the municipal managers, should submit those issues to the next meeting of the turnaround of the province. We will also check with the municipalities themselves. We will be glad if we could actually also just make sure that we don't leave anything out, maybe by getting your report, I'm not sure, but we want to make sure that these issues are mainstreamed across the work streams, and they constitute the core terms of reference of our work stream. So that decision, we took it last night. This was in appreciation of the robustness and the seriousness of the issues that have been raised here. So I would like to assure you, Chair and honorable members, that we take serious these issues, and we are looking forward to further engagements in the weekend of the week of the 16th of September. There's I think it's a full week session of the NCOP, so we'll be coming as well to further engage on the issues, many of them raised here. So, Chair, I just want to conclude by thanking you, Chair, and thanking all honorable members on behalf of our province. And of course, I take also the responsibility to convey to the Speaker and to the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of COGTA, SCOPA, the matters that have been raised, especially considering that they could have been here, that point is taken, Chair. I will convey it and will give you feedback or ask them to engage you on that issue. But otherwise, from the Premier ourselves, sincere thanks, Chair, and we thank you very much. We hope that, as you know, Gauteng is the home ground, the best, most uncomparable, best place for hosting. We're quite sure honorable members will have had a good time. And some of them could be leaving on Monday because there are very good places, honorable members. You don't have to rush to leave. You can still stay and enjoy the hospitality of the province. Otherwise, I just want to thank you, Chair. I want to thank you, and thanks very much for this 2 days. We have learned a lot. We have learned, Chair. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's get a comment from SCOPA. Please don't disturb him.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the protection, Chair, so that I may not be disturbed. I just want, I'm going to be very short. I want to extend the appreciation to all the parties, to the delegation from the municipalities, because we are not only addressing Ekurhuleni, but we are addressing all municipalities that have presented themselves before this joint committee for the oversight responsibility. I think that as a SCOPA, we have a responsibility to zoom into other municipalities further. From the lessons we have learned, the challenges that we are seeing in the municipalities, we need to pay closer attention. And this is primarily because I think it is consensus that we all are in for, or the need to see service delivery to our people. And I want to insist once again that I do not believe that we have got a capacity issue. I don't even believe that we've got a systems problem or regulation problem. Well, there are certain areas where regulations need to be reviewed and so forth and so on. But the issue which is key to our engagement in governance is in our ability to ensure that what we have, we are able to spend diligently and account for it. So if you've got 10 rands and you're expected to buy 10 bottles of water at 1 rand, we expect you to do just that. And then raise an argument on the side that 10 bottles of water are not enough because there are 150 people. But it becomes a problem when you then buy 3 waters of bottles with 10 rand, waste 7 rand that you cannot account for. And even the 3 waters, you buy them at an exorbitant cost and all of that. And then try to raise an argument that there's not enough money. Because scientifically, nothing can convince us or any other person that if you were to get then 10 million, you'll then start to develop new spending patterns that are in line with integrity, accountability, and dignity. So we only expect, not miracles, but that all people in the public service and in municipalities do exactly what they are contracted to do. And they hide no challenges that they are experiencing. Because when you then hide challenges, you prevent all of us in all spheres of government an opportunity to intervene, be it legally, be it operationally, be it financially, and so forth. So the role of leadership becomes very essential in this regard. Having worked in human capital for some time, I've experienced that the laissez-faire attitude that you get from an employee in the public sector is born out of the character or the leadership character in any organization. Those who want to do research can argue with me and I can argue with them. Because I've learned that you find an employee from a private sector with different sets of attitudes and principles. You employ them in the public sector. They behave accordingly. They are at work on time, they are delivering on time for a few months. After that, then their character changes because they get absorbed by the culture. Similarly, a person from the public sector who is underperforming, is always late and so forth, gets into a different environment in the private sector and starts performing. So there is no problem with the human capital or with the people that we have in municipalities, but the character of leadership becomes very essential. So if we are really deliberate about being accountable, executing consequence management, embedding the necessary values and principles of Batupele and other structured means of ensuring that we deliver to our people, we can actually, within the limited capacity of resources we have, ensure that we deliver a better service. And this is the responsibility as SCOPA that we intend to obviously take up with leadership across all spheres. And this process of accountability is supposed to be a rigorous process. It cannot be a sweetheart kind of a process. But the aim is good intentions, that at the end of the day, you succeed and all municipalities succeed. Then when you succeed, we're all fine. But when you don't succeed, the reality is that we should be able to hold the Premier and the MEC of COGTA, those who are supposed to supervise local government at a closer level, accountable. But also, we are failing if Ekurhuleni is failing, or if any other municipality is failing, because there's one government. The differentiation in terms of spheres does not change the fact that there's one government, and it is the failure of everyone if one municipality fails. So with those words, Chairperson and everyone, would like to appreciate the opportunity and look forward to continuous engagements and improvement of our people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have a standing committee on AG? Is anyone here?
Well, thank you so much, Chairperson. Please, Chair, protect me. Thank you so much for this engagement for these 2 days. Thank you so much. On behalf of the Standing Committee on the Auditor General, I would like to encourage the few things. One, municipalities pay the audit fees because you are threatening the Office of the Auditor General in executing its mandate. This is an independent institution and it must remain as such. Pay the audit fees. 2, pay ESCOM. 3, pay water services. 4, pay or invest in internal capacity and refrain from using consultants, because we can agree that the use of consultant is not helping in the municipalities because we don't see value for money. You spend exorbitant amount of money on consultants, but we are not improving on the production of financial statement, and also no skills transfer. So invest in skills transfer, invest in internal capacity so that you will be able to produce whatever that is expected of you internally, and it will be cost effective. One last one that I want to say, adhere to laws and regulations. Adhere to laws and regulations. All applicable laws and regulations, adhere to them. 5, provide service to the community. That's the mandate of the municipality. Serve the people, serve them with integrity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. From the SCOPA and Standing Committee on the Auditor General. MEC, thank you very much. Let me say, do appreciate your presence, and we do take seriously your undertakings on behalf of the Provincial Executive. The Premier did indicate that you were delegated to stand in for him, so we do appreciate. The members also have appreciated the interaction. I think you should just convey to the Speaker in the Provincial Assembly, Provincial Legislature, that we do feel they could have made a better effort to be part of this event. We also believe that their absence has not assisted in strengthening the spirit that we're trying to build of cooperative governance, as well as strengthening intergovernmental relations, which is what drives this model of oversight visits. Of course, for the duration of the meeting and the intensity, the members would probably have been more comfortable were they to be serving in some of the offices, the venues which the members ordinarily use, whether it's council or legislature, because we are basically here on government work in partnership with the spheres of government. So I think it's something that needs to be raised directly. The senior member in this committee just threw at you the takeaway, and it's obviously in a lighter note about chairs, but I do know the meaning of it, because having sat through, we've had very long hours here. Of course, they were even longer in the Northwest. And so I think the sentiment of working together in monitoring the turnaround of municipalities, as we have undertaken, does need a formal commitment from the Speaker and the legislature. But so far as you have made those commitments, we want to indicate our appreciation for that. And I want to say to the members, thank you very much. This has been a very long week, and each day has been longer than most of us are used to working. And I can tell that your smiles are out of courtesy, because if anybody were to be chairing these long sessions in any form of sulking and rebuke would still be justified. And on that basis, I do want to say to the members that we will invest in slightly different planning, using the experience of the extended hours of work that have been put into this, because there's a lot of unpredictability that comes with this kind of engagement. So I do want to say thank you very much for your patience with me and with the process, and I do appreciate your enthusiasm and contribution from the start to the end of this process. We are hoping that at a certain point we should be able to get joint reports that must now start feeding onto the National Assembly. I must indicate that the House Chairperson and the Speaker are eagerly waiting for this. When we speak to the media, and I want to say the media, we thank them so much for sharing a lot of our stories out there. What I think is important is how that has also activated the participation of the public. The team that's been dealing with communication and the team that's been organizing from the secretariat of the committees, we want to say thank you very much for your logistical arrangements as well as the communication. It was quite fascinating to see the numbers of people who were interacting and debating with the members whilst they were watching on YouTube and on the live stream. And that for us is a very interesting use of ICT to ensure transparency and also ensuring that there's participation. So from that point of view, I want to say thank you. This process has been kept quite vibrant and interesting because of the organization that you have made for this program. We will obviously be looking at doing 2 other provinces before the end of the year. Mainly that is because we want to impact on the budgeting cycle, or sort of on the audit cycle, although we won't be able to reach all the provinces. But having said so, we hope that we'll have space now to get reports that will be coming back. I don't believe that this intense interaction will be necessary all the time, but I think that it has really given us lots of lessons, and in future also it's something that I think would recommend whenever the situation arises. But having said so, I do want to say to all those who have been involved in this arrangement, we are very grateful, and those who came from the various departments, the Auditor General's office, who have been continuously in touch with the Auditor General's office directly, and the regional representatives, and they've always been helpful to intervene in between. Thank you very much to that, and please convey our gratitude to the Auditor General. We also want to thank the Treasury, National Treasury and Provincial Treasury, we do want to thank you. As you know, you've always been very supportive, but in this case, it helps to get the proper guidance because we are, we operating on the basis of the information that you actually provide. So we want to say thank you, and please do convey our gratitude to the head of Treasury, both provincially and nationally. But in addition, we want to say thank you to COCTA. The Director General had made a commitment and has continuously provided the staff to be with us. And then, of course, Provincial COCTA as the MEC is here and his team. With all of this together, I think the important principle here of cooperative governance that helps to coordinate and integrate activities, it's at the core of what we are trying to demonstrate. But in addition to that, this is all about trying to strengthen the capacity of government, but this is for ensuring that we are able to offer the services to our people. The taste of the success of what we do will not be on whether we ourselves are able to communicate amongst ourselves. It will be whether there will be a difference in the way people will receive the services in terms of dealing with all the problems of poverty, local economic activities, and dealing with the issues of water supply, sanitation, dealing with the issues of roads, cleaning up the street, refuse removal. All of those are very, very important issues, and it's not us who will judge, it's our people that will judge. And if our people feel that we have not risen to the mark, then we must accept the criticism, because ours was a commitment to serve them. And so I think all of us, outside all these interactions, these dynamics, and all these issues that are embroiling us in the day-to-day administrative roles that we play, but we must always remember it's never about us. Even as we deal with one single file in the office, you must always remember whether you sign it, whether it moves on or not, it's not about you. It's not about your pay, your salary increase. It's about somebody's life that must be changed. And that life must be changed because when people voted for this new dispensation, when they voted for the end of apartheid, they voted for a kind of society where there will be a sense of equality. This will be provided by the efficiency with which we deliver the services to them. That, for us, is what this is all about. We need to develop a culture of cooperation, a culture of taking responsibility, of accountability, of consequence management. At the end of the day, a lot of issues in terms of resources, capacity, the skills are not the limiting issues. What we are seeing as we move around here, two major issues for us is a political will, it's a leadership issue, the political will, and it's a culture issue. Do we have a culture where we're so sensitive about the impact of the things we do to the services that our people receive? That is what we must use to measure and gauge where we are going. With that, I want to say thank you very much. I don't know from the committee, because I've been talking so long, that I might not be talking on behalf of the committee at some point. So let me just pass this to see if the one elder with us, Nkosi, please.
Chair, I think in all fairness, I'm not hearing some grumbling. We have showered all of us with some accolades, and it will be remiss of us not also just to say a word of thank you to you, that you've steered this meeting very, very wisely, and definitely a meeting like this is only as good as the chairman. So just two ways to say very well chaired, and thank you so much, Chair. Your guidance was absolutely top notch. Thank you, Chair. Kabazela.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Thanks to all of us. The meeting is adjourned. Travel safely. Have a lovely evening. Enjoy your weekend. Bye-bye. Thank you.